Alright, we're gonna get started now. I guess we're gonna start writing about Maryland today. Better sooner than later. So, I'm gonna make some coffee. Then we're gonna get started. It's just me and Grandma today. Alice isn't here. So I've been a little busy today. I'm finally hydrated, well rested, and not no longer constipated. I nearly fucking went into organ failure, I think, from not taking care of my own self as much as I take care of Grandma. But I'm fine now. Let's see. We'll pull up the overleaf, and then we'll get started. Long story short, don't dehydrate, sleep deprive, and constipate yourself. It can actually kill you. Alright, give me a few seconds, guys, and then we'll get started, alright? Susan, yeah, the long story short, before I made coffee, about like 4 or 5 days ago, I stood up and I nearly passed out, and I thought my heart was about to stop as well. And I was like, I must be really, really tired. I'm like, maybe I just haven't slept in so long that I'm killing myself. So anyway, I go to bed, I wake up, and I don't feel that much better. Or at least I'm not as tired. And while I'm driving to the dentist, I think my heart's going to stop again. Like I'm getting lightheaded and I feel like I can't breathe. And I talked to the dentist. That's why we had to put the procedure off until next week. And she's like, "Well, I think you're very dehydrated. Like you have like looks like you have like cotton mouth." I'm like, "Really?" So I started drinking a lot of water. And then I would say after about 6 hours, I was fully hydrated again. So clearly, yes, that's exactly. I went and got Pedialyte. She told me to get Pedialyte too from CVS. So I drank Pedialyte as well. So I was hydrated, and now when I woke up the next day, I was also well rested. But because I was so dehydrated, I wasn't having any bowel movements either. So I was also very constipated. So finally, I got over that today as well. But I was just like between being super dehydrated, super deep sleep deprived, and super constipated. I literally I think I almost died for real. Like I don't think I was imagining it. Like I think I was really on death's door. So I'm a lot better today though. All right, guys, I'm gonna make coffee. I'll be right back. All right. all the deer came by. Threw them some carrots. Coffee's almost done. See if we have anything on X. Not at the moment. And what do we... I think we'll save Maryland state law a little bit later. Alright, so we're gonna put, we're gonna start writing here, and then we'll fill in the other stuff later, because that's has more to do with education and lecturing on pure math, and it has to do with elections. And then we'll fill in the Nevada state law in chapter 1 as well later. Right now I just want to start writing the math. So we're going to pretend that we already wrote everything that comes before this, as usual. We're just going to skip straight to the manifold equation. Okay? This is our chief interest here. This is also our interest here as well. Should we go to degree 4? I don't think we need to. This is linear lambda is a degree 3. No, yeah, keep this at degree 3 because this is linear lambda. Okay. So if lambda is perfectly straight, then the election day and mail-in percentages are quadratic. The moment lambda is linear, it becomes a cubic. And if lambda is something other than linear, then it goes up higher. But we can see here that if we put a trend line, come on, man, of polynomial degree 2, you could try to argue that it's quadratic. Maybe. Let's render the dots real quick so we can see it. Okay, well that would mean that we're dealing with a quartic. Well, we know we're dealing with a quartic because it's actually in the manifold. Okay, over here. H to the 4th power. I mean, so technically it's not surprising that it's quartic. I think we should put alpha here as well. Just so it's there, you know what I mean? I mean, we have a comprehensive view of what's happening here. I'd like to have 1 minus y in here as well. It brings clarity to the picture, you know. Remember that Trump's election day percentage, which is red, is the reflection of Biden's mail-in percentage in green over the line of lambda. Okay. Trump's mail-in percentage, which is 1 minus green, it's a conserved number, is in blue. And it's interesting because if we look at the election day graph over here, so the x-axis here is the election day percentage, okay? Because Biden's mail-in percentage in green, once again, is a reflection of red over the orange line, okay? Vertically, so it's a vertical reflection. You create a situation where, because lambda is almost constant in this election, you create a situation where you can just draw a line from here to here and pretty much estimate Biden's mail-in percentage in a vacuum, just off of Trump's election day percentage. In other words, what I'm saying is, assuming that the orange line is sort of flat, we'll just draw like an average through it real quick, like this. Then you can just predict Biden's mail-in percentage by drawing a line from this corner through here. Sort of, okay? Sort of. Not exactly, but you get the idea. So it's not surprising that Biden's actual mail-in percentage in green isn't too far from this infinite green line starting from the corner and passing through the intersection of orange and red. This is what I mean by a predetermined election, okay? It's very sad when you're able to do things like this. You shouldn't be able to, but you can. And of course, since Trump's mail-in percentage is 1 minus the green line, okay? Well, you just take the negative of that line, okay? So like whatever the slope is, just like negate the slope, you know what I mean? So we just have to make an equilateral, let's have to make an isosceles triangle here. Like this. And then you can sort of draw, again, a blue line to infinity there. And we know because this is 1 minus, that means they have to meet a 50%. So you could just guess the election, you can just guess the mail-in percentage. You can do it either from Biden's perspective or Trump's perspective, just by drawing a straight line through the unit square. And that's what makes constant lambda so absurd, because even if Trump gets 100% of the election day vote right here, Biden still magically picks up 60% of the mail-in vote. Now, the actual line has it down to 40, but if you follow the cubic trajectory. But in short, it means that Biden can't fail. There's a floor to how bad he's allowed to perform. And then if you look at this, right? If we just color this in, this is the difference between the Trump's election day percentage and his mail-in percentage. Like, this is the visual of how many ballots are being stolen. Every time I color in something, it means there's a lot of ballots that belong to Trump that aren't there. Okay? And this is how we estimate the rig. We say, you know, what is the area between red and blue? This pink area. And what percentage of the unit square is that? So, for instance, let's just say they gave Trump 0% of the election day vote in every precinct. Well, then you'd be able to figure out he's missing about 50% of his overall vote. You get what I'm saying? His combined vote is just missing. So all of that pink is a lot of ballots for Trump that are missing across these precincts. So we want to find a way to communicate this. I also want to write this 2020 paper from Maryland in a format that allows me to just mass, quote unquote, plagiarize myself for 2024. You know what I mean? So I just have like a standard latex document where I can just be like copy and paste equations, change, Maryland to Michigan, or change this to that. Bop, 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 bop. Pop it in and go, because I can't sit here writing 10,000 different papers once 2020 the 2024 elections happen. I don't have enough time for that. Everybody's going to be ringing me off the hook trying to get into the courtroom. You know what I mean? So, long story short is, we want to create a template from Maryland that I can just copy and paste into for future elections, because whatever they're going to do in November, about a month and a half from now, what is it? It's midway through August. Whatever they're going to do in November is going to be worse than what they did in 2020 nationwide. We know that. Okay? We know that it's going to be worse, not better. They cannot let Trump or American loving patriots win office in 2024, because then that's the end of them forever if that happens. So we need to be ready so we can litigate. Now, I don't really know what we can do after they rig these elections. So even if we litigate, once we have the backing of the United States military, after whatever they do in 2024, I don't think that much is going to happen. I think they're just going to steal the election again, and they're going to get away with it, just like they did in 2020. So unless we have the backing of the United States military, I think we're kind of fucked. I'm going to be honest with you. So everything that I'm doing now technically rests on the hope that the United States military will activate and will start prosecuting these assholes for election fraud. Because that's the only thing that I can possibly see stopping these people from getting away with it. I don't think anything you or I or the people in general can do about this situation. It's pretty fucking bad. Alright, I'm going to get my coffee out and then we'll get started.
fat stack of pancakes.
Their real selves knew it or not. I guess they don't have a real selves. They're really just kind of
very interesting and more concerning news. I mean, that's a huge story with the Supreme Court striking this down, but Secret Service is pulling from Biden's detail to a certain degree and moving them to Trump's detail. And I kind of find that to be a little bit weird, just to be completely honest, because it doesn't quite make sense. Joe Biden is the president. Why would they take security from him and give it to Trump? But we also had a mechanical issue on J.D. Vance's plane. Donald Trump had a similar thing. And also a month ago, someone tried to kill frontrunner Donald Trump. So I just think this is a particularly interesting turn of events, especially considering Ted Cruz's prediction and Jack Posobiec's that Kamala Harris will be president before Election Day. So we'll talk about that. Then, of course, I mentioned the Supreme Court. Tim Walz is getting slammed because he has this ad with Kamala where he's like, I eat white guy tacos, which is just beef and cheese. And they're like, haha, you silly white man with your mayonnaise and tuna fish. And then someone dug up this like award-winning recipe of like a turkey taco hot dish that he's got. And it's just like, why did he lie about that? That's such a weird thing to do. So we'll talk about that. Plus, you know, a lot of people think that this election is going to come down to Gen Z. They always think it's the youth vote. A lot of people think it'll be a minority vote. It never really is. But, you know, I had it was Danny Polishchuk the other day telling me about the rents in New York City. And so I'm looking it up. And I got to tell you, no wonder Gen Z is starting to swing for Donald Trump because the rent is just too damn high. So we're going to talk about that and more before we get started, my friends. Head over to castbrew.com. Buy coffee. If you want coffee, if you like coffee, Appalachian Nights, a dark roast, everybody's favorite. Close second is Ian's Graphene Dream. You can see Ian attaining enlightenment on the bag with his graphene-themed bag. And it's low acidity, so it's good on your gut. If you want to support the work we do, Cast Brew is a cultural endeavor. All of the proceeds are going towards us reinvesting into the company. So we're trying to set up this physical location where people can hang out. So castbrew.com, but also head over to timcast.com, click join us, become a member to support our work directly. But for $10 a month, only a couple cups of coffee, oh, you see how I did that, per month, you can help us fight fake news, help us by sustaining this show and the work that we do, and you'll get access to our Discord server where you can hang out with like-minded individuals, as well as our uncensored members-only call-in show Monday through Thursday, where you actually get to call in. You can join the show, talk to us and our guests. So smash that like button, subscribe to this channel, share the show with your friends. Joining us tonight to talk about this and so much more is Blair White.
Thanks for having me. Always so fun to be here.
Yeah, who are you? What do you do?
YouTuber, podcaster, social media person.
Right on. And we got Elad hanging out.
He's feeling shy tonight. He's not ready to talk yet.
So, in fact, Elad, you guys are going to love this. I hope you guys are ready who are watching this live. Elad rented an electric vehicle instead of a gas vehicle. And he's late because he has to keep stopping to charge it. Oof. And it takes a long time to do. And so I just got to say, like, what are you doing renting an electric car? So in the meantime, there is a chicken in his seat as I don't even know if he's going to make it. But Hannah Claire's hanging out.
Yeah, I'm hanging out with Blair and maybe Elad, maybe not if he doesn't show up. I'm Hannah Claire Brummel. I'm a writer for SCNR.com, Scanner News. Thanks for tuning in tonight. We should get started.
Here we go. We got the story from the New York Times. Secret Service pulls from Biden's protective team to guard Trump. This is weird. In the aftermath of an assassination attempt last month, the agency has shifted members of Biden's protective team to the Trump campaign. So, just quick question. Could it be that one of these agents was the lady who decided to leave her post without notice to breastfeed in a room, like a closed Secret Service room? Did you guys hear about that?
Yeah, that was ridiculous.
But I thought that was somebody who was already assigned to Trump.
I know, I'm kidding, but like, no wonder Trump needs extra security if this is what the Secret Service has to offer.
And why would Biden? He doesn't leave the bed anymore.
And that's a fair point.
That's maybe why they have free people on his detail. I assume they only give Biden the best. Like the talented agents are with President Biden, you know?
They're probably just like hospice nurses wearing Secret Service lapel pins. But the thing about this story is the immediate thing everyone thinks of is something going to happen to Joe Biden like by November that results in Kamala becoming the president?
That's the energy I feel. I feel like she's going to somehow, some way become president before the election because then it's the incumbent. And then it's why would anyone vote against, we finally have a female president. We're going to ruin it in like a month or whatever. Yep. I think it's possible. It would only work in their favor, and they're willing to do anything that works in their favor.
See, I'm not entirely convinced it would work in their favor. I think it might help, the Biden legacy because they're trying to decide that he's going to be this like great president. He's rolling out all these initiatives that the media's not covering right now because there's no point.
Cancer.
But she's walking this weird line where she is wanting to claim the victories of the Biden-Harris administration while also like kind of keeping them at an arm's length so that she can say, oh, well, I'm not responsible for those things, especially like she's talking about the economy today, definitely with like the Israel-Palestine stuff. And so I think if she was definitely the president at the end stretch here, there'd be no way for her to untangle herself from the Biden-Harris administration the way she wants to.
Yeah, that's a good point. I don't know. I guess I'm just expecting anything and everything now because of how insane it's been.
It has. It's so wild. I keep thinking it's only been a couple weeks. It's been like 4 weeks since the Trump assassination attempt, which is another crazy thing to say.
Feels
and
like 4 months.
Yeah. And before that, it was all the trials, and before that, or it was debate, and then all the trials. Like this year has been quite packed.
Y'all are frogs in a pot boiling. That's all I can say. Like, we've gone from street clashes between far left and right wing factions in 2017, 18, 19. There were some murders. There were people taking over the streets. And you had the Summer of Love as the big culmination. Now we're well past that. We're at the point where it's like, oh, yeah, someone tried to kill Trump. The media's basically forgotten about it already. Secret Service is pulling from Joe Biden, a one-term president who has stepped down from running for re-election because he's too old. Kamala Harris is trying to act like she's not actually in this administration. If aliens came down, I'd be like, okay, okay, all right.
Right.
I just don't have the energy anymore, you know?
I think that's how a lot of voters feel too. I mean, it's too much to keep up with.
Yeah, I was floating the idea in my head the other day. So the campaign is so atrocious, Kamala's, and it almost seems like an SNL skit. Obviously, it seems fake. It is fake. It's very astroturfed. But I'm almost wondering if they know they're going to lose, assuming elections are fair and they can't actually steal it, and so they're just raising money. Is that like all they're doing right now? Is just raising money
There
for
are
a few
political
months?
consultants who are like, I don't know, we just have to get our checks now while we can.
Yeah. I don't know. That's what it feels like to me, but also that's hinging on the idea that the elections are fair, which all this is for nothing, even the discussion of all of it, if they're not. So
No, I think it hinges on the idea that, people are self-serving. I
Yeah.
think there are people who are in politics and probably any career where they don't actually care about like the values or the outcome. They're there to make money, to have influence, and then move on to the next thing. I'm sure there's a ton of political strategists who are like, oh, sure, Kamala, we really think you're great and first female, whatever. But actually, this is just a stepping stone in their career.
Yeah.
So someone's asking if I'm burnt out. No. What I'm saying is I don't have the energy. It's everything has happened. Like someone shot Trump in the head. It went through his ear, okay, but that counts as his head. And they were trying to put it inside of his head. I don't know what else you could, like, at this point, what crazy thing could happen? And then we're trying to figure out what the news is today, and we're like, oh, the SCOTUS thing is really big. And then I see the New York Times Secret Service pulled from Joe Biden, and it's like, I'm hoping, who was it mentioning? Blair, you mentioned this, that he's just sleeping. So maybe the reason they're pulling the Secret Service is because they just got hospice nurses down there now, and no one really cares.
what's the need? Yeah.
What's the need?
Well,
Or they're setting it up so that when something happens, then they can say, we were unable to get to Joe Biden in a timely fashion to save his life because we were too busy protecting Donald Trump. And Donald Trump was insisting on doing outdoor rallies when we told him he should not. And then they'd make it his fault.
have you seen the reports that they're going to use bulletproof glass to protect
Right.
Trump at these outdoor rallies? I actually think that's really fascinating because on the one hand, yes, I do think Trump needs better protection. I think obviously what happened in July is a huge failure on the Secret Service part. On the other hand, they're going to put him in a dome on an outdoor stage to make him look like
Pope-mobile.
some kind of Zoom, like the Pope mobile? Because
Yeah,
that made the
Pope-mobile.
Pope look so relatable, right? People felt like he was just a normal person. I mean, I really do think that's interesting that like in the guise of saying like, we're doing this for you to protect you, they're actually kind of putting walls between Trump and his supporters.
Well,
In a way, though, I mean, it would be working in his favor in the sense if he can throw really huge rallies again. I mean, when he's allowed to do these outdoor ones, it's thousands of people.
yeah, but those are just people who already like him.
Right. The rally stuff doesn't even matter that much.
I mean, this is the thing that I think, I don't know, look, I'm not, Trump brought in Corey Lewandowski, and that's great, but Donald Trump doing rallies, and everyone's showing these huge lines, and it's just like, right, who's willing to stand in line for Donald Trump but a Trump supporter? Where can Trump go to actually get new fans? I mean, so it's good that he's on X, I guess, but we'll see. I mean, you're in Austin, right?
Well, yeah. And I will say this, I think that Trump is both the least radioactive he's been all 3 election cycles since he, entered politics. And he's also the most liked. I mean, I will say that every kind of group of people you can even imagine, there's just more Trump support rather than less. There's more in 2024 than 2020.
What are you seeing in Austin?
In Austin, it's a lot of Trump support, like a lot. And it's Texas,
Really?
but it's blue, it's a lot. I mean, at the very least, no one is into Kamala, which I don't know how much that says about voting for Trump, but
Have you seen the Grok AI photos that people are making?
all the coconut trees,
Is everybody making coconut trees?
a lot of coconut trees.
Yeah, I made one of Kamala falling out of coconut trees. No, but so Grok, which is X's artificial intelligence, has no restrictions. There were a lot of pictures of Trump and Kamala hooking up.
Oh, wow.
I mean, it's the first thing people made when they were told they had an unrestricted AI image generator. I'd like to stress this to everybody. Grok, if you're on what is it, like Twitter X Pro, or I say Twitter X Pro, whatever it's called, you get access to their AI, and it's unrestricted. Someone made Donald Trump in the cockpit of a jumbo jet with a rifle flying towards the Twin Towers. Like, they're making everything. But first, like, I think the first thing everyone started posting is there's one going viral of Trump sitting with Kamala Harris, and he's like got his hands on her belly, and she's pregnant, and she's like looking at him and smiling.
Oh, I think I saw that one.
People have gone nuts, dude. That's why I'm saying, like,
do you
if aliens landed, I'd be like, all right, I guess.
Who do you think is more mad about those images, the Trump campaign or the Harris campaign? I
Harris
feel like the Harris
campaign.
campaign.
Probably Harris. for
Trump
sure.
laughed. The Trump camp people started busting out laughing when they saw that. But maybe that's like I don't know, a man versus woman thing.
I like that they're leaning more into like fun and meme culture. Obviously, that was a huge factor in 2016. And I think of like the Elon video, the AI video of them dancing and just having more fun with it. And we were talking about earlier, I think that he is actually being seen as the joy candidate, despite the labeling of the other side being the joy campaign by Gen Z. I think Gen Z is super pro-Trump right now, which is new because in 2020 and 2016, young people didn't like Trump at all, like at all.
What do you think Trump's biggest challenge was in 2020? Obviously coming out of COVID, but were there other ways that his campaign struggled?
I mean, I don't know. It's hard to say. I'm also heavily biased. Like I was in 2020 just begging the universe for Trump to win. I was living in LA under COVID lockdowns. All I could think about was just vote for Trump, vote for Trump. I don't know. I just know that he's more popular now than then, which is good.
He is, but I don't know if the meme energy is with Trump this time around. Trump posted that, you see the Elon Trump doing Staying Alive that he posted? Yeah, I think that's cringe. That's just me. And Madonna posted in 2016 the Hillary Clinton girls video. Do you remember that one? Madonna posted a video of a cartoon of her and Hillary Clinton dancing together. And I know that they didn't have AI back then, so that was the best they could do. And so then Donald Trump's posting this, like him and Elon Musk dancing to Staying Alive. To be fair, the models for the actual dance they're dancing really well. That's fantastic.
Yeah.
And then they put Trump and Elon over it. And I'm like, I don't know if that's the meme energy you want. Because it's Hillary Clinton level energy. And dude, a bunch of Trump supporters got so mad at me for saying that. And I'm like, I don't care. Dude, Madonna did that with Hillary Clinton. It didn't work out for her. I don't care if you think it's funny or not funny. It's like a boomer meme, I guess. And then you've got Kamala Harris with the coconut tree meme. And here's the warning, man. When Trump was running in 2016, a lot of the memes were making fun of him, but in a way that didn't go after him politically. And so it gave Trump the air, it gave him the space. The coconut tree memes, that's the argument people are making right now for Kamala Harris, is that everyone making fun of her with the coconut tree and the unburdened by what has been, all they're saying is her name and branding her over and over and over again. And that's good no matter what. Now, if the memes were like, Kamala on her knees for Willie Brown or something, that could get really bad for her. That's why Trump would brand the other candidates like Lil Marco and Lion Ted. But right now, it's Kamala Harris being a goofball. It's like she's silly, she's laughing, and she's goofy. And this is the game the media is trying to play. So I'll say this one more thing. Donald Trump's doing these rallies, and he's doing these press conferences where he's basically preaching to the choir. And the media then takes everything and lies about it to everybody else. I don't know what he's doing or what his plans are. I mean, it's literally like, I don't know what his plans are. I'm hoping he has some to reach out to new people.
One of the most effective things I've seen online is videos where people are like we haven't seen Kamala Harris in 3 years, and all of a sudden she pops back up. Like there was one of this guy, and I guess she went to go see like Team USA basketball when they were training, and it's her walking in. She's in like a suit, and she looks like a principal in the middle of a high school basketball, like in her heels and her pantsuit. And they pan to all the players, and they're all kind of like looking at each other, like, why is she here? And I think that those clips of her kind of resurfacing where you don't expect her are one of the best parts of the internet. It's maybe not the strongest moment in meme culture, but there is this underlying current of like, oh yeah, I kind of remember Kamala Harris. Oh, she's going to run for president now? I
Yeah.
think there are people who don't feel any kind of connection to her. And that's why they try to foster this like, but they're weird and we're fun and cool energy.
I think you have to kind of gauge where like super normie people are and what they're kind of saying, whereas I'm very plugged into just left and right TikToks about the election right now, and a lot of the middle of the road people are the lines that really resonate with them are, you've been in office for 3.5 years. Day one was 3.5 years ago. That's a big one. I think
Trump
continue
yeah.
hitting. And just the idea that there's no policies on one side, there's policies on the other side. She's trying to, roll some out, but they're insane. Or copied, right?
When Trump said day one was 3.5 years ago, yeah, it was actually funny too.
Yeah, and
he
it's
was like, Kamala
resonating.
keeps saying on day one she's gonna fix it. Day one was 3.5 years ago. What are you doing? I started laughing when I saw that. That was good. That's the line, because everybody I know, like whenever this comes up, everybody instantly says, "You're the vice president. What are you talking? Like, if I get elected on day one, I'm going after Big Pharma." I was like, "Do it now. What do you?" She just wants you to suffer a little bit.
Mm-hmm. Also, not to say that, it shouldn't be a huge priority for Trump to reach independent voters, new people, et cetera. But I think there also is something to be said about the fact that social media is doing a lot of the work for him, because the internet's never been as free as now. Like, Elon really set a standard that other apps have followed. Like, TikTok's way more free. I was banned on TikTok in 2021 for saying something really small about gender, just perma-banned for life. Whereas now people are straight up very pro-Trump in TikToks, which would not
Did you
even
get
be allowed.
reinstated?
I think it's all fake. I think it's all fake. I think the reason why you're seeing more pro-Trump TikTok is because of the threat to ban it.
Well, yeah, he's
Early-
the candidate that's not.
Early on, Republicans wanted to ban it. Now Democrats want to ban it over the Israel stuff. And Trump's like, no, we're not going to ban it. I think TikTok is intentionally pushing Trump memes because they want Trump to win, because Trump has said, I won't ban it now. And the Democrats are the ones trying to get it banned. I also just think, the TikTok traffic is all fake. So
It's very highly,
So there's this viral video of a woman, and she pulls her pants down in an AT&T store, and then she's like yells that I have a PP or whatever, and then they're like, "Ma'am, you need to leave," and she's just like, "Oh," makes weird noises and then runs out. And people were commenting like, "Why would a person make this video?" And it's like, well, duh, because she's being rewarded for it on social media. You go to her TikTok account, and she's got 500,000 followers. You go to her YouTube and Instagram, On YouTube, she had like 58,000. It's not bad. But most of her videos had 100, 200 views. She was getting no traction doing these weird videos where she pulls her pants down. She's wearing underwear. And then on Instagram, 16,000 followers. Again, no traction. On Instagram, for some reason, she's getting hundreds of thousands. And all the comments are laughing emoji, LOL. No real substantive comments. Some of them are. In my personal opinion, and this could be wrong, I don't know, I think it's just algorithmic bots on TikTok to make people think this is where I should dedicate my time and energy because I'm getting followers here. And simply put, if you're an influencer of any kind, if you're a personality, if you're a public figure, your following is across the board. Mm-hmm. If you are famous on television, you're going to have a Twitter following to a certain degree, depending on, and it all correlates. Your YouTube account, your Instagram account, your TikTok. I find it very strange. There's a lot of people on TikTok. They have big followings, but then they have no following literally anywhere else, and no one's ever heard of them, but they act like they're really big. And I'll say this too. Dylan Mulvaney actually has followers on other platforms and other accounts. Mm-hmm. That's true. But this person pulling their pants down. So that's why I think all that is TikTok is promoting people who are engaging in psychotic, delusional, degenerate, and nuisance behavior to encourage Americans to do these things, which is detrimental to our society.
Yeah. And
Wrapping all together, they're propping people up.
I think it's a couple things with the strange discrepancies with numbers. I think that there's a really low crossover to get followers on your Instagram, YouTube, et cetera, from TikTok, partly because it's like almost less personal on TikTok. People are scrolling super fast. It's less invested. People that sit down for a YouTube channel, which is where I started, there's a really big investment. It's like, I'm going to sit down to watch a 20-minute to an hour long video. And then also a lot of bots. That's clear. Because I know people as well that they'll have like 10 million, followers on TikTok and then an Instagram with 10,000. It's like kind of crazy.
This was a big thing during MySpace when they had the music player. For those that are Gen Z won't know this because they were babies, but the MySpace player, whenever someone would load a song, it would add to the count, and there were some people you've never heard of, like Ring Ding Zazmataz, and it's like some rapper, and he's got 47 billion views.
Yeah.
And you're like, dude, no, you don't. Like, no, you don't. They were botting, and they were manipulating it so that they would look big, and it does work. And this is the scary thing. I don't know if it's going to work forever. I've met people who would, like, they when I worked for these other media companies, you'd get these pitches where it's like, oh, I've got 10 million followers and I can do this for you. And they'd be like, yeah, look at this guy. He's got 10 million followers. Do you think we should bring him in? I'm like, fake. I was like, dude, like, look, he's got 10 comments. Like,
Yeah.
come on. What's the point of a follow? Let's say his followers actually do pay attention to his posts. But out of 10 million, only a few thousand watch his videos. Who cares if he has followers? It's
Right.
worthless, whether it's real or fake.
If you're trying to be an influencer and you're marketing yourself to companies, the conversion rate is the biggest thing. I think what you said about YouTube is really interesting because I've seen like totally non-political lifestyle, influencers that I follow put a poll saying, well, do you want to see me more on YouTube or Instagram or TikTok? And overwhelmingly, if they have a base on a platform like YouTube, that's where people want to see them, which I think speaks, it speaks to the attention span issue. Like you said, they're more invested, so they want more details, they want longer content. But I also wonder if the younger generations are more selective about the social media apps that they're on. I think, at least I feel like I remember I got Instagram either in like early college or maybe late high school. Like it had just rolled out and you were kind of already on Snapchat and you were doing other things. And I knew people who still had Tumblrs or like whatever it was. And now this generation that has always had access to social media maybe just says, oh, I only want to be on TikTok. I only want to be on this one place. Whereas, the influencer marketing really relies on you having an ecosystem of places that people can follow you.
It's also the lowest effort to go viral. It's 9-second videos. So
Yeah.
Let's talk about Tim Waltz. We'll make fun of this guy. We have this story from Newsweek. Tim Waltz accused of lying about his white guy tacos. This is the weirdest thing. And Rolling Stone is like, the right's all mad. The right gets heartburn over Tim Waltz joking about spicy food. No, it's because he's lying about weird things. Look, let me just play this clip for you guys. You can watch it. Oh, geez, here we go.
Like I have white guy tacos and
What is
like
that?
black,
Like mayonnaise and tuna? What are you doing?
pretty much ground beef and cheese.
That's
and
okay. Do you put any flavor in it?
No.
Oh.
Here's the deal. No, they said to be careful and let her know this, that black pepper is the top of the spice level in Minnesota,
I'm the first vice president, I believe, who has ever grown chili peppers.
I'm trying to expand
We'll
my
figure that-
my food knowledge.
I'm just going to go like off and say that is probably the stupidest thing I have ever heard. There's probably several vice presidents who have grown chili peppers. When I was in kindergarten, we grew chilies or whatever. Like they were like, it's a project. You put the seed in the dirt, and then you water it, and then the plant grows. But we had like, we came from an agrarian society. Like a couple hundred years ago, when this country was founded, everybody was on a farm.
Yeah.
Anyway, I digress. Tim Waltz is like, oh, I eat white guy tacos. It's beef and cheese.
It's like gross, like white guilt pandering. I hate it so much.
It is.
So
but
gross.
then later on, Newsweek points out that he had this award-winning hot dish. They call it turkey taco hot dish. He actually won an award, and it's got diced chilies and chili powder and other things in it. I got to be honest, it's a weird thing to investigate. Like hearing Tim Waltz be like, I just eat beef and cheese, I'd be like, okay. But someone looked it up and they're like, no, Tim Waltz has an award-winning taco recipe and the people must know. And then, okay, I guess it's a good thing because it's like, why is he lying about this?
right.
To seem more like of the
Folksy.
stereotypical
White
white,
guilt.
guy that like the progressive left has created, right? He doesn't even
Yep.
use seasoning. Like it's so gross to me because this comes like right around, yesterday Joe Biden did this joint appearance with Kamala Harris where he said that the right is trying to start a race war. And then we have this guy trying to play a character of like a bumbling white guy to impress the diverse vice president of the United States. Like, this is not the direction we want to go in. This is weird and gross.
You know what this is? This is exactly what Yale said. This is a white liberal talking down, like lowering himself as he speaks to a black person. You know that story, right?
Yeah, how white liberals speak to minorities.
This is what he's doing. He's basically just like humoring her. Yes, white man no have spice. That's right.
Yeah.
Because he's racist. Because he's a racist guy. Dude, everybody's got all spice in their cabinet. Everybody growing up's parents has a spice rack or like some kind of like the idea that the only spice we have is black pepper. Or should we have a grocery store? What do they have in Minnesota? Save-On? I don't know. What's Kroger's? What's in Minnesota?
I'm not familiar with Minnesota's grocery store, but they have changed. I mean, the other thing is, like, I was telling Blair this before the show. Taco Bell was started by this guy from California who wanted to start a hamburger stand, and then he went to where and he came back and he's like, oh, they're everywhere. And so he basically made like what we would deem the very basic version of the taco, a flour tortilla. You know, it's got shredded cheese, ground beef, whatever else. But like even Taco Bell, even the grocery store says taco seasoning. So like the idea that like this guy is so incompetent, he doesn't even know how to season something, like, and you want him to be in charge of anything. And also her response is weird to me too. Like, what is that? Tuna and mayonnaise?
What? That's not a taco.
Like, I don't understand why this like weird racial pandering is okay for them, and they're also saying it's the right that's going to start a race war. It's so
he's literally pandering to a black woman to like, this is what the white liberals do. Yeah. White conservative would be like, I put chili powder, salt, little garlic, and some onions. Sometimes I do jalapenos. It's like, okay, that sounds like a normal taco. Yeah. Right.
He's the white guilt caricature. And unfortunately that's the caricature they needed as the VP. They needed that. And it unfortunately resonates with a lot of white people.
If she were to win, this is what's going to be her entire relationship with him. You know, the way they would say that like Joe Biden would be kind of the like bumbling but nice guy, like being like, Obama, let's get ice cream and wear friendship bracelets or whatever. Like, it's always going to be her like explaining cool culture to bumbling white Midwestern guy. I mean, he could have been like, oh, I have a taco hot dish. And that would have really played up the Midwestern element, right? Like a hot dish is a specific, like,
what is that?
It's, I think, like a casserole. And that's very Midwestern to me. Like, that you would have an award-winning casserole
you should
recipe.
Talk like this, don't you know?
He could play that up and really, like, be like, oh, yeah, I'm salt of the earth American in that way. Instead, he chooses to be like, I'm a dumb white man. I don't know anything better. Kamala, please help me. Like,
that's the state of white Democrats right now. You know, there was a lot of viral tweets when Kamala first got installed, because you can't say that she got, voted for, but when she was installed, a lot of viral tweets saying, white women, just get over it. Whatever you have to deal with now to vote for a black woman, get over it now. They were literally just guilting people into it. Like, it's really ugly. And it's a big statement about also, this is the side that wouldn't sit down for any interviews, still haven't. Not even past tense. They're currently hiding. And so they put out a scripted interview in place of a real interview. It's like insane.
Yeah, and their whole relationship is so strange to me. I mean, when she released that call, which was obviously so staged, clearly they had already had this conversation. They're like, let's release this video where she's sitting at the conference table in her suit, like she's a strong woman, and he's like this folksy guy in jeans at his hometown, and he's so excited to get this call from out. Like, it's all fake. It's so fake.
Yeah, but people love reality TV.
But
Trump
this
should be doing this.
Like, look, Love Island has 1 million episodes. People are not going to pick actual reality TV over this. This isn't bringing anyone to them. It's just kind of
I don't know.
flat.
When it comes to elections, they're giving people the movie treatment. There's no campaign policies. She wants to represent everything to everyone all the time, whatever they want them to be. They're going to make fake situations. She's running fake headlines on Google. Google's like, well, I guess she's allowed to do that. The Kamala campaign isn't running ads on why she should win. They're taking news articles, rewriting the headlines to make it seem like there's good things coming out about her, and then running that. Her whole thing is fake. That's true. But I think that works better than this. Conservatives keep trying to do this. I'm gonna argue. And like, I got to tell you, smart people. Yeah, I know everybody watching right now is like, no, Tim, like that's what it takes to get me to vote. Yeah, well, you're smart. You're watching a show with disagreement. Most of these people are sitting there with drool pouring outside their mouths and they're just like, Democrat.
I agree. I've never seen a candidate target the low IQ voter more than this one. It's like insane. And I wish I was like exaggerating. I think they're literally banking on just blind hatred of Trump. So they got that voter on lock, and then just really, really stupid people.
They're betting on the back end of the bell curve.
Yeah.
They're like, let's just,
But But that's why all their their arguments are a bit about fear mongering, right? Like they want low intelligence, emotional voters to support them, and I think that is not a long-term strategy for success in the country. Maybe it wins them this election, but in terms of our culture and what we're driving towards, like just getting people to stare at each other all the time and say like they're going to take something from me and they're going to ruin my life, and have this like very negative way of dealing with reality is going to force America to break.
Trump should just promise ridiculous things. He should be like, when you vote for me, I'm going to pay off your mortgage. We're going to pay it all off. No more mortgage, free houses. Kamala says she's going to give the housing credit to like young people and all that stuff. Trump should just come out and be like, okay, I'll do one more. Like if we're promising literally anything and you can't
Free
even
houses.
Yeah, free houses. You're up. What are you going to offer? And she's going to be like 2 free houses.
You want a
And
car?
yeah. Tesla's for everybody. Elon's on my side. You want a Model S Plaid? Elon's right here.
Yeah. I mean, look, people love the promise of free stuff. The reality is somebody pays for it. And that's been the biggest problem with the Biden administration. I mean, they promised all of this student loan debt and they were just like, we'll get the money from wherever. And then totally fairly, it was challenged in court and they can't just do this, right? It's the like immediate reward factor. And I remember in 2016, a lot of people I knew being like, yeah, I don't know, I'm going for, but Bernie sounds kind of cool because free college, right? And I was in college at the time and, paying for college is extremely expensive. And I could see where that happens, but like, it's not that it's free. It's not like the price goes away. You just pay for it somewhere else.
But if you're only targeting low IQ voters, they don't know that. They don't know that the price gouging policy is, dangerous. They don't know that these things actually cause less economic prosperity rather than more. So it's sad, but she is banking on that. And I do agree with Tim that it's like that does, I think, work better than trying to state the case intelligently, which is sad. It is sad.
And that's why she comes up with all these slogans, right? It's the Trump
Have you ever
ban. It's, all this stuff.
It's
Have
idiocracy.
you ever argued with an angry, stupid person?
Yeah,
I try not
it's the
to.
worst.
Yeah, you can't. You're sitting down calmly, being like, okay, here's the issue with price controls. Okay, you can't control for every aspect of the economy. So if you say something like bread can't be sold more than $3. The issue then is the labor that has to go into making the bread is also a component of the person, the workers who need to make a certain wage to buy the bread later. So when you're dealing with all of these different goods, the person making the bread has to make enough money from the bread making to buy bread themselves. So it's all connected. And then the supermarket goes, you're dumb. They could just say you can't do it. Bread comes from the store. And you're like, oh my God.
Yeah, you lost them like word 3. There's just no follow through. That's why I think Trump is aware of that, though, or his campaign is, because they do seem to be not like dumbing things down, but doing more visual stuff, like walking out with the groceries on the, just trying to put it in plain, language and imagery for people, which I think is a decent way to combat it. But
well, I'm trying to get my street cred with Kamala, so just in case anyone's wondering, when I make tacos, I actually pepper spray them. Because, I take it to the extreme because, I'm not like that white Tim Waltz. I put pure capsaicin on all of my food for no reason.
I do the opposite. I just throw out all my spices and I'll go into your house and throw yours out too. That's how white I am.
Just in the garbage.
You can't. It's the first thing I do when I walk into someone's house. Just immediately.
got to get rid of their spices.
Yeah.
Yeah, we don't. I mean, the funny thing is, like, the East India Trading Company just murdered tons of people for spices. Black peppercorn was huge. So when he's like, pepper is once that was actually a big deal. But like everything, and saffron today is worth an insane amount of money. And this is literally white dudes in ships traveling from Europe all the way around the world, going through like down past South Africa.
Yeah, white people used to love spices.
I mean, just so that food would taste good, they murdered each other.
Yeah, or like salt. Like there were all sorts of benefits to seasoning food, right? Some of it was to preserve it. But again, it's just this stereotypical bumbling white guy who has no idea how this works. And I just think that's what they saw when they hired him, right? They're like, he's sort of from a rural state and he's white. So obviously all white men will just fall in love with him. And I actually think he's doing more to irritate them.
Oh, for sure. And even just the rebranding of him as like using words like folksy and like put me in coach and all this stuff. It's like, that's the fakest part of it, because it's not actually resonating with people in that demographic they want to target, at least I don't think. And also the idea that a guy who let rioters tear down a city, that's the farthest thing from folksy. Like what? I don't know what folksy means.
Trump War Room posted this video. I don't know what it is, but it's Kamala, so I'm going to play it.
Everyday prices are too high. It feels so hard to just be able to get ahead. The bills add up. Food, rent, gas, back to school clothes, prescription medication, the cost of food. A loaf of bread costs 50% more. Ground beef is up almost 50%. There's a serious housing shortage. The price of housing has gone up. It's too difficult to build, and it's driving prices up. It is out of reach. The size of down payments have gone up as well. Costs are still too high. There's not much left at the end of the month, and prices are still too high.
Okay, well, she's the administration.
Right.
I'm sorry. These people standing behind her, they must have IQs of 70. I think the important question for each and every one of these people standing alongside Kamala Harris when she says this stuff is, if you didn't have breakfast yesterday, how would you have felt?
It's a good question to ask them. I think it's amazing that someone who is, effectively an incumbent can stand there and say, we've done a bad job. Everything is more expensive under us, and you can't afford everything. And I'll list a lot of things that you can't afford or can't even save to afford. Anyways, give me another shot. I want to spend 4 years in the White House.
And I will say that I guess we're a little bit black-pilled talking about, the low IQ voter and how they're falling for it. But I actually think that even really dumb people do kind of understand that, like, we were poorer the last 4 years than previously. So I think that could be some form of hope that, like, people do notice when they can't afford food or they can't fill up their tank, even if they don't understand that this policy is actually communistic and this policy will cause this, down the line. They do understand if they're broke now and they weren't under Trump.
Yeah.
Let's pull this story from the Post Millennial. Trump brings in Tulsi Gabbard for debate prep against Kamala. Gabbard ran for the Democrat primary in 2020, this we know. Two people with knowledge of Trump's schedule told the New York Times that Trump had brought in Gabbard for a recent practice session at Mar-a-Lago. The outlet noted that Gabbard was brought in partly because of her own performance in 2019, where she eviscerated Miss Harris.
She did.
The spokeswoman for Trump, Carolyn Levitt, sent a statement that Trump had proven to be one of the best debaters in political history, as evidenced by his knockout blow to Joe Biden. He does not need traditional debate prep, but will continue to meet with respected policy advisors and effective communicators like Tulsi Gabbard. We know. I just want to point this out. Donald Trump did so well in his debate against Joe Biden. Joe Biden quit.
Right.
I mean, just seriously stop and think about that for a second. The debate, Joe Biden and Trump debated, and Trump demolished Biden so severely that Biden quit the race. He's just like, I'm done. I can't do this. That's crazy.
And frankly, if you want to compare Biden and Kamala just in terms of like remembering certain facts, accurately stating things, it's like Biden was probably actually a little better than even Kamala. It doesn't seem like Kamala can speak off script at all. And that combined with the fact that Trump actually has a strong suit in debating these people, I feel like the debates are going to go really well, especially considering, for us, obviously, especially considering she didn't accept the Fox News one, and that's the first one. So he has this opportunity to film an empty podium and have like a really iconic
This is
kind
how
of
much
scene.
she cares. She's
Yeah,
not even showing
where are
up.
you, Kamala? So
That's what they kept saying. Like, if he shows up, I guess I'll be there anyways. And now they
Now it's
have
flipped.
successfully turned that right.
What was that thing where the CNN panel yelled at Nancy Mace for being racist because she said Kamala? Or did she say Kamala?
I don't even know if it's Kamala or Kamala.
I don't either. I have no idea.
And they were
That's why
like,
I started saying
they were
Harris
like, you're
also.
doing that on purpose, calling her that. Like, I don't even know which one it is. Like Kamala?
Which is not great because
Kamala,
she's running
isn't
for
it?
president, right? Like,
That's actually a really great point. I was watching this video from I think it was like May, and it was just like an on the street interview about like politics, really basic stuff, asking regular people what they think of Kamala Harris, and a lot of people said, "Who's that?" You can't forget some people don't even know who the vice president is,
And then what? Like, I got to be honest. Like, I wouldn't be surprised if when people are getting polled on the phone, the pollster is going to say, in the 2024 election coming up in November on the 5th, do you intend to vote for Donald Trump or do you intend to vote for Kamala Harris, the Democrat? And what likely happens, people go, oh, yeah, the Democrat, yeah, Kamala Harris. But then if you actually asked them, who are you voting for? Pause. They'd probably be like, I don't know.
Yeah.
This is another reason why polls are probably bunk. Because when I get polled, so I've done a few polls. It's funny because people are always like, I've never been polled before. I get emails all the time. And they're like, would you like to participate in a poll? And I'll be like, okay. And then it says, who are you voting for in this election? And it literally just says Trump or Kamala. I haven't answered. I haven't done a poll for Kamala yet. I did get a Biden poll a while ago, and it was Trump or Biden. It didn't include RFK Jr. So they're already priming you. If you don't like Trump, you're putting Joe Biden. The polls are going to be like, here's how many people said Joe Biden. I think if you went to people and said, who do you plan to vote for in November? They're going to be like, I don't know. Joe
Right.
Biden, you'd be like, he's not running. They'd be like, oh, then I have no idea.
People are just going to pick the D, obviously, but I don't know. I understand on like a really basic level why people really wanted Biden in 2020, whether you believe there was no tomfoolery with the election or whatever. It's like, at least I get it. You know, he was in the Obama administration. There's a certain nostalgia. We were in the middle of lockdowns. Like the situation was bad in 2020, regardless of what side you were on. I think the hate has peaked for Trump. I think it's capped out. I think that's why, you know, my personal opinion is they got a little desperate and maybe had to try something else on July 13th. That's my personal opinion. You can't really inspire more hate. People are only going down on the hate meter for him. I don't think people are really loving Kamala. And that can maybe seem like I'm living in my own bubble because I'm pro-Trump, obviously, but I just don't see it. You know, I don't see black people loving her either. I don't know how important, you know, racial demographics end up being. There's always people saying it's more or less important, but I think black people don't like Kamala. And I think that's kind of a bad sign.
And she's sort of stateless. Like she was a senator from California, and I assume she'll win California. California tends to go blue, but it's just she sort of represents nothing.
She's
right?
like fictional. She's like a Disney movie character, like taking down the bad guy. I think Trump probably should really, and he is doing this more even now, use the word San Francisco as much as you can. She's a San Francisco liberal. It's very different. And even liberals understand that San Francisco is not well ran. It's really bad.
Yeah.
It's like the worst city in the country.
And people still remember that they scrubbed it right before Xi Jinping showed up, right? Like people know that they were willing to do something about it when it had to do with China. And I think a lot of people, I think moderates too, felt kind of, I don't want to say burned, maybe that's too strong, but like put off by that there are other places in America that need help, but they only care about these cities and the problems that are there when, you know, they're trying to impress what I would call for an adversary. But
yeah, I think he should really hammer in like, no, she is from San Francisco and she did that to San Francisco, because I actually did know a lot of moderates when I lived in LA, and none of them were under any illusion that it was a well-ran state. A lot of them left, you know, and wherever they went and wherever they voted afterwards is one thing, but a lot of them were very aware it was a dumpster fire. So keep associating her with that.
You think Austin is like deep red?
Oh,
Because I've heard it's like the San Francisco of Texas.
To me, it feels very purple. It doesn't feel, you know, there's not like a lot of super conservative people, but the liberals are they feel a lot more moderate. And that's
Like they're going to
coming
vote
from
for Trump.
Oh, there's a lot of liberals for Trump right now in Austin, for sure. I talk to them all the time. Absolutely.
what do they say? What's their justification?
There's a lot of talk I've noticed just about how like they're just noticing like the desperation to get them to hate him, and how it's like we're going on the third election cycle now, and I think people get tired of feeling all that hate. I don't think it's a good emotion to actually have within you, and I think that people are kind of understanding finally that like if everyone's out to get this guy, there's something to that. It's like they just shot at him too. Okay, something's going on. It's not even necessarily about they like love him or his policies. It's just like I just can't even hate him anymore. He's kind of funny. People say he's funny, you know.
This does seem like the fourth campaign that is pick me because I'm not Trump and Trump is so bad. Like that was kind of the Hillary messaging, especially towards the end, right? It was like, you cannot have Trump, you have to vote for me. And then Biden ran on a similar platform. Trump is awful, you have to like me. And then we got a second version of that with Biden's attempt at reelection. And now we're in the fourth installment with Harris, who came out of the gate being like, I'm a prosecutor and he's a felon and you cannot have this guy running the country. I imagine for moderates who lean left and definitely like voters who consider themselves Democrats, at a certain point you start to be like, you have to give me something else. I need policies. I need a reason to vote for you that isn't just because I'm not Trump.
I also think leading up to this, I would say 2023 and definitely, you know, the first half of 2024, a lot of people noticed, not necessarily in the political sense, but like all the P. Diddy stuff, all the Nickelodeon documentaries, people's sort of like view of like the world being as it's told by the media, that started coming down. People started thinking, okay, so they said P. Diddy was a good guy for decades and now he's like the worst. You know, I thought Nickelodeon was pro-kid and they're pro-kid in the worst way. I think people are just questioning media constructs more now. And that's actually bad for Kamala because she is a media construct. She's practically fictional, like I said. She's completely constructed. I mean, no one can even point to any accomplishments. People who like her.
She doesn't have any.
Exactly.
Tim Murtaugh, who
No, that's not fair. That's not fair.
Well, okay, she ended up
No,
being
she-
VP and, you know.
No, not that. Like she does have a lot of accomplishments, for a communist. She destroyed the economy. She's continually
Well,
destroying the economy. She's helping rip the border to shreds. She's exacerbating the war in the Middle East and in Europe. For somebody who wants the United States to burn to the ground, I mean, she's very accomplished.
She's doing a lot.
villains
Yeah.
have accomplishments.
That's
it's just that we don't
right.
want them to.
Exactly.
Right.
I'm sure they have a metric at which they're like, I had a good day today. Just everyone else hates it. Tim Murtaugh, who just joined the Trump campaign, he had been the campaign in the 2020 communications. He has an op-ed out right now where he talks about how the media has basically been like, he calls her untalented, like this untalented candidate, and been like, turns out she's immaculate and she's the best thing to ever happen to anyone. I mean, it tells you that, to a certain point, if you have mainstream media on your side, you could just be a sandwich and they would be like, amazing, run this. First sandwich elected to the president. Like, it's crazy. And I think voters actually feel insulted by that by a certain point.
Oh yeah, for sure. And again, they're questioning the media more now than any previous election cycle having to do with Trump, which is a really good thing and it's in his favor. I guess, like, to sum it up, it's like if the election is fair and free and the real voice of the people is spoken, it really does feel like the people are more so with Trump right now.
So Mark Cuban, he's not a stupid guy, but he's not a perceptive guy, right? He tweeted, who is in charge of the executive branch of the United States and responsible for 100% of its policies, POTUS or the vice president? It's 81% for POTUS, 19% for the VP. This guy is not bright. Like, he's good at running businesses. He's made great investments. You can't deny he's smart. So when I mean bright, he's like, you can be good at plumbing, but doesn't mean you know how to play chess. You know what I'm saying? Bro, Kamala Harris cast the tie-breaking votes in the Senate for the Democrat policies. She has more responsibility on these bills than Joe Biden does. Joe Biden signs them. He could veto them. But Kamala is first in line and cast a vote for it, for which Joe Biden says yes or no after the fact. So you can argue that he's responsible as president, but she could stop these bills from going to his desk like that. So I'll just put it this way. Biden's not in Congress. He's not the one drafting these bills and then voting on them. He just signs or vetoes. Kamala Harris, as the vice president and president of the Senate, is casting the tie-breaking vote. She's literally voting with Democrats on these bills. So, yes, it's her. Thank you, and have a nice day.
He tweeted something out, I remember, when they first announced Walz as the VP pick, and he was kind of addressing the faction of the party that were, like, not so happy about it, that maybe wanted a Shapiro, and he tweeted, like, you guys just don't get it. Kamala went from zero to hero in 5 minutes, and so will he. And I was like, okay, you're almost there, but why do you think she went from zero to hero in 5 minutes? Is it because of lies, gaslighting, media propping her up? And is that something that's good for the country? Is that something that we should like?
Yeah.
So I tweeted in response to Mark Cuban, who cast the tie-breaking votes, and somebody responded with a meme of Donald Trump, and he's sitting with Kamala, and he's got his arm around her, and she's pregnant. And I'm just saying, like, I don't know why this is the one thing everybody made, but these photos are everywhere on X right now of Trump and Kamala as a couple with Kamala pregnant. And I wonder if it was an inevitability, knowing that we had a female candidate, that people would make these things.
I mean, yeah, that's like just human nature, I guess. You can't avoid that, I'm sure.
And they're happy. They're happy and smiling together, and Kamala's having Trump's baby.
Well, first off, obviously Trump would never do that. Have you seen Melania? But second, I think it is interesting that is the response, that you would get these like pregnant Kamala Harris memes. Number one, because they were so mad about the childless cat lady thing. But number two, because like their solution to everything is don't have kids, let's have immigration. And so I can imagine that she's mad about this in a lot of ways, right? She doesn't want to be perceived as someone who would have a relationship with Donald Trump, but then also like they don't like symbols of fertility. It's sort of a threat to the feminist movement, I guess.
They really are smart, I gotta say. It's like just, they're not even doing, people are saying, oh, she's running a basement campaign just like Biden. Not necessarily. She's more out there, I feel like, than Biden was in 2020, but like she's only honing in on emotional voters. She's only honing in on dumb voters. And it is smart. I mean, I just can't. I was noticing the other day, I think I tweeted it out, and a lot of people thought it was very true, that the Republican Party has never been younger and more racially diverse, and you can apply value judgments to that however you want. And the Democrat Party has never been older and more just like white cat lady-ish. It's just, even all the rallies, it's just like older, white, angry women.
We should ban cats.
Whoa,
Yep.
whoa! I
Just
just
send them out.
profoundly.
I don't know
Cat's
about
gotta
that
go. We
one.
got too
I love
many.
my cat.
Too many cats.
I don't know.
No. That's not fair to the cats. They didn't register as Democrats.
I watched this really great video where a guy put a camera on his cat to see what it did when it ran around. And there's a bunch of these videos, and they're the greatest things ever. The cat is like walking around. He sees a person, then he hides. And then the cat goes and meets up with his buddies. And
Yeah.
it's like the cats and the other cats come together, and they're like walking around, hanging out. And they're like, they're chilling. And then they go home. And they're like, all right, see you later. And then they leave and then come back home. It's like,
Have you
that's
seen
what
the
they
fight
do all day.
ones where they fight?
Yeah.
Those are so crazy.
No, the best one was when there's two cats laying on the street and they're rolling around with each other and their eyes are closed and they're like nuzzling. And then another cat walks up and is just dead staring at one of them. And then one of the cats sees and runs away. And then the other cat's like confused, like, why'd you run? And then turns around and goes, oh, crap. And everybody was saying like he's cheating.
No, yeah. I like this one. It was someone had put GPS collars on their cat and their dog, and they showed the dog like going on a walk, and the cat is like zigzagging around, but also following the dog, like keeping it on its route. I think.
All right. Let's jump back to news. We got this from the Post Millennial. Supreme Court declines to enforce Biden-Harris Title IX gender identity protections. The injunction against the ruling will stay in effect for now. They say in a 5-4 decision, the Supreme Court denied the Biden-Harris administration efforts to demand the changes to Title IX go into effect. The DOE, under the Education Secretary Miguel Cardona, issued new rules making sweeping changes to Title IX of the Civil Rights Act, which equates equality in education. Those changes conflated biological sex with gender identity, making it so that protections set aside for women would also encompass men who said they're women, which is just like eliminates protections for women. So this is the funny thing about this. Democrats are basically saying that they want to remove protections for women, but they don't want to say it because that would be anti-equality or whatever, I guess.
Yeah,
and they're getting the woman vote this time around. That more than anything, they're just getting women. Obviously,
I don't know
sad.
why
Like,
women vote for this stuff.
Yeah, why do women see a female president and are like, I have to vote for her? I feel some sort of weird call of sisterhood. Like, I just will never be able to relate to this.
Well, I think it also kind of sucks because if she were to win, God forbid, if she were to win, I can't imagine us putting another woman president anytime soon. I mean, it's going to be a disaster. Like, I just think it would ruin any chances of any future, like, competent candidates.
What if it's just like a utopia? Like Kamala gets in, and then all of a sudden the wars all end.
Well, then screw all of us for. Well, then we were wrong. Then we were wrong.
I retire and apologize.
We have no finger on any pulses. Then and it's just
no, because it would be a utopia where it's like Kamala's version of a utopia. Kamala, her version of a utopia, right? Like where all of the issues are for like things that you care about if you're conservative, they don't matter, right? Like everyone can have, an abortion and we have tons of debt, but hey, we're giving you stuff for free because taxes are crazy high, but that's actually okay because we've expanded the social safety net. Like, I just don't believe that she has the kind of vision for America where ultimately, like, every administration get one thing right. Like, Biden was like CHIPS Act, like there's always something. But generally, I think that the direction she represents for the Democratic Party is one that does not have anything in common with just general American values.
Even Democrats. That's why even like today I've seen like multiple headlines, CNN, I think Washington Post, they're low-key kind of calling her a communist right now, which is kind of shocking.
That was funny. CNN's been roasting her like crazy.
Yeah.
There's one thing where they're like her policy on the housing just increased the cost of every house by claiming she's going to give government money for housing.
Yeah.
That doesn't work. You can't do that. So she's burning it all down. I will say this though. I was watching her speech earlier, and I know Trump's doing well in polls. Trump's got a couple polls coming out recently that are doing well. So it's yet to be seen. But the two distinct campaign strategies, Kamala, she said, we're the party of the future. Trump's the party of the past. Here's what we're going to focus on in the future. Trump comes out and says, Kamala did this, that, and this. And so it really is Trump saying Kamala did bad things as a warning to what she will keep doing. And Kamala is ignoring that because she needs to, and then saying, here's what we want for the future. I think it'll be interesting to see how this actually resonates with people. Kamala's trying to define herself as we need a better economy. We need, have better health care, things like this. And Trump's trying to say, yeah, but look at what she's actually done. Mm-hmm. I wonder what's going to resonate more with people. Saying, I want good thing, or Trump saying that person did bad thing.
I think that there's a mix of both. I think voters actually want a hopeful, positive president, but I think the Harris campaign's messaging is very similar to the Biden campaign messaging. Biden would also say, we're the party of the future and we're the party of hope. And then he would turn around and be like, January 6th and MAGA extremists and this. Like, it's actually a deeply negative campaign.
Yeah.
I think it's different to say, like, Kamala Harris is currently in the White House, and this is our current situation. So if she doesn't take accountability, she cannot promise to be accountable in the future, which I think is what Trump is really doing. And I generally do think that ever since its inception, the MAGA movement, the Make America Great Again, is inherently hopeful and optimistic in a way that I haven't seen, at least the Biden-Harris campaign or the Harris-Walz campaign. Like, they have never offered that to voters.
Yeah. Also, I think it's important to look at the context for which people, did
context.
somewhat.
You want to be
It's
averted by
important
the
to-
context?
It's important to exist in the context of, but the context of the 2020 election was a lot of despair. Like, people were watching the results as they were locked down in their homes, waiting for a vaccine to appear, whether they wanted it or not, right? It's like riots all summer and then an election. People were very hopeless. So someone coming in and offering hope was, I think, what won people over. But Kamala can't do that. She can't come in and offer hope when it was her policies that have not put people in, a lower disposition, a bad position. So I just don't see it working. And I think people are just inherently better at seeing through that now, too.
And the way Biden talked, I don't know how much you guys watched of Biden's speech during this joint appearance in Maryland that they just had, but a lot of the way that Biden talked about Harris was as if to say, like, this is just a continuation of my campaign and my administration. He said, like, basically he's worked too hard and we can't give up the fight now. I mean, he is very clear that she is a part of his administration and the things that he has fought for and the programs that he has installed and the methods he's rolled out to try and help America, shout out for the inflation and the lack of affordability. These will continue with Harris. And I'm sure she doesn't want that, but that's the reality. Like, people are never going to be able to separate her from Biden. And if you think Biden did a bad job, there's no reason to think that Kamala would do better.
Which no one really thinks he did a good job, left or right, I feel like. And I feel like he's sabotaging her by, of course, trying to equate her with the administration because he's trying to save his own legacy, obviously. So it's these conflicting, there's just not a lot of unity on that side right now. Like, all of her events get protested by, Palestine people, and Biden saying, yes, she was part of these policies that I say are good, but Americans know are bad. There's not a lot of cohesive messaging.
Do you think the Democrats would be in a stronger position if they had spent the last couple of weeks having lots of Democrats vie and campaign for the top position on the ticket, and then at this upcoming convention, like, actually had an open convention and vote, rather than installing Kamala Harris?
I don't know. I can't say. I feel like this is probably the best plan B for just rolling Biden through and somehow hiding the fact that he was a corpse. Because, I mean, she is number two. It makes sense. And
She is a number two.
Yeah. She's literally number two.
Oh, what? No, I didn't mean it like that. Guys, you're mean.
Wait, is there a joke I'm not getting?
I'm kidding.
Okay. Oh. Maybe I'm autistic. What was
Maybe
I
Tim
saying?
is in the third.
It's a poop joke. Okay.
No, I wonder.
I don't know. I can't say.
No, it's impossible to say we're hypothesizing about things that we'll never know at this point. But I always wonder, if they had wanted to rally support, if having a show of, like, we have all these people coming out to make their case, like seeing these kind of rapid primary campaigns, and then having next week be people on stage arguing out, if Democrats would feel empowered and united, and at the end they'd be like, this is the guy, we picked him. Because in some ways, I understand why they were like, we have to have unity as fast as possible. So it's going to be Kamala Harris, and no one's going to challenge her. And we're just, the only thing close to a competition was who she was going to pick to be VP, which of course voters didn't get a say on, or at least Democratic voters didn't get a say on. But without that theater of politics of having people make their case and campaign and argue, Democrats are have less stake in the game right now. And that's why, again, they have to hammer home this, like, no, it's the end of democracy if you don't come out in support of Kamala Harris. But if they had made it so, like, look, there was this crazy rapid battle for Democrats who came out of everywhere, and this is the guy, like, that would have, I think, built a different kind of authentic momentum.
It certainly would have, aligned them closer with their purported values of democracy. Like, if you haven't noticed, it's like they had Tourette syndrome with the word democracy. They couldn't even speak one word without using the word our democracy, the phrase our democracy. Now they don't even use a word anymore. It feels like it had like 100% decline in use. So it would have been more authentic for sure. But I just think they were scattered after Trump didn't get taken out. And
what's crazy to me is that the people who are to be least affected by all of the failures of Biden and Kamala waltz if they win, it's us. It's the people watching shows like this, right? I was mentioning this the other day on September 13th, I think it was, I made a video where I was like, Biden will not be the nominee. Outright said it. And I was like, they're already talking about replacing him. Nancy Pelosi says he's probably going to drop out. The guy can't speak properly. I don't know how he actually ends up running. How he could be the nominee. It's got to be someone else. If at that point, and I had my doubts, don't get me wrong, like into March, I was like, I guess it's going to be him because the Ohio thing, like I don't know how they replace him at this late in the game. But if in September you were watching my show and you were just like, I'm going to make a bet that Tim is right now, that he's guessing, it's his prediction, I mean, your bet would have paid off huge. At that point, it was like 9-1 for Biden. And so when Kamala and Biden screw policies up and they burn things to the ground and you watch informative news shows and it's like, I don't know, the contract for beans from our bean importer is gone, so there won't be beans tomorrow. People are going to go out and they're going to stock up on groceries and food. And then a week later, the news will report that stores are out of food. And, ultimately, my point is it's kind of like, it just feels we're trying so hard to make sure everybody knows so that we can have a better functioning system. But the people who are voting for Kamala Harris are the most likely to end up struggling. And we're watching it happen right now. It is Democrats who largely did not switch parties, who voted for Joe Biden in 2020, who are suffering now. And Kamala goes, food is up and gas up. And they're like, yeah. It's like, do you remember you voted for her? And what are you saying now? Okay, well, at a certain point, I'm kind of like, I know the people who are watching this show and who do frequent it, they're going to be okay. If Kamala is handed a box of matches to burn the country to the ground, like it'll suck for everybody, but we're going to be all right because we're going to see the fire coming and we're going to run to safety.
Yeah.
But the people who voted for are the ones who are really going to get ruined by this.
Yeah, because they're not prepared.
Kind of
Right.
reminds me of all the stuff in 2020. It's like, yeah, lockdowns affected everyone if you were living in a place that were locked down, which was almost everywhere in the country. But just being in the mental headspace of like, I will defy certain, ordinances and orders just because I need to preserve my sanity and I need to live my life. Democrats were like not prepared to make a decision to preserve their own lives. Like they were completely at the whim of policies they supported, whether their real selves knew it or not. I guess they don't have a real selves. They're really just kind of NPCs. I don't know.
I think I'm thinking about all of the people who moved. I mean, you would get these, I think U-Haul would release these surveys where it'd be like, this is where a lot of moving trucks are being rented and this is where they're ending up. But there were people who looked at COVID and the lockdowns as a chance to kind of reevaluate their lives, whether it was a choice or just they had to because of the circumstances. And there were a lot of people who did what they could to change their circumstances, right? Whether it was like, where we are has unreasonable lockdown expectations and requirements, and we don't want to live this way, so we're going to move somewhere else that more reflects our values, which means they had to think about their values and the lifestyles they want to live. Or if they were like, hey, actually, we are realizing that we don't really know what's going on in our kids' education, and we want to, and so we need to make a financial decision to relocate, and maybe someone's staying home with kids to homeschool or whatever it is. Like there are a lot of awful things that happened during lockdowns, but one of the positives for some people is that they said, I actually don't think I like the way I'm living. I'm going to change it. And I think because that was really happening in 2020 and 2021, 2022, that you're kind of going to see the effect of that in voters now. I wonder if that mentality is really being accounted for when we look at like the conversations we're having about promises in terms of policies or just generally like what people are expecting from politicians today.
That's a really big part of it. And I think that sometimes people, when they think of COVID and everything that happened around it, whether it was the riots, the lockdowns, the vaccine stuff, they think of 2020, but like for a lot of the country, that stuff lasted until 2022, like summer 2022. So a lot of people, I think, casted a vote in November 2020 and they were like, I'm voting for hope. I'm voting for Biden. It's going to turn around. And then all of a sudden, vaccine mandates and all of a sudden things aren't open how they were. And I'm still wearing a mask in 2022. So,
you know what I think? I was just thinking about Madison Square Garden just sold out 2 nights for Kill Tony. and you had Shane Gillis up on stage as Trump. Shane Gillis is a guy who got fired from SNL because he made some like edgy jokes one time. Now he's on stage at a sold-out Madison Square Garden for one of the biggest, I think the biggest comedy podcast, one of the biggest comedy shows, period.
Yeah.
And it's amazing. And I'm just thinking about, like, we've been winning a lot,
Yes.
you know? And even with as bad as it's been under Biden, culturally, I think we've made tremendous victories. Like the fact that, this is why it's like, it's frustrating when the Trump supporters go after Rogan and stuff. It's like, bro, this is what drove all of the middle of the road South Park watching millennial dudes to the Republican Party, not because they're Christian conservatives or anything like that, but it's because they were watching edgy comedy and then got told they'd be fired if they said any of those jokes. And then Shane Gillis got fired. And Shane Gillis ended up winning. Now he's like one of the biggest comedians, you know, like I mentioned, sold out Madison Square Garden, Kill Tony show. He's there. And Joe Rogan's on stage. Culturally, this is like the people who are mad have won. And so I don't know. I was just thinking about that. I'm like, we're winning. We're winning.
Culturally, yes, absolutely. You can even look at certain things like other metrics that people I think are less likely to kind of see as like a positive thing for the Trump side is that like country music coming back. Like I think people leaving blue cities during COVID, which again lasted all the way till 22, suddenly they're living in Tennessee. Suddenly they're living in Texas. I think there's like a black pilled way to look at it, which is like, oh, they're coming and they're just voting blue in Texas. But it's like, I think a lot of them actually are not. I think a lot of them are coming and they're finally having conversations with people on the other side of the aisle. There was a point where Rogan was like the only window into right-wing culture other than like the few right-wingers that were allowed to be on Twitter at the time. So I also agree. I don't like the cannibalizing of Joe. It makes me feel bad. But culturally, I think absolutely it matters that we have made really big
I'd heard that
strides.
Stagecoach was more popular this year than Lollapalooza. No, not Lollapalooza. What's the other? What's
that
the
the
other one
country
that
one?
happens?
Is it
What's the other one that happens in the desert? That's like
Coachella?
Coachella. That it was more popular this year.
Stagecoach? What is that?
Stagecoach is like a big country music festival, and
Coachella was dead this year.
yeah,
Really?
But I had seen a skit on Instagram where someone is like, no, Coachella's not cool. We have to be at Stagecoach. We need to get tickets.
People are wearing cowboy boots. People are going to country music festivals. Country music's having a big plus. And I mean, you can look at it like, how does that count for points for Trump? But that just means like small town culture.
Yep.
That means Midwestern culture. That means, you know, it's a good thing overall.
Yeah, I think it is a winning victory, and you know, SNL was a huge institution for a long time, but and I wish I had the numbers to verify this, but I have heard that its viewership is significantly down.
Yeah.
So in some ways, like while it might be still, you know, for some up and coming comedians, a good way to get exposure, of course, it is still a big platform. For someone who wants to be on the cutting edge, it's actually not where you want to be. It's inherently the institution, whereas like comedy podcasts and these other things are actually kind of paving the way and therefore on the edge of the trend.
Yeah, they had the first non-binary cast member on SNL, and it was the most embarrassing thing I've ever seen. It was like just some fat white lady with a men's basketball hat on or something.
What?
That's the funny thing about it. Like, whenever someone's non-binary, you can just tell it's a woman.
Yeah, there really aren't any male non-binary people, except for people like Jeffrey Marsh, which who's invited to the DNC, by the way. Did you see that?
Yeah.
That's really
But
scary.
But I don't understand what the logic behind it. Maybe there's none. It's just I said it therefore, and that's what Democrats do.
Well, it's white, so the white guilt, you get a minority point, which
Right.
it's the white guilt stuff. I think cannot be understated. How that's really taken over. That's why they picked Walls. He's that caricature, and that is what is communicating really well to people. They hate yourself because you're white, you know. And I just think it's not working with younger people though. And I know it's kind of like you can't count on young people to vote and vote someone in, but I feel like red pill Gen Z is probably going to have like a much higher likelihood of voting than blue pill Gen Z, if that makes sense. Like I don't see like non-binary, they, them, core, like commie people going to the polls and making sure they're registered to vote and all that. But I think like young people who are disaffected by all the propaganda and have seen through it, I think they want to vote.
Let me pull this up. This is from Microsoft MSN. Why? Actually, I think it's Fortune. Why aren't millennials and Gen Z having kids? It's the economy, stupid. Yeah. And so why would Gen Z, many of these voters who are entering, will be voting for the first time, why would they vote for the candidate, the VP, who is responsible for this? Now, there's an answer. I mean, because they're dumb. I mean, that's a possibility. But it's not all Gen Z. The people who vote for Kamala, regardless of age, are dumb. And the people who choose not to, well, I'm not saying they should vote for Trump. They can vote for whoever they want. But if you're upset about the economy and you can't function because of it, and then you're going to vote for the party that is currently actively responsible for what's going on, well, then, like, you deserve it, I guess. But we looked this up earlier because the other day I was talking to Danny Polishchuk, comedian, and he was saying that in New York, the rents are insane now. The average rent in New York is $3,801 a month for a 600 square foot apartment. Ugh. A studio is $3,000. Dude,
That's
before I
insane.
left New York, I had a 2-bedroom and it was $1,950. And I thought that was crazy. Now average 2-bedroom is $5,000. Let me ask you. You need first, last, and security. Where the is a Gen Z kid going to get $15,000? This is insane. So what's Gen Z even doing?
A lot of them are waking up to Trump. And I've seen a lot of videos with them talking and viral videos of them talking about how we just want to be able to live. Like it actually matters to them a lot. And you think about how hard it was, just like you said, for us when we got out of high school. I can't imagine being Gen Z getting out of high school right now. My God, I'm a little younger than you, Tim. And I think I had like a 1-bedroom in LA that was like 2,100 or something. It was just insane. And I had already started like being a YouTuber at that point, making okay money. You can't do that working a regular job.
Right.
So it matters.
They say the expense of rent and trying to live on your own is driving a lot of Gen Z to just live at home with their parents, which people will say is a bad thing. And I think if you're not doing anything right, if you're like playing video games and you have no ambition, it can be. But I also wonder if, to your point, like one of the reasons Gen Z is having more conversations about like, well, why can't you afford it? The economy is because maybe they are spending more time with their parents who are like, yes, actually, it's super expensive. Because I can imagine that unless there's a Gen Z who somehow has like, you know, the $15,000 that they need to rent an apartment or whatever, like otherwise you have to go to your parents and say, can you co-sign with me?
And they will let you know if that's too expensive. Yeah.
Right. It's kind of interesting. It's always fascinating to me to think that, you know, cities, especially New York, can be like, well, this is just the way it is. You just pay this rent and you get to be a New Yorker and it's so important. But like if you're paying $7,000 a month for your 2-bedroom apartment in Williamsburg, that was what Danny said. He was like built a 2-bedroom cost in that area.
So
that's
what are
like
they doing,
almost
bunking?
$1 million. That's almost $1 million. Like you could pay $7,000
All
a
right,
month.
so we have a little bit of difficulty here. The real equation of this manifold is a little more intense, okay? It involves axes of rotation. So you might be like, well, Ed, you have an r squared and 999. What's the issue? Well, the issue is I can tell visually that it's still not the manifold by the residual graphs, okay? So we're going to do the dumb version, which is just a flat plane, which is an r squared and 993. Okay. Then we're going to do the non-rotated quartic, and then we're going to do the rotated cubic. I could tell it's really just a cubic if you allow for axes of rotation. So that being said, okay, it's very similar to Atlanta in that respect, okay? So we have our beautiful manifold here. Well, I should say our not so beautiful because it rigged an election. And in actuality, it can't be solved on these 3 axes. Okay? On the original 3 axes of GH and alpha. Unless you want to go up to a 15 variable quartic. Okay. Then we can iron out all the residual curvature. Okay. However, we don't actually need to do that if we can find the correct axes of rotation. Okay. Which means we have to go load up our pentaquaron calculator. Again, I can tell no matter how many variables I add, there's always some residual curvature inside of the residuals themselves. So I know this exists on axes of rotation. Now, if I drop a 35-term quartic, how many turns would it actually be? Yeah, if I drop a 15-term quartic, they're going to say, well, you're doing a regression in 15 variables. You know, that's going to be their complaint. So the way you have to get around that, okay, is you rotate it. And then you're only doing a regression in 5 variables. So what we're looking to do, okay, let's say we had a parabola that was on some axis of rotation, okay? Well, if you were to try to do a regression of that, okay, with some, you know, a cloud of data points around it, the regression would come out in the form of zero where is my thing to plug in? All right, so the regression here, right, would be some rotated coordinate. Say this is the u-axis, okay? And this is the v-axis, okay? Then you're going to get v equals some constant plus c1u plus c2u squared, okay? But then when we realize that this is cosine negative sine theta x, okay, plus sine cosine theta y, that's what v is, okay, is c null plus c1 x cosine theta plus y sine theta plus c2 x cosine theta plus y sine theta squared, okay? But what we're going to do is just reduce this to m and n. So we're going to have, okay, well, this is negative m x plus my equals c null plus c1 xm plus yn plus c2 xm plus ym squared. Then you get negative xy plus my equals c null plus c1 xm. We're going to expand the whole thing out, okay? And I'm going to write the my out here. My minus nx equals c null plus c1 xm plus c1 yn plus c2 x squared m squared plus c2 2c2 xy mn plus c2 y squared m squared, okay? or n squared. So you end up with the only way to actually solve this is through a quadratic equation to solve for y. Okay? Or we could just, pop in the matrix form and just solve for x and y simultaneously, but anyway, what we're going to have here then is, if we start isolating y, okay, we're going to have 0 equals, okay, and then you're going to get c null, that's your constant. Your next constant is anything with an x without a y, so you get c1 xm, okay, plus nx, plus c2 x squared m squared. And this is the constant term, plus c1 yn. Okay, so we're going to get c1 n minus m plus 2c2. Oh God, I need more room to write shit like this, man. Plus 2c2 mn so I got rid of this, and this, times y, so this is our linear term for y. And then you have, finally, plus c2m squared, okay, y squared. So now we can simplify this just a little bit more. We get 0 equals c null plus c1 m plus n plus c2 m squared x times x plus c1 n minus m times 1 minus 2c2 xn all times y plus c2 m squared y squared. Okay, and then from here we simplify further. We need to say this equals c plus by, capital C, okay, oh, we'll just do this. Big C, okay, plus by plus ay squared. Go pop in your quadratic equation, and out pops your regression for y. Another way we can do this, and it's the way I like more, is you have a matrix that you multiplied by of cosine, sine, negative sine, cosine against x and y to get u and v. So now the inverse of this matrix, believe it or not, is just switching the signs. So you do the quadratic regression in 3 variables of v. Okay, and you're going to get some u expected and some v expected. And you're going to multiply that by the inverse matrix. Okay. So I'll just be cosine, negative sine, positive sine, cosine. And then out will pop your expected election day percentage and your expected mail-in percentage. Okay. So what we want to do is just go over here to our... Now remember we have a... We still have a three-dimensional regression here. So we're taking G, H, and alpha, and we're going to turn them into U, V, and W. Okay? I think we could just say A, B, C so people don't get confused. So we'll say A, B, and C axes. Okay? Then we're going to say, okay, can we get a regression off of C in, you know, some cubic regression. So that's from n equals 0 to n equals 3 to m equals 0 to m equals n of a to the m, some constant d, n, m, then rotated a to the m, b to the n minus m. Okay? And doing that, if we could do it, we don't want to go cubic. I think we want to go quadratic. Okay, so we go quadratic on it. So what you would get is a form that is some constant a, b, a squared, a b, b squared. So you have a regression in 6 variables. Okay. Well, d. We'll put d's here. C equals, because when you unrotate this, okay, you're going to end up with something that says alpha equals, right? And you're going to get some big quad. You're going to get a huge quadratic there, which we really don't want. Well, I mean, okay, first of all, wait, what am I saying? It's a fucking cubic. So, yeah, this is what we do. D6 a cubed, d7 a squared b, d8 a b squared plus d9 b cubed. And that would give us the correct equation without having to introduce quartics. Because all of the quartic curvature here is due to the fact that this is actually a cubic on 3 axes of rotation. There's no actual quartic curvature. And we know that because we added the quartic, at least a couple of terms of the quartic, and we still have curvature. It has nothing to do with a quartic. It's axes of rotation. So we have a couple of ways we're going to do this. Okay? Yeah. Okay. So, first we're going to give the normies the flat plane version of the unrotated coordinates, r squared 992, or 3, Then we're going to give them this version here, the curved version, and then we're going to give them the rotated version. All right? All right, I'll be right back. kill some noobs for a few minutes. And then, this is gonna be a really long night. So, it's definitely, yeah. Alright, here's the link. I'm gonna kill some noobs though while I think. Oh boy. The East Coast style. The East Coast style of rigging elections.
Have me some fun. The Grim Reaper has arrived. The Grim Reaper has arrived.
Not enough minerals. Not enough
The
minerals.
Grim Reaper.
Not enough minerals. Not enough minerals.
Go, go, go!
Not enough minerals. Not enough.
This better be good. What's on your mind? The Grim Reaper has arrived. Go on.
Not enough.
Armed and ready.
Not enough minerals. Not enough minerals.
What's on your mind? The Grim Reaper.
Not enough minerals. Not enough minerals.
This better be good. What?
enough minerals. Not enough minerals. Not enough minerals.
Go, go, go! Go on.
Not enough.
Gangway.
Not enough minerals.
The Grim Reaper has arrived. Go on.
Upgrade complete. Research complete.
What? You want a piece of me, boy? What's the plan? On now. The Grim
Not enough minerals. Not enough minerals. Not enough minerals.
The Grim.
Not enough minerals.
Geronimo! The Grim Reaper has arrived. Fair enough. Gonna have me some fun. The Grim Reaper has arrived. Here comes the pain. The Grim Reaper. Go, go, go!
Not enough minerals. Not enough minerals.
Who wants some? I can't build here. Affirmative. Armed and ready. Go on.
Not enough.
Gangway.
Not enough minerals.
You want a piece of me, boy? Whole lot of pain. What? The Grim Reaper has arrived. Go. A whole lot of. The Grim Reaper has. This better be good. Who wants some?
Not enough minerals. Not enough minerals.
Armed and ready.
Not enough minerals. Not enough mi-
This better be good. Go, go, go! Go on. Armed and ready.
Not enough.
Gangway, coming through. At the ready.
Not enough minerals.
Who wants some?
Upgrade complete. Upgrade complete.
Ready for dust off.
Not enough minerals. Not enough minerals. Not enough minerals. Not enough.
Ready for dust off.
Research complete. Research complete.
I'm waiting.
Good, get 'em! Ready to roll out!
This should be quick. Ready for dust off.
Not enough minerals. Not enough minerals.
Ready for dust off.
Who wants some? You gonna give me? This better be good. At the ready.
Fueled up, ready to go!
Go on.
Not enough minerals.
If he's ready for dust off.
What's the plan?
Ready to roll out!
Ready for dust off.
What's the
Not
plan?
enough minerals.
It's about to get heavy.
Pick an effort. Drop it off. Who's in the 5x5?
What's our need something float?
At the ready.
Ready to roll out! Go ahead. What's our target? Got no paint? Give 'em. Speak up!
Talk to me.
What's on your mind?
Not enough minerals.
At the ready.
What's our...
I can't build here.
I got my ears.
What?
Research complete. Research complete. enough minerals. Not enough minerals.
At the ready.
Not enough minerals. Not enough minerals. Not enough minerals. Not enough minerals.
Engine screaming.
I'm waiting.
They just completely ignored the enemy void race. Like, everybody knows, like, I'm, like, rank, like, what, I'm so, like, top page, like, front page in the rankings. So they see me and everybody counters me. And that's why I win, because the enemies don't counter what my allies are doing. They're all countering me. Alright, so can you get like a sub section? I guess we'll go to the new page, right? Alright, so what we'll write is text BF Layman's flat plane approximation. Okay. The first manifold is for the ordinary layperson. It is the flat plane approximation of the curved manifold. This works because the standard deviation of lambda is quite small, albeit slightly larger than the true flat plane manifold of Trump versus Biden in Washoe and Clark counties, Nevada, in Nevada's 2020 general election. Alright, so let's go pop in GH and Alpha and just go get our flat plane, okay? Okay, R squared 993. Let's give them a link to the manifold. So what we're gonna do is just open up another spreadsheet real quick. Let's take these GH alpha coordinates, just pop in the flat plane next to it. Just put these in. And then we're given here this formula. And that yields, well, we'll find out in a second. This is G increment, H increment. Then it's going to 0, 0, 0. Then we'll do this alpha lattice. We're going to do increment of 0.025, okay? Plus the number above it. And then if this equals 0, then 0.025 plus the number above it, otherwise keep the number. And then we're just going to write if this equals 1, then otherwise, okay. I'm going to need quite a few lines here. Okay. Actually, might be too many lines. We just have to stop at 1, 1. Alright, there we go. Alright, 1600. Alpha lattice. Oh, only one number. Okay, very good. below link is to a 3D interactable image of the Precinct GH Alpha coordinates in red versus the underlying manifold in blue. Okay. URL. Okay. Now, what we're going to do is try to pop out this cubic approximation here. So let somebody bring this over. Alright, so let's put the flat plane version down. Oh my god. Lambda has its own fucking manifold in this election. Wow, dude. Now, this isn't intentional, like the enemy didn't do this on purpose, but it's just a result of, well, it's the result of the result. Like, I don't know what you want me to say. You can see here that Lambda is actually pulling according to, like, a manifold equation. Like, you know what I mean? In other words, the GH alpha manifold is so strong that it shapes Lambda. I'll be right back. say we kill some more noobs. So we're gonna have to write about this shape to Lambda. It actually has shape. Well, can't we just back solve for Lambda? Yeah. I think we just back solve Lambda, no? Off of that manifold? Let's click on this again real quick. Yeah, let's just back solve Lambda off the manifold. So, Lambda... Oh, what the hell is Lambda? Hold on 1 second. There we go. And there she is. Notice that lambda, the red dots match lambda even on the curve of the manifold. So it's behaved a little weirdly in this region. But you get the idea, okay? Imagine actually giving shape to Lambda. That is such a sad election. That happened in Illinois. In Will County, the GH manifold was so strong that it gave shape to Lambda.
We require more minerals. We require more minerals. We require more minerals. We require more minerals.
minerals. Metamorphosis complete.
more minerals. We require more minerals. We require more minerals. We require more. We require more minerals. Metamorphosis complete.
require more minerals. We require more minerals. Complete.
We'll be right back again. I'm gonna make more coffee. Oh boy.
dollars a month for like an almost $1 million house in this area of West Virginia. Like, it is crazy to me that you're like, you
Good
are
night,
choosing
Emmett.
to live in the worst possible way.
And it was the same argument forever. It's just the way it is in LA. It's
Yeah.
just the way it is in Chicago, New
You
York.
want to be here, right? Like,
Right, but that now it's like 10 times as bad. So it's just still the same argument, like, oh, it's just expensive here. Okay, well, what do all these places that are just like that have in common? They're all
Hey,
run by Democrats.
To be honest, you know, the price to live in a concrete block that smells like sour milk is, you know, it is what it is. Some people really want that.
Gotta pay up.
Dude, that's the thing about New York is that it stinks. I mean, like, but it's a city. I mean, I'm not trying to rag on New York specifically, but it smells bad, and that's why people talk about, oh, the fresh air. Why is it a trope that people are like the fresh country air? That's normal air. That's what
Right.
air is supposed to
It's
be.
not special. It's just not damaged air.
they'll be in like a suburbia where it's like super developed to be like, wow, fresh air. Like,
Yeah,
not
you
even
can
on like a
smell the-
mountainside right now.
You smell the blacktop. They just put that down. But, you know, with all due respect, I mean, if you want to live in a city, fine. But it's becoming impossible, and I think it's probably intentional. Democrats are probably intentionally doing this because they want you to live in the pod and eat the bugs.
It does take a certain amount of compliance to be like, well, this is just the way it is. I have to be a part of this, you know, rat race, and I have to live in this area to feel like I'm going anywhere with my life.
But that's also where they overplayed their hand with COVID and how restrictive they were, because then people were moving out of these cities and people were starting to work remote. And I think people really just got pilled on like real life. Like they started, I mean, I know for me, it was like it was almost supernatural, the difference between going from like a 2-bedroom apartment in Hollywood to moving out to a house in Austin, and just the concept of like there not being violence all around me, like to the literal level of like, oh, there's no gunshots. I don't hear gunshots anymore. Or, oh, the air, you can breathe it without feeling like it might be risky. Or, you know, you take those things for granted. And I think that's also going to play in Trump's favor in the election, is that a lot of people finally rediscovered like living outside of these like Democratic hellholes.
Yeah.
Because there's no argument for when you see the worst ran places in the country, they're all ran by Democrats. Like, for me, it's an easy decision to vote Trump because I grew up in California. I lived there for most of my adult life, and so I know what it's like to live in a blue city in a blue state. Most people, you know, they never get out, but now they have. So I think it's going to be some unexpected flipping of counties too. I think counties are going to be all over the place, flipping to red, and it's going to be fun to watch.
What do you think down ticket? Do you think that the House will stay Republican? Do you think the Senate will change?
See, that I don't know. I feel like I always have struggle predicting that one because people just select R or select D. Like, I don't know.
Vote down tickets.
Yeah.
Honestly.
All I know is culturally, Trump is more popular, which probably does filter down to everything, you know? I don't think people waking up to Trump are not necessarily waking up to possibly voting Republican in other ways as well, but culturally it's more right wing right now for sure.
Yeah, it's interesting. I think that my impression, and maybe you would know better than I would because you're more like into TikTok and you're more aware of this than I am because I'm effectively a boomer. But I think a lot of younger voters are open to the idea that this label of Republican and Democrat is not perfect, and so they are able to see across the aisle more than older generations. I think that they're able to say, like, and I think some of it is cultural, like attitudes on marijuana, right? That used to be like kind of built as like a hippie left thing, but actually I think there are a lot of like crunchy right-wing people who are like, no, we need to stop taking big pharma, we should see what we can use and whatever else. Or like I don't know, there's a lot of like cultural stuff where if you ask younger generations, they're actually more moderate or they're more willing to talk to each other about it than older generations.
Also, I think sort of an unaccounted for thing is I think a lot of people, and this is people in my family that skew younger that have kind of told me this, which is shocking. A lot of people are really upset about the vaccines and the mandate specifically. Not necessarily that it harmed them or anything, but I think a lot of people are kind of horrified that one side of the aisle forced a needle into their arm. Like, I was talking to my nephew the other day, and he just randomly said something about how, like, I don't want to ever hear about a vaccine ever again.
Oh,
I was
how
like,
old is
he's 18. And I was like, elaborate. And he's like, I just agree with you on the vaccines. I guess he's watched whatever of me talking about that. And that was shocking because, again, he grew up in a, you know, a school
Is he
system.
like a liberal or what?
I don't think he's necessarily anything, but like I said earlier, he grew up under a far left establishment, unlike us, who a lot of our generation, the millennials, I think, were rebelling against, like, you know, Judeo-Christian, you know, more of a right-wing culture. They grew up with rainbow flags in their classroom and their teachers making them kneel to Black Lives Matter during the riots, which is insane. And that's just another thing to account for, that like the rebellion now is voting Trump.
It's Democrats aren't the counterculture that they sometimes think they are. They are very much mainstream and establishment. I mean, if your issues are like the jokes on, sitcoms on TV, then you are probably not counterculture.
You're not the resistance if all the celebrities agree with you,
Yeah, I told this story before, but I went to a skate park and Black Lives Matter was spray painted on one of the ramps. And it's just like, I started laughing because there's some kid sitting by it, and I'm like, who spray painted Amazon's corporate?
Right.
Whatever floats your boat, dude. Don't look at me. I don't know.
In LA, they filled the skate parks up with sand. And I think the kids that lived and grew up under that are now old enough to start understanding, like, okay, which party did that? Oh, that's the bad guys.
Well,
Trump was president, though.
True, but I think that there's more credit to be given to them, that I think they do understand which party kind of supports certain things. Because they're also, you got to remember, the culture we grew up in at our ages, we're a little different in ages, all of us here, but...
Oh, look who it is. Look who's walking in at 9:17.
Welcome.
How's that electric car working out for you, Elad?
I don't blame it on the electric car.
I do. It's funny.
Electric cars don't help.
You're not a road tripping car?
Did you really get an electric car?
The thing was, I was forced into the electric car.
Oh, you see.
By Joe Biden?
I ordered from Hertz a full-size vehicle. I show up to the place.
She's like,
I show up to the place and the guy's just like, "Yep, we only got EVs." And I was just like, "Oh, cool. Can I hang out for a bit? Maybe somebody will show up." I'm sorry, Hannah Clark, can you take it away?
Yeah, so a lot was like, I love electric vehicles. No, wait. It is interesting. I've heard this over and over again, that people who buy Tesla love them if they drive like around the city. But if you get it and expect to drive long distances, you hate it because you have to stop all the time.
Yeah, so like I've got a Tesla and I've got a Honda. And if I'm going to go from here, we're in West Virginia. If I go to DC, it's an hour and like 15, hour and 20. I can take the Tesla and I can make it there and back with no issues. And that's a couple hours drive. You drive around the city. I get back and we're at like 40-something%. It's actually pretty good. If I have to go to like Chicago, that's ridiculous. Take the gas vehicle. Don't do it. So that's why, and I hate to say it, Cybertruck is a luxury SUV. It is not a truck. If you're going to Home Depot to pick up some stuff you want to throw in the back that can fit, fine. But the idea of pulling a fifth wheel with a Cybertruck is laughable.
Yeah,
All right, I caught my breath. Here's what happened. I ordered a full-size vehicle from Hertz. I show up to the place. The guy's like, "Yep, we only got electric vehicles. Like, there's nothing I could do." He's like, "If you want, you can hang around a bit. Maybe somebody will return something. Maybe something will show up." I wait there for like an hour. Nothing happens. I'm like, F it. Let's go. I take it. Not only do you have to go to a longer route, you have to go to like particular places to charge. When you do charge, you don't charge all the way. And then you get all this range anxiety for everything you do. I don't like to speed, but sometimes you like to floor it. And like, I feel like you see a drop in percentage. I like to blast AC. I'm an energy consuming guy. I want to be able to go to the station, pump up 2 minutes, fill her up, and go. 2-minute man. I'm not trying to like hang around for 20 minutes when you're at some of these EV stations. Not only that, they're always crowded. Everybody there is so smug. They'll have like 4 stations. You'll be in like a Walmart parking lot. You won't charge all the way. You can only supercharge like 50 or 60%. As Tim said, it's a luxury. It's a nice toy to have if you have like in town.
What did you think of EVs before this, though?
The infrastructure is really
Joe Biden
the issue.
is really pushing them as part of his environmental
And then like
policy.
Tesla can't charge the other EVs, and the other EVs can't charge the
Not true.
Teslas.
Well, hold on. Let me correct you on this one.
the iPhone.
So most of the electric vehicles are adopting Tesla's standard, which they've named the North American Standard. I think it's called something like that. So all the new generation electric vehicles are going to be using Tesla model chargers. There's also adapters. You can supercharge all the way up. It's just bad for your car. The problem is not even infrastructure. There's so many superchargers around me. They're everywhere. The problem is it still takes 20 minutes if you're low.
Yeah. Well, if you go 50+%, it starts like decreasing. I don't know if that's like you'll start 150 something and then
What
like.
vehicle did you get? Because I got a Tesla, it doesn't do that.
It's
It's
like one of these weird new brands.
Oh, did you see the video?
Polestar?
Did you see the video? Wait. Did you guys see the video of Kamala Harris plugging the EV in and then holding the charger like she was pumping gas?
She's a genius. She's a high
Dude,
IQ
for real.
lady.
What did you get? A whole star?
It says Polestar, but that just sounds
Let's not
like
give
it's
him
like your
free
stripper
advertisement.
name.
Is it Chinese?
Does it use Tesla or no?
No, but the guy at the station was like, yeah, there's a converter that you could get. And I was like, oh, do you have it? And they're like, no.
It's a Swedish car?
Swedish? Okay.
car.
At least it's not. Because I know the CCP
Europe,
is
that's
trying
nice.
to take over the EV market.
Yeah,
The
but-
infrastructure issue is really, I want 2 minutes at the station. I don't want a session at the station.
This is
It
why
changes the way you drive.
gasoline, man. So wait, and why did you take it?
I waited there for like an hour. It was indefinite until like somebody showed up with a different car at this Hertz.
Why didn't you just go to like a different one?
Well, it's where I got my reservation for, and I'm also always looking for deals. So
you reap what you have sown.
I'm gonna have a nice trip to Chicago in this.
Stopping
Lots of
every
snack
hour.
breaks.
Stopping, yeah. I mean, like maybe you shouldn't be driving for more than 2 or 3 hours. This is all a cope. It's
Okay,
really-
this is
it's
how
really all
this is
a
how the
cope.
Harris administration is going to market this because they are so into EVs. This is the thing. But like, Wyoming at one point had banned the sale of EVs because they said we just do not have the infrastructure to support them. Part of it is the charging, but also you have to equip fire trucks differently. Like if a car gets in a crash and it's on fire, you can spray water on it,
Didn't
right?
Harris
But an EV,
say-
you have to spray like foam because the water will obviously conduct electricity.
No. It doesn't conduct electricity. It rapidly oxidizes the lithium ion,
Either way, the
causing
fact
an
that
exothermic reaction, which is very explosive. So you don't put alkaline metals in water. That is a no-no. So if a lithium battery gets punctured, it rapidly will oxidize, burst into flames. Then you're spraying water on lithium. And have you guys ever seen a lithium water reaction? Yeah, see, Sergio knows what I'm talking about.
Imagine how much money you would have to invest. Like, one person in your town gets an EV, but you don't know what fire truck is going to show up there. Like, I don't think it's as romantic as a lot of the left-wing progressive think it is. They're like, well, just make everyone buy an EV and everything will be fine. No, so much of our culture and our infrastructure has to change to accommodate it. I'm not totally against them, but just like in this case, like it's not like you just walk out of a rental car.
It's also another leg of like control of movement. It's like, yeah, you can't drive as much and you can't go as far and you have to stop. Yeah, it's a control of movement as well.
I think Harris said she went to school, but on a school bus on an electric. She said she went to school on an electric school bus.
I really
Kamala
don't.
Harris said.
Let me show you this video.
A little bit too.
This is a video from T-Core, and first thing he's doing is taking a torch to a piece of lithium. So this is what happens. Lithium burns up pretty quick. Look at that. That's what's in your batteries. That's a lithium battery that he peeled open.
Wow.
And let's see if we get to the point where so here he is peeling open the lithium battery. These are run-of-the-mill lithium batteries you buy at the grocery store. And then he puts them in water. And this is why this is the danger. It literally burst into flames by touching water. So I could be wrong, but I think what's happening is the lithium is bonding with the oxygen in the water. I could be wrong. It's been a long time since I did the science.
Is Elon Musk involved in the psyop trying to get everybody to drive?
No, he wasn't allowed to
electric
be in the
vehicles?
call. Like they had some big meeting of like electric vehicle makers, and I think he tweeted about it, being like, "I am kind of known for this," and they really don't like Elon Musk.
Blair, I wanted to ask because I got here so soon, and you are so significant. I feel like online and in the right, as probably one of the most popular transgender right-wingers online. Can you tell me the significance of that and what role you think you and people like you play in the Republican Party and right-wing writ large?
I mean, I think just on an individual level, I sort of think of it as just like I'm a person who posted videos and started getting attention and it hasn't stopped. I don't know. I think that there's been a rise in popularity of LGBT people on the Republican side. There's a lot more influencers now in that vein. And when I started, there wasn't. There was maybe one or two others. Now there's a lot. You've seen Trump embrace it a lot. I think that it's more sizable of a voting bloc now than ever. So I think it's smarter rather than dumber to include them in some way. And also you think of like a lot of cultural forces. It's like sometimes it's not a matter of being against or for a certain cultural force. It's about sort of reining in which way it goes. So like there's a lot of conversation on LGBT right-wing social media about areas we have to moderate and, you know, things we have to pull back on, like things that leftists have sort of controlled the narrative over, whether it's trans stuff, gay stuff. And so I think more than an importance to the right, there's more of an importance to moderate the LGBT stuff and the excesses, especially when it comes to kids transitioning. That's really where I focus on. I don't focus on who I'm helping or benefiting. I just try to create the change that I want to see in the world. Like, I don't agree with things like kids transitioning, and yet I find myself grouped in with this, community of people who that's like a core value of theirs, and I just never related to that from the start. I didn't even have a turning point where I was like, I liked it, and then I didn't like it. It was always like that 1 + 1 = 2, that's bad for me. So it's more about controlling the narrative on that side, actually, more than anything else.
I know there's a lot of black MAGA influencers who feel incumbent upon them to try to reach out to the black community because that's some of Trump's worst performing voting group. Same with the LGBT community. Do you feel like you try to reach out to, there's a role for you to play in outreach to that community for Trump, or just writ large, and you don't want to pigeonhole yourself into just trying to do outreach to that community specifically, if you understand what I'm...
Yeah. I think that if I just look at one of my objective impacts that I've had over the years, as just like a cultural force on that side, it's been that I just have red pilled a lot of people in the LGBT community. I have created a lot of voters in that voter block. However big it is also increasing. So I think it becomes more important. I don't know. I guess I just don't think too much about I'm trying to create this effect. I just try to call things as I see them. And a byproduct is, I think I have opened a lane on especially YouTube, where there's just so many more now of people in that vein, which is good. And I think I just happen to be one of the first. And I think overall it's a net positive that people just feel more open to express themselves in a different way, because it is kind of a dark thing that there is an expectation to hold certain beliefs. Just the same way that black people feel insulted by that, when you have videos of Kamala Harris on Twitter saying, if Trump wins, you're going to have no rights if you're LGBT. I mean, that feels like abusive to me. It's a lot of gaslighting, a lot of feeling of ownership over a community that I think is degrading.
You saw that video of the gay trans man who had an abortion?
Yeah.
I mean, and these two women, they're like, oh, if Trump gets elected, we're going to lose all of our rights, so we're going to vote for Kamala. And it's just like, you have no idea what you're talking about. You're just,
right,
it's just word diarrhea. Just.
And I laughed because it's funny, but there is another lens you can look at it, which is it's really sad that there's a person, regardless of what words are using to describe themselves, that's so fearful, and for sure. And also, I think the media and also politicians that use and abuse these people and mobilize them for votes. It's sad. I saw a very small person in a way, not in size, but in spirit because of that.
I will say, blame goes all around for sure, but parents are the front line.
Yeah.
And so a lot of what we've seen in this generation is parents sending their kids off to institutionalized learning facilities with pride flags everywhere, and then just being like, I can't believe this happened. Yeah. And that woman, the second one who says she got an abortion, she was like, my dad's really conservative and he's voting for Trump. And it's like, right. And this dad probably said, I got a daughter, okay, you're 5, off to the government learning facility to be indoctrinated by the state, and then now they're shocked to find out the state has made her into this.
But it's also rebounding for a lot of them, just like I was saying a few minutes ago about my nephew who's 18, and he's all of a sudden saying he's rejecting the idea of future vaccine mandates, and he also, by virtue of, him being my nephew, he's able to differentiate okay, all this stuff that my 45-year-old white, childless, weird teacher is telling me is what trans is. He's like, but Blair's in my family, and that's not something that she agrees with. There are people that are like Blair. So I think that it is rebounding and people are waking up and rebelling against it too.
Yeah, I wanted to follow up with you and ask, because I do think there's a lot of turmoil in the Republican Party now, with the socially conservative leg and the now, we'll call it more progressive LGBTQ leg. Do you feel pushback from that group? Do you think you guys can coexist in the same party? How would you respond to one of these guys who might say you do more to normalize the trans issue than any left-winger could because right-wingers accept you, and many people perceive you as a woman, a biological woman?
Yeah, I mean, I guess it's a matter of it's hard for me to skew my actual power because I'm living as me, I guess. And I just kind of see myself as, because I'm constantly, fighting against the entirety of the left political establishment as it relates to LGBT issues. I don't really see myself as gaining a lot of traction because they really have the cultural narrative. I guess we're starting to on the other side of it, trying to moderate these things.
What-
But what I mean is like, you could have that perception, and there's definitely a battle over, a Republican versus a traditional conservative or someone with religious values. Those things are not necessarily synonymous, especially when our guy's Trump, especially because he's just, I mean, you can sort of equate him with more traditional conservatism because he has like a foot in that world, but he also has like a foot in this more secular world. So I think maybe if we were under like even like a George W. Bush or something, then I guess so. But it's just not really the party of super hardcore traditional conservatism anymore. And that's why a lot of, not even just LGBT people, or, a lot of other minority and groups of people feel more comfortable on the right. And at the end of the day, I mean, it is more votes. So there's different ways to look at it. If you are a traditional conservative and you want the, direction of it to go in that direction, then you're going to feel at odds. But if you're someone who is more secular, which is a way faster growing, group of people than people who are clinging to the traditional Christian values, not there's anything wrong with them, then you're going to say that the Big Tent is a better argument. So
there are a lot, and I would say like a large portion of Trump's base are they're not fans at all of transgender ideology. They're probably not fans of Blair's. They would actually argue that it shouldn't be allowed. There are a lot of people, and it's varying degrees. But what we're seeing is the alliance between moderates and the Republicans because the Democrats are psychotic.
Yeah.
Right? You've got default libs who don't pay attention and vote for Kamala and have no idea what's going on. They're standing behind her and cheering as she tells them all what she did to destroy their lives. That's the funniest thing. She's going like, prices are bad, gas is bad, rent is way up. All of it was under me, and the policies I literally voted for in the Senate and handed off to Joe Biden to sign, that was me. Vote for me. And they're like, yeah, wow. And then you have these like active liberal pundits who are more sociopathic. And so moderates, post-liberals, disaffected liberals, and people who normally don't align with Christian conservatism are now aligned with Republicans in voting because the left is crazy. I think it's a strong possibility that in 10 years, if Trump wins and the right makes great footholds, the Democrats will either dissolve, go insane, or eschew far leftism and force a correction to the moderate. Why? Because moderates now will start disagreeing with conservatives and then will be offered up an alliance with moderate Democrats who are going to say, hey, wow, yeah, we're not that party anymore. Look at Republicans in the 2000s with George W. Bush. How many Republicans were like, we got to get the war on terror, we need the surveillance, we need the DHS. How many of these guys have come out now and said we were wrong about all of that? Tucker Carlson's come out and said it quite a bit. So imagine 15, 20 years from now, the right has a massive stronghold in institutions. The far left has been completely disintegrated because they lose every step of the way. And you end up with more moderate Democrats now saying, I was completely wrong about all of that stuff with the lockdowns. Just like Tucker is not. And then moderates are like, okay, I don't align with conservatives in this way. And you get the pendulum swing.
that's also starting, by the way. I mean, it's been actually
Oh, dude,
a thing.
the attacks on Joe Rogan.
Right. And then just speaking to people waking up that they were wrong about certain things on the left, it's like I remember during 2020 and even through 2022, I was always very vocal against lockdowns and vaccine mandates. And it played over almost like a 60-40 thing in my audience because I do have a lot of liberal followers too. And now there's not any liberals in my audience that whenever I mention anything about lockdowns or anything like that, they're all in agreement. It's like, yeah, that was some crazy stuff. And that was definitely wrong.
Yeah, I think we're seeing a political realignment of the parties. 10 years ago, you wouldn't have thought this many Hispanics are voting Republican.
Yeah.
And in 10 years from now, the Democrats will not be able to maintain their stranglehold on the black community, on black voters, on LGBTQ voters that they get 80% of plus in both of these groups. They won't be able to maintain these leads like they weren't able to maintain the leads with the Hispanic voters. So
I feel like it's just becoming Americans versus people who want the destruction of America. I mean, I think we're all very online people, and so we're aware of like there's a faction on the right that wants this and a faction on the left that wants that, and all that's real. These are real people, of course, but on the ground level, when you just kind of exist in the world, it's most people are just normal people that just want to see the country prosper, and they might be wrong or correct about ways to achieve that. But I think the more anti-American and frankly anti-human that the left becomes, I think it just throws more people off. And so you do have way more moderate people on the right, which is going to upset people that are more so purists that want it to be on the traditional conservative side. But I mean, there's a lot of people hurting from leftist policies and leftist politicians and sort of the stranglehold they've had on culture.
Mhm.
And they do need somewhere to go, you know?
Yeah. And they don't think they can hide anymore the effect that.
No, they
progressive
can't.
I heard you guys. I was listening to you guys while I was on the way here. You guys stopped talking trash about New York City and LA as soon as I showed up. Is there anything? I think you said you lived in LA before.
Yeah, I did.
Gavin Newsom was trying to clean up all the homeless shelters, and do you think this is just cosmetic, or
You wait until the
can he do
last
anything
minute.
enough to make you want to move back to LA?
Sometimes I get nostalgic about LA because I'd moved there pre-COVID and I lived in California my whole life before that, but it is pretty fallen. I mean, anything can happen. You know, there's a universe where there's way more red counties this time around in California than last time. I think that's a certainty. Flipping red for sure, no, but it could get better. And I think also as more people become moderate and more people are hurt by these leftist policies, it kind of will force, I think, Democrat politicians to at least feign a little more moderation, which is why they're starting to steal Trump's policies, which you really can't point to any Trump policies that are radical or that are representative of any sort of extreme or fringe, regardless of how hard they try to paint them as that. I mean, they're very middle of the road, like speaking to normal people. Otherwise, Kamala wouldn't be stealing them, you know?
They love to talk about in hyperbole when they speak of another Trump presidency.
Yeah.
It's never a particular policy. It's always the end of democracy or fascism is coming back, or it's I couldn't even fathom another Trump presidency. I was listening to a Nancy Pelosi interview with Ethan Klein earlier today, and that's what she said to him. She said, I couldn't you didn't even know what they're talking about. Or like, I like to keep tabs on all the Democrats. But she was saying, I couldn't even fathom another Trump presidency. And I'm thinking, like, with the co-equal branches of government and with the first Trump presidency already having happened,
You can't imagine a second.
I can't imagine what he could do, what he could accomplish. I'm assuming not much if he even was given a second term. So
They do speak in hyperbole. That's why it's just he's going to take your rights. I feel like I have a pretty decent way to gauge where everything is just because I do have a mixed bag of followers. I think I am inherently more accessible to Democrats following me just because I'm trans, and then I'm more accessible to right-wingers following me because I'm not a Democrat. And like the only pushback I get, the only talking point is he's going to take away your rights. It's this vague, you know, invoking just emotion. And that's why they hinge on things like Project 2025, and they're desperate to attack him
I
with
say
that.
that is cockamamie bullshit.
a lot of people buy it. A lot of
I
Democrats.
know, it's nuts.
You know, it's
He was already president. We were like, okay, that was marginally good. No new wars. I haven't seen a marginally good president in my life.
yeah, we didn't even really get a wall.
Right.
We got select bollard fencing in key areas.
I think
All
he
right.
should hone in on the war thing more though, because I think that I don't know. It's like we could talk about trans stuff or black issues and all this stuff, but like when it comes down to it, a World War III is like a potential extinction event. You know, I think he should really hone in on the fact that there was no new wars under me, and we ended up in multiple wars under Kamala.
I wish he talked more about the wall. I want more wall. Immigration,
but
like, stop being an issue. I
Trump-
feel like
Trump-
less and less the past few months.
Trump is running on the argument, and Kamala's running on the vibe.
Oh, totally. Yeah.
So I don't know how you this is not a traditional election. Donald Trump is trying to make his argument. Argument may win out. I don't know. I think Vibe's got a good chance of winning.
But I think
totally
we've had
brat.
examples of that in the past, right? I mean, this is the famous
Obama.
thing about the Nixon JFK debates. That if you saw JFK on TV, he looked better because he wore the makeup and he sounded better. But people who listened via radio thought Nixon had done better. I mean,
Yeah.
I think that there is a division in the way people consume information, and Trump. You know, maybe not right now. Maybe they're trying to get the momentum back. But like Trump does have a signature vibe. There is something there. There's a reason people are drawn to him. With the Kamala Harris, she's trying to tap into the vibes that kind of exist with what Gen Z, the progressives who have dogs instead of children. Like I don't know what it is, but it's just a different approach. And I think after the DNC, we will really start to get to see what the comparisons of if they're able to hold the attentions of whoever they think is their base.
They're going very Gen Z heavy, and I don't think Democrat Gen Z. They're already divided in half because of the Palestine stuff. Yeah. So
I
that's
think they're
already
going-
a split.
I think they're going Gen Z heavy because of mail-in voting, and they're going to go to dorms and they're going to ballot harvest. And they're like, this is a massive voting block that is untouched, that doesn't turn out. But when we turn out to them, we get their votes.
That's true. I think the thing that Trump has in his favor, though, is I think Gen Z Republicans want to vote. I think there's like a I think you see that in the amount of registrations right now on the Republican side too. I think people are excited to vote. I mean, I think a lot of people also made up their mind when he got shot. I think a lot of people were like, when can I vote? Right when that happened.
Yeah.
And I think that just because there's been this artificial sort of like, memory holding of the event, I think that doesn't mean it didn't actually affect real people on the ground. And I think a lot of people were really like emotionally impacted by that. I mean, that is a vibe. It's like wanting the guy who just got shot, the underdog now, to win, I think.
I'm nervous Trump loses Pennsylvania.
Well, he's up now. The latest Emerson poll has him up. And so he's leading there. We'll see. But we're going to go to Super Chat. Smash the like button. Subscribe to this channel. Share the show. Become a member to support our work. To become a member, go to timcast.com. Click Join Us. That's how you do it. You can follow me on X, but let's read. I want to give a shout out to Alex Heshti. Sitting in the hospital with my wife who just gave birth to our twin girls, watching Timcast. Never miss an episode. Bro, I respect that. I appreciate that. But I would not mind it if you turn the show off to be there for your family as your daughters are being born. But I do appreciate the support. That means a lot.
Yeah,
Mazel tov.
congratulations. Twins are amazing.
Congrats.
All right. Anonymous Horse says, Tim Waltz was pretty nice to me. Think you guys should cut him some slack. Anonymous Horse was the username.
Oh.
You got to pay attention to the usernames to get the joke.
Was that real or fake, though?
That's fake.
Okay.
It's a response to the couch thing with J.D. Vance.
Okay.
I mean, the Tim Waltz taco thing was so weird.
But there is like the different level of integrity too. Is that like you only see the horse semen stuff from online kind of trollish people, whereas like they're at the actual rallies talking about the couch.
John W. Kristen IV says Milo is insufferable. He absolutely destroyed the Tommy Robinson interview. Never have him back on and let him fade back into being irrelevant. I liked the show. I thought I had fun. I thought Milo was funny, and I do think the only issue I had, and shout out to Milo, is that it's fine if he talks for a long time. If we can then say, okay, but now someone's going to chime in. It's that way. As soon as someone else would start talking, he would then do that thing where you go, oh, wait, what? No, and it's like you gotta. But I enjoyed him on the show. I thought he was funny. I don't know, but it is a mixed bag. A lot of people were like, Tommy needs to talk for 2 hours straight. Just let Tommy talk for 2 hours straight. And it's like, well, yeah, I agree. Tommy needs to talk a lot, but I think Tommy got out what he needed to get out in the show this morning.
And I don't think you would have any show where just one person talks for the whole time. I mean,
right.
Why would you have them?
But Milo was certainly won the award of talking the most this morning. Indeed. All right, let's grab some more. Donald Love says, meme Kamala Harris into existence. Sure. Kamala Harris?
Kamala Harris.
Robert Mara says, didn't a female Secret Service agent get pulled off Biden's detail for being uncomfortable with his nudity, allegedly?
Yeah, I've heard that reported several times. He used to swim naked in the pool at the vice presidency residence.
Oh, grow up. It's the president.
Well, the vice president at the time, but...
The breastfeeding thing was crazy. To leave the post to breastfeed is crazy.
Why do we have breastfeeding agents in the field?
Dane Peterson says, I'm so glad Milo is on the show tonight. I was listening to The Culture on my way home from work screaming, please shut up and let other people talk. But we knew, you know who Milo is, and we know bringing him on, and we know what kind of show it's going to be. It was going to be chaotic the whole time, but it was funny. You gotta, I think, I understand people very seriously need and want Tommy Robinson to explain what's going on. This is very serious. He's calling it their January 6th. The show we booked was meant to be more, like we wanted Tommy to be here too. Milo had some calm and very serious points where he agreed with Tommy, called him a hero and things like that. But then it had its periods of pure chaos and silliness. So, that's what we were kind of going for.
Milo's a bit of a performer, and historically he's been a bit of a performer.
Yeah,
I remember his old interviews when he was very viral.
People were saying they wanted to see him do on the chat. They were like, have him do college tours again. I mentioned this to him, and he's like, I'm 40, and that was all he said. It's like, so.
I remember those huge protests that Ben Shapiro and Milo used to garner, but now things have and Trump even, people don't protest Trump rallies anymore.
Yeah.
I miss those days.
A lot gets very bored.
I miss those days.
All right. Paul Tasco says, Tim, your meme analysis is getting way too meta. Equating a Hillary and Madonna meme from 2016 to Trump's chance of 2024 victory is a bit much. Please take a vacation. You can't go full crazy till November 6th. Literally, no. Wrong, sir. Saying that Madonna posting her and Hillary dancing is comparable to Trump posting him and Elon dancing is not saying Trump is going to lose the election because of one meme. I'm saying don't bring the Hillary vibes. When Trump made fun of Bill Barr and said, I'm removing lethargic from my statement, that's the meme energy we want. That's that's like the best roast I have ever heard in my life. I'm saying, whoa, hold on there. That's too Hillary. Don't do that. But there's a lot of Trump diehards who are like, no, let Trump do whatever he wants. And it's like, if Trump does a bad thing, there's got to be there's got to be guardrails. Otherwise, he'll start doing Hillary stuff. We don't want that. And that's what I'm worried about.
It's not the harshest criticism. It's just a cringe video, in your opinion. It's not the harshest thing you could have said.
I like the original dancers, and the song is good. But like Trump and Elon dancing together, it's like, come on, guys. This is not the meme that you need. The Trump doing the dance where he goes like this, you know how he does the thing with his arms? And it's just like the weirdest. That's funny. Mm-hmm. That's hilarious. When he was dancing with Aiden Ross and he's like,
maybe it's Barron. Maybe Barron saw the, AI or like Photoshop dancing video and he was like, Dad, this is great.
I don't think so.
Share it.
I read reporting that Barron was involved in setting up the interview with Aiden Ross.
He did.
Him and his buddy, Bo?
I think he said that in the live stream. He said, I'm here because of Barron.
Oh, there you go.
I do think that Barron is sort of, and it's interesting because he is, a Gen Z 18-year-old. So theoretically, this is his first, not theoretically, it's his first election to vote in. So Trump actually has a tool at his disposal that Kamala literally does not have.
Maybe Barron watches Blair White. Maybe Barron watches Timcast.
Barron's a meme himself. There's a lot of viral videos on TikTok of especially younger people really seeing him and resonating with him. Mm-hmm. So
Barron's probably seen that meme of you in a bikini somewhere.
Trump probably has.
Trump probably has too.
Probably has.
All right. Koroag says, advice for Gen Z to get into politics. Also, I am an older Gen Z. I had a 1-bedroom, 1-bath condo. Lost it due to the issues in 2019, 2021. I bought it for $50K near Detroit. Similar units in the same complex are now $100K. None of us can afford anything anymore. Oh, it's asking, does anybody have advice for Gen Z trying to get into politics?
Join your high school and college and local Republican or Democrat or independent club.
Yeah,
I didn't do that, but I think that's a good way.
No, get involved with local campaigns and network, meet people and see what doors they can help you open.
All the debate kids turn into politicians, so I guess maybe that. I feel like we've had non-traditional routes through social media. But I know people at my college who were in the Democrat or Republican clubs did have a lot of connections and were able to involve themselves on the Hill or on campaigns. So
it's like if you're interested in something, go there and be a part of it. And some of that is
they grab interns from those clubs all the time. Mm-hmm. And if you want to, run for office someday, just start branding yourself online, I would say. And
Is this Dom says, YouTube just took me off the stream and played a Blue Man Group video. Yep.
We're being hijacked by the Blue Man.
Not surprised.
That's crazy.
Taylor Stitt says, thoughts on Medal of Honor freedom comment. I heard it as him saying freedom was better because the recipient was unharmed. Others think different, it seems. What was his comment he made? I heard about it, but I don't know exactly what he was saying.
I don't know exactly either.
People were saying how dare he say that, one medal is better than the other or something like that. I don't know. I didn't hear what he said.
I think it's manufactured outrage.
Probably. Yep. Let's grab another one. Mr. Leviticus the Sexy says, the Tim Waltz white guy tacos thing is a great way to lose the rural Minnesota vote. We brag about how our hot peppers are to each other and how we prepare our wild game and wild caught fish. Rural Minnesota is a food culture. Yeah. I mean, it's like chili cook-offs, man. That's like a hokey white dad in an apron making chili. And of course it's seasoned.
Like I said, he could have been like, oh, Kamala, I make amazing taco casserole or pot dish or whatever it is. He could have leaned into being Midwestern. Instead, he looked at all of his constituents who got him elected and said, I don't care about you. I'd rather be a bumbling white caricature for 15 minutes of fame. Let's see if this works, than actually have loyalty to the culture that I'm theoretically represuning.
I have white guy tacos. What's that, tuna and mayonnaise?
No, black pepper is the hottest spice in Minnesota.
What is tuna and mayonnaise tacos? What is that?
Well, and that's the thing. She
I don't think
wants
it's a
him
thing.
to play this character.
Right.
Yeah.
That's gross. This is all gross to me.
And it could have been an easy choice if they would have went in the direction you just said about it could have been like a racially unifying moment rather than like putting a race down in a way. You know, it could have been the complete opposite effect.
Yeah.
But then again, the white guilt does, I think does resonate more than racial unity right now.
I think
What
they're
was the
kind of
context of
trying
that?
to recreate Obama-Biden's dynamic, where it's like Obama is cool and he's younger, and then we have, you know, sort of like
Yeah.
well-meaning but slightly doddering Joe Biden, who's next to him, and that's not the dynamic they have, and it's very, very weird to see white guilt Tim Walz stumble around trying to impress her.
They are trying to Obama her, like all the tweets. This is '08
Yeah.
energy. It's like, is it? I mean, I was a kid, but I don't.
No,
think
it's
it
not.
Feels that way at all.
They're trying to make her like Obama. It's
Yeah.
not working.
No,
Yeah.
Yeah, Obama had that cool and collected attitude. Kamala is, I don't know,
Obama had
Cringe.
change.
wine ant. Is that what
Kamala
people say?
Harris is brat. Obama had change.
Right, which is
Remember, like-
manufactured by like a British record label, right? Like it's not even authentic then. None of this that they've tried to tag her with is authentic.
Kamala's word is joy. They're doing joy. But the hope stuff also doesn't resonate with Kamala because we're coming out of her administration, whereas Obama came into 8 years of Bush and people were waking up to the Iraq War, you know, issues and they wanted something different, whereas we've already been doing Kamala for 4 years now. It's been a nightmare.
Maybe this country does need 4 more years of Kamala. Oh God. Because
Can we survive 4 more years?
well, that's the point. When all that's left is the rubble, we just walk over and just pick it up.
If she won, she'd probably get another 4 years.
Right.
So it would be
12.
dark.
12 years.
That's
And then
dark.
and then after everything is reduced to ash after World War III, we have free reign to build our mud huts.
Barron will rise from the ashes after
12 years.
their second term of Harris, God forbid.
Mark Clancy says, when you can get paid to attend Kamala rallies, how can she not have a lot of people there? Sounds like a good gig. I don't believe it. I don't believe people are being paid to go there. I hear this every single time, every election for my entire life. And then you go and ask people, and they're like, no, I'm here because I want to be.
I cover these rallies. Almost nobody's there. Nobody there is being paid except
for a
for the
lot.
staff and the reporters there. But these Kamala Harris rallies are packed. That's just the fact of the matter. Bernie Sanders had a lot
What
of
do they
people
say?
at his rallies. They mentioned Project 2025 more often than I thought they would.
Yeah.
And then do you go like, hey, that's not a thing?
Well, I'll ask him more about it, and it'll just be like a catch-all Republican, take our rights away, eat away at our democracy. So there's,
You know, you
it's
should-
all hyperbole.
You know what I would ask? I'd be like, do you feel, so I'd say like, you know, why are you voting for Kamala? And say, oh, Project 2025. I'd be like, oh, okay. And what about Project 2025 worries you the most? Then I'd say something like, are you aware that the director of Project 2025 stepped down and Trump called the whole thing a hoax and says he doesn't want to be involved in it? What would you say to that? And then you've asked them that, I imagine, right? What do they say?
They will all keep blaming it on Trump, and they will just keep attaching to it. They don't care if he's denounced it. They don't care if the president stepped down. They'll just say this is a cover. They're coming for our rights. They're coming for abortion rights.
Right. But then afterwards you go, are you at all worried about being embarrassed that people online will see you saying something like, even though it's not true, I don't care anyway, it must be?
I'll press harder on Tuesday.
I know you don't ask
where-
those kind of questions, though.
I try not to be too aggressive because also you're online, you're around other people. When you ask a question, they don't like everybody around the people's ears perk up.
It hurts your chances of getting another interview.
I think she's going. Kamala Harris is going to Milwaukee on Tuesday, so hopefully we'll be there. Check out Timcast News on Twitter and Instagram for coverage of DNC riots and Kamala Harris rallies coming up.
They are never.
Oh, the DNC, dude, is going to be nuts.
Yeah.
I'm hoping. We'll see.
Shots like yes,
Hey, you
hopefully.
I have such of a
dude.
conflict of interest, but like,
No, we
See.
want it to be peaceful, and this is why I called journalists call themselves vultures. This is why I didn't like being in that job, because the journalists are all cheering for the violence and the destruction.
at the RNC there was hundreds of journalists when there were almost as many reporters as there were protesters. The Bolton stash doubles as like a leftist dirtbag stash, so I'm gonna try to blend in a bit. Nobody knows me in Milwaukee.
You have your "I'm with her" shirt.
No, do you have one to lend me?
We'll craft one before you go.
Joel Drosselt, I don't know. I was let go from a game company for making a joke about racist milk. After being blackballed for the past 4 years, I'm taking back the reins. You guys and the second Seamus inspired me. My political art, Icky Politicky. Right on.
It's a good name.
Yeah.
I like that.
Andrew Ho says, in yesterday's show, which I will confess I only saw short of, but you were talking about the Trump New York hush money payment trial and a 1-year jail term. Not sure if you mentioned Benny Thompson's bill to remove Secret Service for presidents jailed for 1+ year. That's right. Yeah, that's the rumor, is that Riker's being prepped and Trump's going to get sentenced to a year or something.
Well, that's what Alex Jones said. Is that true?
Well, a bunch of people have been saying it, so I don't know.
We don't send our former presidents to jail in the United States, so that would be
Sure, we don't
Just to see
arrest
if we are
them.
still
We don't
the United
prosecute
States.
him
We don't
either.
arrest his lawyers. We don't charge him. We don't accuse him of rape.
We don't
don't
go after the
convict him.
Simpleton
We
alive.
go after everybody below them, but historically in the United States, Nixon was
convicted. What do you mean?
pardoned. He won't be sent to jail.
You think Biden?
Trump.
Why would they stop now?
I just don't believe they'll take that extra step. They'll convict him of something. They'll fine him, but
So
they wouldn't put the. They
he's
wouldn't
been
lock him up.
criminally charged in numerous states. He's been criminally charged at the federal level on more than one case. He's been convicted in New York.
I don't think he'll be sentenced to prison time. He could be convicted of these things. They'll,
All right, so I agreed. I thought it was going to be house arrest until Brennan Strzok said, "Why would they stop there?" And I'm like, that's actually a good point. There is no logical assessment that after doing literally everything, like trying to seize his properties from him, that they would just be like, "Okay, no, we stop now. Like,
They
that
gave
makes
him
no
a
sense.
mugshot.
Well, it would be a bad standard to set, and Democrats should fear that DAs in Republican.
Sure, but it's a bad standard to set to convict him of a case with no underlying crime.
I agree. It was.
If they're going to do that, they're going to throw the brick in his face.
It's escalating even further to send him to jail, which I don't think they'll
Someone
cross that
shot
line.
him in the head.
Some people think they just tried to kill him. So I don't know if
Tucker Carlson said in September, the establishment elites and the intelligence agencies, he said, was the implication, there will be an assassination attempt on Trump. Alex Jones said something similar, but if you're not a fan of Alex, Tucker Carlson says it. The assessment is based on the attempts to stop Trump. Why would we now disregard every factor in what made Tucker Carlson think this was going to happen? That is to imply, with the latest video that got released of the assassination attempt, where all these cops are screaming like, "What the is the Secret Service doing? How did this happen? Yeah. We all told them. We told them. Where are they? They're not here. What's going on?" Sounds real intentional. My point is simply this: Trump was convicted of 34 counts of a crime that doesn't exist on the books. It is not a statutory crime. They made it up. He's going to prison. They're going to put him in a jumpsuit. They're not going to stop. But by all means, I mean,
they'll at least try.
You can hold the opinion that this is the one time where they decide this is the line.
I think they're going to give him more of those stiff fines, like they gave him in that the case with the reporter or whatever. But
well, we shall see. We shall see.
Who's Tucker's source? His father? How does he always have all these
source?
great?
His source for what?
For saying that Trump was going to get assassinated or something.
His opinion,
okay,
based on the fact that they've done everything from impeaching him twice, accusing him of rape, charging him in numerous states, charging him at the federal level several times, charging him with 34 felonies. He's like, man, at this level, we're heading towards an assassination scenario.
I feel like there was a distinct vibe, like the day it happened, that like, oh, this was a long time coming. Like it felt like an inevitability when it happened. Like it made sense with the trajectory.
With everything they've been doing to him, yeah, a lot of people thought this was going to happen. But, we will see. We will see. Maybe Elad's right. Okay.
He's healed up so quickly, too, so I feel like it's been pigeonholed aggressively because of that. He doesn't even have the ear bandage.
See,
he's such a stud and heals so well, like a Wolverine, Trump, that guy.
This is Trump's problem. I've mentioned, because Trump doesn't have the get your hands dirty mentality. And that's a good thing. The left say he's going to steal. Okay, I'll tell you this. If Trump really was the fascistic, evil, dirty guy, you know what he'd do? He would have went to his doctor and
Let's kill a few more noobs.
require more minerals. Metamorphosis complete. We require more minerals. 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 We minerals. We require more 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 minerals. Metamorphosis complete. Not enough energy. Not enough energy. We require more minerals. 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 We require more minerals.
He would have been like, "How is it? It's fine. It's a skin graze. We're gonna bandage it up, and it'll be healed just fine." Trump would have went, "Cut a chunk out, leave a scar, make it bad," and then he would have had him clip a piece of the flesh off. That way, every single time he went on a show, you'd have a damaged ear.
That'd be so badass in his like political thing, his physical, like his eye patch equivalent.
or he'd wear something forever so you could never forget they tried to kill him. Trump immediately heals up and he goes right back to normal and acts like it didn't happen.
That would be the maniacal person's choice.
Exactly.
To play it up.
Because Trump is not that.
Yeah.
But well, it's Friday night, ladies and gentlemen, so we're going to wrap it up there. Smash the like button, subscribe to the channel, share the show. Follow me on X and Instagram at Timcast. You can follow Timcast IRL. Go to timcast.com, click join us, become a member. Blair, do you want to shout anything out?
Just follow me on all platforms. I'm doing a tour starting September 11th, a podcast tour, doing my tour in 13 different cities across America and Toronto, Canada. So look for tickets for that. Other than that, just follow me, I guess.
Right on.
Blair, I hope they don't protest you in New York when you go, but if they do,
did last time.
I'll be there to check it out. I'm Alad Eliyahu, a reporter here at Timcast News. Please check out our Twitter and Instagram. It's at Timcast News. I'll be covering the DNC all week next week, and Kamala Harris to boot. I want to apologize to the audience and Tim for showing up late. If I'm ever back again, I promise I will never be late. Or I don't know, some of you probably like that I was late, but I won't be.
We have to make fun of EVs,
so at least
which you're now going to buy, I'm sure. You love EVs. He's a huge convert, guys. I'm Hannah Claire Bremlow. I'm a writer for SCNR.com, Scanner News. Like Alad said, you can find our work at Timcast News on the internet. I want to say a really quick shout out to Shane Cashman and Nancy Cashman. I guess they both work here, but he's definitely with the Scanner team. And they had their third baby tonight, second daughter. So huge.
Mazel tov, Shane.
Congrats, Shane.
If you want to follow me, I'm HannahClaire.B on Instagram. I'm HannahClaireB on Twitter. Thanks for everything you guys do. Have a good night.
And also, I'm just going to shout it out. Speaking of EVs, I'm picking up my Cybertruck. It's getting delivered on next week. Next week, I'm going to have my very own. And there's only one reason I got it. It's bulletproof, like mostly.
Not the windows. The windows?
Yeah. So apparently, I think it's handgun calibers and .22 long rifle. So anything crazier than that doesn't work. So they say. We'll see. But thanks for hanging out, everybody. It's going to be a fun and chill weekend. Relax, enjoy yourself, and we'll see y'all on Monday.
Hello. Our story begins inside the Naboo Plasma Refinery Complex, where a duel of the Fates was taking place. Qui-Gon Jinn, tired in his age of 48, blocked and defended strikes from a young and hungry Sith assassin named Maul. Qui-Gon and Obi-Wan didn't even know Maul's name, but that didn't matter. He was trying to kill the Jedi Master. Young Kenobi eagerly pounced behind the red electron walls. He watched his master pace himself backwards, stepping back and blocking Maul. Qui-Gon knew that he couldn't lose this, but he could feel it coming. Maul had much more energy at his age than he did, and in his mind, this moment was where Maul could single them out and kill them one at a time. He stepped back. If he continued trying to use the aggression of a Taru, he would lose this fight. Qui-Gon knew that the Force was with him. Balance was stronger than darkness. He watched Maul pull his lightsaber around, moving eagerly. This aggression could be used in his favor. Qui-Gon blocked a strike from Maul and shoved it forward. Qui-Gon was utilizing what he knew of Form 3, and the Sith assassin was caught off guard by it at the last second. Qui-Gon had a killing blow, but he didn't make it. The swing would have left him open for a counter. But the worst part is, Maul tripped. He was so eager to kill Qui-Gon that in expecting his opponent to match him with ferocity, he didn't anticipate a defensive masterclass. Maul, who lunged forward, now jammed the tip of his left foot into the ground while twisting his ankle. His footing fell out from under him, and Qui-Gon watched, raising his lightsaber to be horizontal with his body as the Sith assassin fell into the pit beside them. He howled in fear as his lightsaber flapped onto the ground behind him. Qui-Gon used the Force to pull the Acolyte's weapon into his hand as he looked over. The electron walls opened, and Kenobi popped forward. Qui-Gon raised his hand, the one that Maul's blade was in, to stop Obi-Wan, but he didn't see it. When he looked over, the Zabrak had vanished into the abyss. He had fallen victim to the Jedi. Obi-Wan smiled, and asked his master if he was alright, and he nodded his head. But he told Obi-Wan
Yes, gang, this is the side of the Cackles Kamala campaign the lying legacy media refuses to show you. But I assure you it's just another typical day in leftist loony land with pro-Palestinian progressives storming a Cackles Kamala event. And frankly, it all goes downhill from there. We're going to see how the blitzkrieg of deceit from the legacy media that they've been propagating 24/7 these last 3.5 weeks has been nothing less than an abject failure. It's amounted to little more than a dud. Gang, Trump is surging past the polling. We got a number of election indicators, a number of election predictors where Trump is absolutely crushing it. We got the stats, and you're going to be absolutely pumped after you hear this. Greetings, everyone. It's Live Stream Friday. I'm your host, Dr. Steve. A little late here. I'm still on European time here. I am your Patriot Professor nonetheless, here to help you stay sane in these insane times. I bring clarity in the midst of all the confusion, light in the midst of darkness. So make sure to smack that bell and subscribe button. We're live on YouTube, Rumble, Twitter, you name it. We got a jam-packed show for you today. This is awesome. We're going to dive right in. Just a quick reminder for everyone, if you do want to ask me your questions, which I'll be happy to answer right here on our live stream, because YouTube has suspended our super chats, just click on that link below. Join any one of our levels of support. That's right, at fight.turleytalks.com. Join any level of support, and you have immediate access to our very own virtual platform where you can ask me all your questions. I'll be happy to answer them in this live stream. Dang, it's so good to be back with you guys. It's awesome. I believe it was Winston Churchill who once said, "Nothing in life is so exhilarating as to be shot at without result." Nothing in life is so exhilarating as to be shot at without result. And I think that is precisely what we're seeing play out in the current state of the race. No, not just J13. God bless. Thank God for his protection over Donald Trump that day. It's not just J13. It's what we have seen ever since the implosion of the Biden regime and the fabricated rise of Kamala. What we've witnessed over the last 3 weeks or so is really nothing less than a coordinated coup attempt by the Democrat establishment media. That's a nice little, I think that I'm going to coin that term. Maybe it's already out there. The Democrat establishment media. They've been successful in their first offensive, which was getting rid of Biden. That was, say, the sub-coup. It was relatively easy. I mean, he being nothing more than a shell of a man, protected only by his Lady Macbeth wife and his crackhead son. All the while, members of his staff, like the diversity hire White House spokesperson, they're all just playing around the White House, giving off end of empire vibes, dancing while their Titanic is sinking. That part of the coup was easy. The Democrat establishment media, which is a coalition, a partnership between Democrat operatives and legacy media outlets, the Democrat establishment media then turned to phase 2 of their coup, and that was to convince you through a 24/7 all-out propaganda blitz that the single most despised, unpopular vice president is actually the second coming. She, as it turns out, as Time magazine claimed, she was made for this moment. Literally. She was made. She was fabricated for this moment. And so for the last 3 weeks, we've seen nothing less than a total blitzkrieg offensive by the Democrat establishment media, literally fawning over a woman who they secretly, behind the scenes, privately, I should say, behind the scenes, they despise. They can't stand Kamala Harris, but they'll do it to stay in power. They are literally fake fawning over a woman who has almost a hard enough time putting two coherent sentences together as her boss. And as part of that propaganda offensive, that blitzkrieg, they've been splashing blatantly misleading at best, blatantly fraudulent at worst polls that are deliberately trying to convince the masses that Kamala has become the single most popular human being on the planet. And yet, after all of that, nonstop, 24/7 propaganda, after all that fabricated fanfare, week after week after week, all the polls showing Kamala surging to new polling heights never seen before. After all of that, as it turns out, and as the most recent polling is showing, it was all, in the end, one big dud. Rasmussen, Trump, 49, Harris, 45. The latest from Democracy Institute. Trump, 48. Harris, 44. This is my favorite. RMG polling with leaners. RMG polling with leaners. It's Trump. Leaners are those who say, oh, I haven't decided. And you say, look, if you had to make a choice now, who would you make? Who would you choose? All right, so that's leaners. It's Trump 49, Harris 47. And that's huge because RMG, Rich Barris just tweeted this out today. RMG, just days ago, was cited repeatedly by Democrats and the media to justify that there was a Harris surge happening. I kid you not. This same polling outlet that just dropped this poll was the one that the Harris campaign was using to tell everyone that she was surging past Trump into the lead. Now, they've got Trump in the lead. And then, of course, Fox. Fox's polling, which notoriously leans left, nevertheless, now has Trump in the lead 50-49. But we can actually look at some of the internals of the Fox poll to find out that something's not quite right there. Because take a look at Trump's numbers with independents, according to Fox. Look at that. He leads independents. He leads cackles with independents by 8. How does Trump lead among virtually all Democrats and then independents by 8, but he's only up by 1? And it gets even better. According to Fox, he's posting 26% support among black voters. It's the highest he's ever had. 26%. Nearly 1 in 3 blacks are supporting Trump, according to Fox. It's unprecedented for any Republican candidate in the modern political era. And he's getting the majority Latino vote. 52%. And yet, after they go through their weighting shenanigans, the Fox poll is only giving Trump a 1-point national lead. If you believe that, after stats like that, after Trump 26% black vote, 52% Latino vote, 8 points ahead among independents. If you believe that, I got some oceanfront property in Arkansas I want to sell you. But it matters a little because according to Fox, this time in 2020, Biden was up 8 over Trump. Say that again. This time in 2020, Biden was up nearly 10 points over Trump. And in 2016, Crooked Hillary was up 7 over Trump. Now, today, Trump's leading. I reiterate, there is nothing more exhilarating than to be shot at without result. Now, I think the key here to understand and make sense of what all of this means, this cackles offensive failure by the lamestream media, this dud in their deliberate attempt at election interference on the part of the Democrat national media and fabricating all of this astroturf excitement surrounding the single most unpopular vice president in the history of American polling. The key to understanding what's happening and why I think they are growing increasingly frustrated is that Trump amassed such a sizable lead over Biden over the past several months. A lead that surged even more with the fallout from the debate disaster, really what was one of the worst political disasters in modern politics. I mean, think about it. Biden's 50-year political career literally imploded right before our very eyes that night. We predicted that, by the way. Don't forget, this channel predicted that. We predicted that implosion. I've always said Biden's Achilles heel is his senility. Everything else can be reversed. His policies at the border can be reversed. The economy can be reversed. Or disastrous foreign policy can be reversed. Violent crime epidemic can be reversed. Everything can be reversed except Biden's senility. That was the one thing that could not change. It could not possibly be reversed, and that's why it was his Achilles heel. And it was that which would ultimately lead to his inevitable demise. And by the way, the Achilles heel explains precisely why Kamala is doing everything she can to do what? What is Kamala doing right now? All of that, what I just said, explains precisely Kamala's playbook in terms of her new policies. What is she saying she's going to do? She's going to what? She's going to reverse the Biden administration's policies. Or at least she's trying to convince you that she's going to do that. That she's going to reverse the policies at the border. She's going to implement border security now. That's in her commercials here, all the commercials in the Pennsylvania area. I'm in the Philly area. And I mean, all the commercials. Kamala Harris will finally close the border. I kid you. It's this. I'm literally sitting there in front of the TV going, lock me up. I've got to be the one that's insane. The woman who single-handedly was responsible for the disaster at the southern border. Have you ever visited the southern border? No, I haven't, but I haven't visited Europe either. What are you trying to tell me? That woman is now trying to position herself as a border security hawk. Everything else can be reversed, right? But all that's doing, ironically, sorry, I'm a little bit on a tangent here, but I think this is important. All that Kamala's copycatting is actually doing, ironically, is further vindicating Trump. It's validating Trump. Because why go with the imitation? Why not just go with the real thing? Why go with something that's artificial? Remember Rush Limbaugh? The great Rush Limbaugh always used to say that about these measly Republicans who wanted to parrot Democrat policies. Remember that? Right? These pathetic, wishy-washy, middle of the road, milquetoast Republicans always wanted to sound Democrat light. Democrat light. And Rush would tell them that's a losing strategy because all that does is validate the very party you're trying to invalidate. All that does is vindicate the party you're trying to defeat. Why go with an imitation when you can go with the real thing? So if you think you need to secure the border, why not bring back the guy who was building the wall? Or if you want economic prosperity, why not bring back the guy that gave us the single biggest economic boom we had ever seen, lowering manufacturing and employment to its lowest levels in history? which is pretty good for Wisconsin and Michigan and Pennsylvania. You want to fight violent crime? Why not go with the law and order candidate? Why go with the candidate that was raising money to bail out Antifa folk from prison? I mean, in the end, by stealing his platform, all Cackles does is she only further bolsters and validates his platform. But the key here is that Trump amassed a big enough lead over Biden that he's effectively absorbing this onslaught of propaganda that's deliberately tried to deceive you into believing that 10 to 15% of the voting population that was going with Trump until Biden dropped out has now suddenly swung over and is going with Kamala. And more people are seeing that that's all a lie. That was just concocted by response bias polls that no honest pollster would ever release and no honest news outlet would ever report. But what we're finding is that Trump's lead that he's amassed over the course of the last year does indeed appear to be, frankly, rock solid. And I'm going to show you exactly how, from a number of different angles, a number of different election indicators and predictors. And you're going to want to write this all down because I think this is going to keep you sane through all this polling madness. You're going to love it. But first, if you are just joining us, remember, if you want to ask me your questions, please just click on that link below. YouTube has unfortunately suspended our super chats. Just click on that link below. Join any one of our levels of support, and you have access to our very own virtual platform where you can ask me all your questions. I'll be happy to answer them on this live stream. Also, I know a lot of you are prepped with food and water, if things were to collapse, but are you equally prepped for handling medical emergencies, right, gang? This is huge. Now you can be, thanks to the wellness company. Gang, they are absolutely amazing. They've given me and my family the peace of mind to handle any medical crisis, from tick bites, the next pandemic. The wellness company's medical emergency kit is a true lifeline. It's chock full of essential meds like ivermectin, antibiotics, antivirals, and more. And, this kit gives you real peace of mind for this area of preparedness. I was always prepped with food. I was always prepped with water, but I didn't have meds. And that's probably the first thing that's going to go if the proverbial dung hits the fan. And the wellness company, gang, they're a team of renowned medical professionals. Dr. Peter McCullough, Dr. James Thorpe, Dr. Harvey Risch, Dr. Drew Pinsky, and even more truth-seeking doctors. This medical emergency kit they've designed, it sets the gold standard for safety and prevention. Don't wait until the next crisis is here. Get peace of mind now by visiting twc.health/Turley. That's twc.health/Turley. And use code Turley for an exclusive $45 off and free shipping. You heard that right. Use promo code Turley, and you're going to get $45 off and free shipping. I got my emergency pack. Now it's your turn. Click on that link below right now. All right, guys. So you're going to be writing this down. I got my pen, writing all this down. Because this is going to keep you sane, especially after next week with all the fanfare and Pepsi Cola glamour and glitz that the media is going to be trying to portray this Chicago fiasco with Kamala next week. So you're going to need this to keep you sane. First, we now know that the narrative that the Democrat establishment media has been trying to persuade us of, that we're seeing this massive swing of support going over to Kamala Harris, we now know that's a complete and total lie. Precisely because of what Rich Barris and Robert Barnes were talking about, I believe it was on their video and Inside the Numbers, Monday of this week. I gave you a homework assignment yesterday to check that out. Watch, it's a 2-hour video. It's a deep dive into polling methodology. It's going to blow your mind. It's a masterclass in it. But we now have studies that show that since from at least 2012, there really is no such thing as a swing voter anymore. There's a negligible sense of a swing voter in that 1 or 2% of the electorate can be swayed one way or the other. But all of these polls that have been coming out of late that are trying to convince you that 10 or 15% of the population just suddenly swung on over to Kamala in the last 2 weeks, those are absolute frauds. And that's because there's solid data to show that there really is no such thing as a swing voter anymore. Polls don't swing that way anymore. They don't swing 10 or 15 points anymore. They haven't since 2012. It's an illusion created by pollsters and pundits, what's called a phantom swing. And this phantom swing is it's created by what's called a response bias, which, when all said and done, a response bias simply involves a polling sample, right? A group of, say, 300 people, 500, 600 people, who actually don't reflect the overall demographics who are going to come out to vote. So these polls, generally, what the media pushes, these polls inordinately advantage Democrat constituencies in ways that are completely disproportionate to the actual voting electorate. So these polls are not predictive of who is going to be coming out to vote and who will ultimately win. One of the examples that's often cited here, I believe it was even in that study, that 2012 study, was this massive swing of support that Romney got after his first debate with Obama back in 2012. Obama was real lackluster, was terrible, and all the polls showed that it was like 70% to 20% thought Romney won. I guess 10% were undecided. And all of a sudden, Romney got this huge surge of support in the polling, and he took the lead way surge past Obama. And what we found after careful analysis, ex post facto analysis, looking back, is that no point was Romney ever ahead of Obama in 2012, ever. What happened is that Romney supporters were just far more likely to want to talk to pollsters than Obama supporters after that debate. They were excited. They thought, oh, maybe our guy can win. And so all the polls inordinately represented Romney supporters that got overwhelmed by Obama supporters on election day, but who weren't participating in the polls around that week because they were a little bummed by how Obama did, and they didn't want to talk to anybody about it. So in other words, and this is key, those polls that were taken right after the debate between Romney and Obama, they were not predictive of what actually happened in November 2012. Now, that doesn't mean that polls themselves are not predictive. But those polls in particular were not predictive precisely because of this response bias inherent in their samples. And right now, with Kamala Harris, the legacy media, and they all know they're doing this. They all know that's gang, this is absolutely essential to get. You know the old saying, you don't hate the legacy media enough. And that could not possibly be more true here. They know what they are doing. They are so corrupt to the core. These polls that the legacy media have been dancing over the last 3 weeks with Kamala leading Trump are all the result of response bias. They all have inordinate Democrat constituencies contaminating their samples and are thus giving inaccurate results. But of course, the media refused to tell you that. Why? Why? So that they can convince you that there is a swing vote that doesn't exist. That's why you come to this channel, gang. And to Inside the Number, or Rich Barris, People's Pundit, a number of other Red Eagles Politics, a number of awesome polling analysts. That's what you bypass the legacy media. You bypass them the way email bypasses the post office. They're dinosaurs. This is what's happened. This is real information. There is no swing voter out there. Those swings in those polls are response biases. They're not what's actually happening among the electorate. Brought to you from the legacy media, right? That's always all about facts. We're about facts. most trusted name in news. Yeah, right. Most deceptive, propagandistic misinformation. What is clear after the fallout from this 3-week propaganda blitzkrieg by the corrupt establishment, lamestream media, what is clear, absolutely clear, is that Trump's lead that he amassed in the polls over the last year, really, has indeed been able to absorb this offensive. He's been able to weather it, this coordinated Democrat media assault. And his polling lead, we now know, has remained virtually unshaken. When you clear away all the debris from these fabricated response bias polls, we see that Trump is stronger than ever. You've got to get that. Don't listen to the little snippets. He's panicking. He's spiraling out of control. Oh, he's gonna fire somebody because his campaign's falling good. It's all noise. Don't listen to it. Stick with the objective facts. Stick with the objective numbers. And that's what I want to do for you. I want to show you some predictive indicators that actually bypass all of this polling propaganda to show you just how strong of a position Trump is in right now, even in the midst of all of this polling insanity, right? That's what I do. I help you stay sane in these insane times. I am very appreciative of the polling analysis I came across from a channel called Gold Crown Politics. Big shout out to them. It looks like they're a relatively new channel. And the fellow there, Gold Crown Politics, was making some very interesting observations on what he calls predictive indicators that bypass the polling confusion. We can actually throw away the polls right now. That's as part of another exercise here. We can actually throw away the polls. Forget all the response biases. Pretend they don't even exist. We can bypass all the polling obfuscation, confusion that the media is blitzkrieging us with, and find tremendous clarity in terms of where we are in this race. And we do it by finding election predictors. So, for example, job approval. Now, again, I know these are polls, but they're going outside the head-to-head polls and all that sort of stuff. But job approval. Job approval is a major predictive indicator that election analysts look at in comparison to the eventual general election results. And they found almost a one-to-one correspondence. So, for example, if you compare Obama's and Bush's approval ratings on the day of their respective elections and then look at what they got in their general elections, very interesting. So Obama had a 50.1% job approval. Bush had a 49.5% job approval. This basically on the day of their respective elections. If you compare their job approvals with the vote totals they got on the day of their election, they're almost identical in terms of just this one-to-one relationship. So, I mean, frankly, it's a bit eerie. So in 2012, Obama's 50.1% job approval rating translated into a 51% of the vote. Do we have that? Do we have that up there, Micah? There you go. So he has a 50.1% job approval rating. Take a look at what he got. He got 51% of the vote. That was so the percentage of the vote came within 1 point of his job approval. Now, it's not just Obama. Back in 2004, Bush had a 49.5% approval rating, and that translated into a 50.7% win in the general election. Again, around a point. So you see, this is why Democrats were flipping out over Biden. They know this. I mean, real polling analysts know this. They know there is a correlation, very clear 1 point or 2 point correlation between what your approval rating is and what you're going to get as a percentage of the vote. And when they were
oh my God, guys,
falling into the low,
guys, I didn't know that the goddamn screen was open. Well, At least I gave you guys the link to the LaTeX paper where I've been writing. I only noticed because I went to get up to go to the bathroom. Oh my god, I apologize, Captain Bradfrey. I had no idea. I'll be right back. Sorry, but I won't put on the loading screen. I didn't realize it was there. I was just writing.
recently, they were like, we're shot. We'll be lucky if the guy gets 40% of the vote. So they knew it just based on these prior election patterns. They knew it. Incumbents' job approval is a very accurate indicator within 1 or 2 percentage points of what he's going to get in the general election. Now, for Trump, what's so interesting here is that his general election percentage results were actually significantly higher than his average job approval in November of 2020. So that suggests that we had some pretty bad polling that was deliberately trying to make him look less popular than he was, less approved than he was. Well, but I digress. So he was polling at about 44% in November of 2020. But he got nearly 47% of the vote. So that's a 3-point jump from his approval rating, which is very interesting. That's like a 3x difference when we compare it to Obama and Bush. So, and we're going to find it's not just, we're going to find that discrepancy isn't just with his job approval, it's also with his favorability. This is very interesting. In other words, it seems that the pollsters out there are a little bought and paid for, and they deliberately try to keep his numbers down. But those who come up to vote for him don't buy it. And so he's getting an inordinate amount more voting for him in terms of the total percentage of the vote he gets from his approval rating. So once again, the key is if it went the other way around, if he was getting less than his approval rating, we should be worried. But he actually gets significantly more than other presidential candidates. But for now, all you need to know here is that Kamala, even with all of this fabricated glitz and glamour that the media is surrounding her with, her approval rating right now, it's barely above Biden levels. She's polling at barely 40% approval right now. Now, again, you don't have to be a genius to figure out here. I mean, I don't want to say like we caught the media lying to us. I don't want to. Well, yes, in a sense, I think we did. They're like, oh, look here, look at this poll. Look at the New York Times. Oh, look at swing states. Yeah, but the Real Clear Politics average poll over here says her job approval rating's 40%. Oh, don't listen to that. Oh, that'll go. We'll take care of that. We'll get to there. See, now again, you don't have to be a genius to figure out here that if she's polling at 40%, that's a disaster for the general election. If her job approval continues to hover in the low 40s, she's cooked. She's not going to win this election. And to make matters even worse for Kamala, you ready for this? You're going to love this. We're now seeing Trump's what's called retrospective approval. So that's what the percentage of voters now think of Trump's presidency 4 years out. It's called retrospective approval. So John F. Kennedy gets polled like that. What do you think of the Kennedy presidency? 98% of the people think it's the most amazing presidency ever, right? That's retrospective approval. Well, Trump's retrospective approval, even according to CNN, is through the roof. The last retrospective polling that I saw from CNN gave Trump a 55% job approval rate. And again, you see that when it comes to the who do you trust more polling. So again, this is a way of bypassing all of these crazy polls that are being thrown at you right now and being written about, this mass frenzy from the legacy media. Again, when it comes to who do you trust more polling, which is a very accurate indicator of who people are going to be voting for, Trump is +6 on the economy. He's plus nearly 20 on the southern border. And he's +7 on foreign policy. Again, that's just devastating for cackles. But again, it gets worse. Wait until you see this next indicator. This will show you precisely how Trump is surging past Kamala. Gang, it's gonna make your weekend. But first, if you're just joining us, remember, if you want to ask me your questions, because YouTube has suspended our super chats, unfortunately, just click on that link below. Join any one of our levels of support. You'll have access to our very own virtual platform where you can ask me all your questions. I'll be happy to answer them on this live stream. That's fight.turleytalks.com. It's fight.turleytalks.com. You can also download a free app while you're at it, but just sign up for any level support, and you can ask me your questions. We'll be happy to answer them here on this live stream. Also, gang, if you have not already done so, I'm going to nag you. I'm going to nag you like the old prof dad that I am, Professor Dad. If you have not clicked on that link below to secure the deed to your home once and for all, you got to do it now. Bite the bullet, gang. Again, I have to tell you, I was shocked. This was about 2 years ago. I was shocked at how easy it is to access the deed to my house. Gang, they showed me. They showed me right out there on the computer screen. I was like, what? And they showed me you don't just access it, you can change it. It's you wouldn't believe how, I mean, I'm sitting there watching going, I'm that exposed? Gang, the deed to our homes is the only document that proves we own it. But the problem, the deeds to all our homes, they're now all online, and criminals are free to find your deed, forge your signature, refile as the new owner of your home, take out tons of loans using your home's equity, and then what do? They stick you with all the debt. Don't think homeowners insurance is going to bail you out, because they're not. But that's where our good friends over at Home Title Lock come in. Gang, they are amazing. Home Title Lock gives you the peace of mind that the deed to your home is absolutely and completely protected. Click on that link below right now and use promo code TurleyTalks. And all you got to do is just enter your address for your no obligation home title scan to see if you've already been a victim of deed theft. That's $100 value, absolutely, totally free with my promo code TurleyTalks. So don't wait for the worst to happen, only to regret you didn't do something when you could have, like right now. Do what I've done. Do what countless patriots have done. Click on that link below and secure your home today. All right, so we've got the job approval indicator that's very predictive of how the election is going to turn out. Let's look at favorability. This is another key predictive indicator that election analysts look at. What we tend to see in elections is that a candidate will get a vote share that is very much in alignment. Again, we're talking within 1 or 2 points, very much in alignment with their favorability. So favorability tends to corroborate the predictive indicator of job approval. According to Real Clear Politics polling average, Trump's favorability right now is actually at an all-time high. He's at 44.3%. With leaners, as I understand, again, these are the people who say, I don't know. And you say, well, if you had to make a choice, if you find him favorable or unfavorable, if you just had to make a choice, right? The number goes up to about 46%. So if you compare Trump's favorability now to where he was, say, back in 2020, he's currently enjoying higher favorability rating. In fact, he has the highest favorability rating of his entire political career. So back in 2020, his favorability was in the low 40s. And if that's adjusted with leaners, I think it gets about 43%. It was worse in 2016, a very low favorability. It's about 38, 39%. Keep that in mind, because we're going to talk about how that gets rectified in a moment. So again, Trump is viewed more favorably now, today, than he was back either in 2020 or 2016. But the key observation that this election analyst, Gold Crown Politics, makes is that if you compare a candidate's favorability to their overall vote share that they get on election day, again, it's almost identical. That's the general pattern. We saw that with Bush. We saw that with Obama. But there's a difference. And you know it. I bet half of you know right exactly what I'm going to say. What's so interesting with Trump is what? What makes Trump different? Just like his job approval ratings. He consistently outperforms his favorability on election day. Imagine that. So back in 2020, he was at about 43% favorability, but he got 47% of the vote. Same with 2016. He consistently outperforms his favorability numbers by 4 to 7 points. And this is largely because Trump is a voter turnout machine. So that might even be the reason for the favorability discrepancy between his favorability numbers and the higher numbers he gets the job approval and the higher number he gets on election day. No one turns out the vote like Trump. Trump supporters will literally crawl through glass to vote for him and vote for him alone, right? It's a Trump or bust vote. That's what Rich Barris calls it. They would vote for no one else. It's Trump or bust. So that's why Harry Enton, CNN, the polling analyst of CNN, he was making this point just a few days ago. Trump's national average. With Trump's national average, you have to add another 4 or 5 percentage points to that on election day. That's what you're going to see on election day. We saw it in 2016. We saw it in 2020. He outperforms his polls by 4 to 5 points. And we have every indicator, given that he's more popular, more favorable than ever before, that overperformance is going to be like nothing we've ever seen. The other major indicator that Rich Barris and Robert Barnes in particular were talking about earlier this week with their amazing deep dive into the polls on Monday is voter registration patterns. Republicans are absolutely crushing it in terms of voter registration, particularly in Pennsylvania, where they're out registering Democrats literally 4-1. And that's just part of for the course. And by the way, God bless Scott Pressler, who's like spearheading that. He's amazing. That we got to make a statue of that guy. He is doing God's work out there. And that's just part for the course, as I'm saying, that you see in other key swing states, like in Nevada. Take a look at this. The Democrat lead in Nevada has just totally collapsed. Back in 2020, Democrat voter registration led by nearly 5%, right? 4.65% in 2020. That has dropped now to just 1.67%. They dropped from an 87,000 registered vote lead to now just 33,000. That might get wiped out by Election Day. We saw it already with the election of Joe Lombardo for governor in 2022. He won. They have now a Republican governor. The state has been gradually turning more and more red, as has neighboring Arizona. All 15 counties in Arizona, every single one of them have been trending Republican in terms of voter identification and registration. We've seen two flips. Yuma and Navajo counties, they flipped from blue to red counties over the last few months. Maricopa County, by far the largest county in Arizona, they are now +6 Republican, up from +3.9 Republican back in 2020. And that's key because, again, he wins Maricopa, wins Arizona. And the must-win county for this key swing state is now +6 Republican. And Arizona as a whole has doubled their Republican advantage. They moved from a +2.7 Republican advantage now to a +5.8, a near +6 Republican advantage for the state. And again, we talked about this before, but a lot of this trending towards the Republicans, and most especially Trump, in both Arizona and Nevada is because of the Latino vote. Latinos are moving overwhelmingly towards the Republicans as they begin to align their voting with their conservative values. You see, if we bring in all of these other factors and dynamics, the predictive significance of job approval, the predictive significance of favorability, the predictive significance of voter registration trends, you factor in all those dynamics, which, by the way, the media is doing everything they possibly can to distract you away from. They don't want you to see that. They're pulling their best, Obi-Wan Kenobi kind of thing. Nothing to see here. Go back and rethink your life. They're doing everything they possibly can to distract you from all of these other election indicators and dynamics so as to demoralize you. Because they know how pumped up you are for Trump. And they want you to be as dejected as they are. Or at least as they have been with the single weakest incumbent in modern politics, the incontinent in chief. But you factor in all those dynamics, and we can now see that Trump is indeed, I want you to say it, Trump is stronger today than he has ever been. I want you to say that. Trump is stronger today than he has ever been, all the while the Democrat candidate is weaker than he or she has ever been against him. Again, this time in 2020, Biden was up 8. This time in 2016, Hillary's up 7. And we're complaining that Kamala's up 0.9? We're complaining Kamala's up by 1 in the RCP average? We're complaining about that? Guys, don't fall for the psyop. Don't even listen to it. Tune it out. Don't give them the time of it. Don't give them your views. Don't give them your watch time on YouTube. Don't do it. Just ignore them. I promise you, if things do start taking a very dire turn, I'll be the first to let you know. I'm not going to lead you astray. I'll be the first to let you know, something's not right here. Something's happening or something's wrong. I'll be the first to tell you. I'm sure all the polling analysts out there will be our polling analysts will be the first to tell you. Right now, as we speak, going into this Democrat National Convention, say it with me, Trump is stronger than he has ever been, and the Democrats are weaker against him than they've ever been. Make no mistake, Trump is weathering this storm, this coordinated, fabricated blitzkrieg that does appear, unfortunately for the Democrats, to be having very little result. Over to you as our moderators, Josh and Micah. Assemble your questions. Remember, if you want to ask me your questions, because YouTube has suspended our super chats, just click on that link below. Go to fight.charlietalks.com. Join any one of our levels of support, whatever one you like. You have instant access to our own virtual platform. You can ask me all your questions. I'll be happy to answer them right here on this live stream. Also, gang, you've seen how much UFC fighters love President Trump and how much he loves them. They're both fighting for faith, family, and freedom. But did you know that our camaraderie goes way beyond just fighting against wokeness? We can actually get the same pain relief that the fighters in the UFC get it, precisely because a fellow patriot and a very good friend of this channel is the very one who provides relief to that pain, and he's here to do the same for you. Now, we all know that as we age, aches and pains are normal, but they don't have to be, and that's where the groundbreaking medical scientist Clint Winters comes in. Clint's a world-renowned health expert who's unveiled a natural pain reliever that's taking the world by storm. It's called Kano CB2. It's the 100% drug-free way to get full-body pain relief without dangerous meds. And it is the official pain reliever for the fighters in the UFC. I use it and I love it. So whatever you do, make sure to click on that link below and check out Clint's amazingly informative report on how Kano CB2 is changing lives by providing safe and powerful relief at a fraction of the cost of pain pills. Click on that link below right now. I love the fact that we have a fellow patriot out there who provides pain relief for Colin McGregor. And then you get to take the same one. It's awesome. I take it every day. I absolutely love it. Kano CB2. All right, guys, what do we got? Good to be back with you, all of you. Missy, good to see you. I missed you, Missy. How could any voter consider RFK Jr. for anything now that he has shown exactly who he really is? Yeah, so you have to wonder if RFK is desperately trying to draw more votes from Kamala than Trump. I still don't know. I haven't figured out RFK. I've talked to some insiders with him. I've talked to Robert Barnes. Robert Barnes is a good friend of Bobby Kennedy. There was a time I thought he had a lot more in common with Trump than with the Democrats. Because of the populism, because he was rejected by the Democratic Party, because he's an outsider, he's anti-establishment, anti-vax, all that sort of stuff. But yeah, now, I mean, I know what you mean in terms of he can get very, very far left in his rhetoric. That might play to our advantage. But I know what you're concerned about. You're concerned about populist vote that could have gone to Trump. That's going to RFK. Yeah, we'll have to see. So I've heard it, but somebody's really going to hate Robert Kennedy on Wednesday, November 6th. Somebody's really going to hate him. It's either going to be us or it's going to be the Kamala machine. But I have a feeling it's going to be the Kamala machine. Thank you, Missy. Johnny the Whiz Kid. How was your vacation cruise, Steve? Glad to have you back. Do you know when you have another meetup? Also, Ted Cruz predicts Kamala will take presidency before Biden's term ends. Okay. What are the odds of that happening? Let's reverse. And while I'm reversing, I don't know, Josh, do you have some clips you could show everybody of the cruise? Some B-roll while I'm chatting? I don't know. I don't know what the odds are. So Cruz may have some inside information. I mean, obviously, Biden is degenerating big time. Yeah, it would be interesting to see what happens if Kamala takes the helm and then she has to be in the national spotlight and own this. She's doing her best to distance herself from Biden's record. I don't think she can, but she's doing her best because I think they know they've got the numbers and we're seeing it. I'm getting some note. Josh is saying I don't have any B-roll at the moment. No problem. I will describe it for them. But I think you saw it in the numbers of who do you trust more with, and Trump just wins virtually everything. They're even getting close on abortion, which is ironic because that's the only thing the Democrats are running on. They know that voters weren't rejecting Biden solely because of his senility. They were rejecting his policies. They're miserable. They're miserable with the inflation. They're miserable with the economy. They're miserable with the recession coming in. And then if you combine it, recession and inflation, you get stagflation. They're miserable with the border. They're miserable with the rise in violent crime. They're just miserable with the malaise over our country. And so it's the policies that are killing them. And what they're trying to do, what the media is desperately trying to do, is they're putting Kamala in to try to convince you it was Biden and his senility that we were covering up, but we're not going to get into that. It was Biden's senility. That's the problem. Put Kamala in and everything is going to be great. So they're trying to, if Kamala loses, they're going to blame it on racism and sexism and all kinds of phobia rather than on Democratic policies. In terms of vacation, it was great. It was awesome. And it's great to be back, Johnny. Yeah, we should have one next year, sometime in 2025. There was, I think, what was there talk of? I'm forgetting when it was. November, possibly, 2025? So we usually do like a year and a half out. Yeah, Josh has just told me November 2025. That's what we're talking about here. And it might be a Caribbean cruise. We'd love to have you guys. It was awesome. It was a lot of work. I mean, it was really sweet. It was very sweet just to show you how awesome our community is. So I got a lot of questions. Are you okay? Are you okay? You doing all right? I mean, because I did 8 sessions. I did 8 teachings. I did some Q&A. I did a bunch of videos, as you know, on site because I wanted to be where the nationalist populist action is happening in Valencia, in Barcelona, Catalonia. In general, in Corsica. Corsica is a huge thing going on there. And in Monaco, Monte Carlo, one of the most conservative countries. It's technically a country in the whole of Europe. There's no left-wing parties in Monaco, for example. Just so, I mean, there is, but they don't come to power. It's either center right, or far right, as they call them. So I was really excited to be working on that trip. So I did a lot of work, and then at nighttime we ate dinner, and I sat amongst our tribe, and we all chatted into the wee hours, and I loved it. In the end, I got asked a lot, "Are you okay?" I loved it. I thrived on that. I don't know what it. I'm not a big vacation guy. You guys have probably figured that out. I don't do I'm not gone for a week very often. Even when I'm like on a family vacation, like in the Maine trip, I'm always going to do a vid. I'm keeping abreast of what's going on, and if there's a topic I think that points, it's an indicator of something that's really important for us all to be, that's forming our worldview of what's happening in our world. I'm going to go and I'm going to do a quick 6, 7, 8-minute video on it. I'm going to do that. That's just the way my brain works, and I can't shut it down. So I loved it, and so I cannot, I can't encourage you guys more to sign up next time and join us. We were a nice big group when we had our own excursions, and we were in a bus and everything. It was a blast. We've never done it before. It was just, we did a cruise before, but it was just our staff. Now we opened it up to Turley Talkers, and so yes, definitely plan for it. Come on in. The water's great. You'll love it. We'll have a great time, and it's great to meet you. We really are. We all said it on our final night together. We're a family. We feel such an incredible camaraderie because of the values alignment, and people make new friends, and they keep in touch outside, and it's just awesome. And we had somebody from Canada, so it's slightly international, from the Great White North, and it's just wonderful. So I can't encourage you enough to join us. You'll love it. Thank you, Johnny. Rock Dog, I missed you, Rock Dog. Dr. Steve, the biggest scandal Trump should be bringing up the fact that Pedo Joe dropped out of the campaign for re-election because of dementia, but has not been removed. That's true, but has not been removed by the 25th Amendment. Who's running the country? That's a point that I think Republicans and Trump should be making to the people every single day. Drain the sewer. I'm with you. I think when you look at the polls, Kamala is more distrusted over how she covered up for Biden than she is at the border. A lot of people don't know what she did at the border. Now, Trump's commercials are going to hammer on it, but that's what I think. Those are the two big things that Trump needs to hammer on in the debates. If we couldn't trust you being honest about Biden, what else can we not trust you with? What else are you hiding? And if the one thing you've been in charge with is the border, imagine you in charge of everything and the mess it'll create. If he focuses on that. But getting just the Biden presidency just seems to be it. Remember, we said this after the debate. The debate was Thursday night, and we had our live stream on Friday. And I said, the very first thing I said, what we saw last night was the end of Biden's presidency. What we saw last night was the end of Biden's presidency. He may be going on till January 20th of 2025, but his presidency, in terms of its power, its plausibility, its legitimacy, has imploded. He is going to go down in history as one of the biggest abject failures ever. And I think that analysis has been vindicated. I think that projection has been vindicated. Now, whether they're going to hammer on the 25th, I don't know. They should. I think that's a good idea. But I think what they're trying to do is take down Kamala. And they haven't figured that out yet. In fairness, again, I think Trump is weathering the storm, but I think we all want to see a big knockout blow like we saw with Biden. And if you remember that golf cart discussion, right, when Trump's like, Kamala, she's even worse, but we're going to take her out too. So they're talking, they're having this discussion, but I think they're waiting for the big bounce, whatever bounce she gets from the convention, and then I think they're going full throttle at her. And so hopefully they'll take her out. They'll do caucus her, as I like to say. Just Jules. Steve, I'm mortified. How does one get out of the funk? Oh, just Jules. Did you hear what I just said? Don't be mortified. Don't. Yeah, again, that's what they're trying to do to you. They're trying to upset you. They're evil people. I'm sorry. I'm just gonna. We don't hate the media enough, and you just have to treat them as just. You have to treat them as people who would rather not have us here. So just don't listen to them. Don't listen to them. Pay no attention. And that includes Fox. Fox is a Rupert Murdoch globalist enterprise. Yes, they got Gutfeld. They've got some good people on it, but in the end, they played in 2020. They played, and after November 20, they played the game. They played the same with New York Post. I'm going to call them out too. They played the game. They went with the establishment. They did not come out against it. They did not fight, as Trump would call us to do. So don't get dejected. We're okay. Trump, again, just Jules, I want you to say this over and over to yourself. Trump is stronger than he's ever been, and the Democrats are weaker than they've ever been. I just want you to say that to yourself over and over again. Trump is stronger than he's ever been. Democrats are weak. That's objective, right? Trump is now either leading or just a little bit below Kamala in RCP averages, okay, like 1 point. Whereas this time in 2020 he was behind by 8, and this time in 2016, which he went on to win, he was behind by 7. And in 2020, we all know what we believe on that. The best the Democrats could do in that is, and all those shenanigans, is get Biden over the finish line by 40,000 votes. 10,000 Arizona, 10,000 Georgia, 20,000 Wisconsin. That's it. That's what the election came down to. The single closest elections, I believe, since 2000. So, I mean, and that was with an 8-point lead at this time. Kamala's literally within the margin of error. So don't worry about it. Seriously, don't worry about it. Franz! Good morning, Dr. Steve. Using the school board in Chino, California as my example, it seems that neo-regionalism and theopolitics are cut from the same cloth. Or am I missing something? Okay, yes, you're are they the same thing? They can. Okay, so what Franz is talking about is in Chino, California, a mega church in particular, but many churches are basically making it their mission to take over the school boards, and they've been very, very successful in doing it, and then restoring sanity to our public schools. That's the goal. That's the idea. To start, and so what you're doing is you're saying we here in Chino, we have a huge Christian population here, evangelical population. We want our schools to run according to our values, not these one-size-fits-all woke nonsense values that are enforced from above. So the question then is neo-regionalism, bringing back politics to the local, and theopolitics, where politics is getting more and more informed by religion. Religion nationalism, scholars widely agree. It's a whole field of study that's rising. Widely agree that nationalism and religion are the two most potent political forces in the world today. And then they often combine into a religious nationalism, hence Christian nationalism, right? The scare of a Christian nationalism. So, yes, in some cases, not in all. So, for example, I think Texas is a kind of neo-regionalism. It's at a state level, it's big. But it's not necessarily theopolitics. A lot of the people who are involved on the front lines of Texas are very devout evangelicals, very devout Christians. But it doesn't, Dan Miller doesn't, I know Dan well enough, and I've chatted with him on numerous occasions, went out down to Waco and spoke at his event there at Texicon. It's not marketed as a Christian movement. So then that would be the overlapping of neo-regionalism with theopolitics. I'm thinking too of the Greater Idaho movement. Now the people behind that, they're all solid Christians, strong evangelicals. But again, it's marketed as just more of a neo-regionalist movement, regardless of where you're coming from. There isn't necessarily a theology that's driving it per se. So I think they're two distinct things, but they do overlap. And with the rising power of theopolitics in the world, their overlap, I think, will be more frequent in the future. Great question, Franz. Wow. Awesome. Paul, since the infamous debate, the Emperor no clothes, and the Emperor has no clothes, he's pretty much been AOL. Yeah, he has. I mean, he's just... he has more or less just exiled himself in shame when all said and done. It appears Biden has not in any way meaningful capacity but in control of the presidency. If he's not running it, who is? That's a $10,000 question. I mean, they've read, the legacy media's actually written articles on thank God for the deep state. They've literally said that. Biden's presidency is a reminder of how important the deep state actually is. I mean, you can't make this stuff up, right? So in other words, intelligence agencies, unelected bureaucrats, a tyranny, an autocracy, and then they're calling us the autocrats and the threats to democracy. So I don't know who is. I don't know specifically. I have no info on that. But clearly, as you saw him lying on the beach, clearly Biden isn't. He's just a yes man or a no man. They have to go up the chain of command to get something done. They bring him in, but generally speaking, I have a feeling they do what they did on Twitter when he announced he was bowing out of the race. It wasn't even him. It wasn't even his signature. He probably didn't even know he did it. Everyone just told him, we'll take care of this. Don't worry, we'll take care of it. So I think that's just what they're doing. We'll take care of it. And it's just these unelected bureaucrats that he surrounded himself with. Absolutely. And the media couldn't give a rip about it. They could care less. Because it's all their buddies. It's all their friends. Mahala, are we paying attention to the primaries? We don't give Trump a conservative House and Senate, They will destroy any chance of him changing, protecting America. Absolutely. Now, we are. House races are a little harder. So Real Clear, not Real Clear, Red Eagle Politics is doing a lot of House race breakdowns. He's very, very good. So make sure you check out his channel. The Senate looks like it's now I know we're not supposed to be complacent, and I don't want to be. But the Senate does look like it's a relatively done deal. We're not going to lose any seats. They're up for it's 2-1 or 3-1 Democrat who's up for election this time, just like we were in 2022. We were defending like 21 seats. We only lost one in Pennsylvania. But right now, as we speak, it's pretty much guaranteed we're going to win control of the Senate. We've got I'm forgetting his name now. West Virginia, the governor there. Remember, he had his little dog at the convention. He's going to win in a landslide. We're talking by 30, 40 points. John Tester's going down in Montana, the Democrat. He's going down. We've got West Virginia pickup, and we've got a Montana pickup, and that's all we need. That's it. We have 51 seats. We've got it. That's all we need. So we're good. We're gonna get the Senate. I think we'll get more than that, based on what we're seeing. Voters don't tend to split the ticket. So if Trump wins Pennsylvania, keep an eye on McCormick pulling it off in an upset against what's his name, Casey, who's by the way running as a MAGA conservative right now. All the polls in Pennsylvania is I'm going to shut down the border. I'm going to protect the border. And I'm going to bring manufacturing jobs back home. It's MAGA. That's the Democrats are running those ads. It's hilarious. And then Kerry Lake in Arizona, keep an eye on that because Republicans are just surging there. We may be able to pull off. I think we got one in Nevada. I'm forgetting. Maybe be able to pull off a Senate in Nevada. There's a couple of other Senate seats we might be getting as well. But yeah, we should do it. If Trump is running away with this, like I think he will. Again, running away, it's going to be tight here or there. But the fundamentals, he's got solid command. Remember, no one got more votes than Trump as an incumbent. No one. He is a voting turnout machine. We get him out. We get those voters out. We almost got the House in 2020. You remember that? We almost got control of the House in 2020. It was the most bizarre thing. The Republicans gained in the House, but we lost the White House. How did that happen? So, yes, if Trump is rocking it, we should keep the House and we should gain the Senate. That's the general pattern. We'll see. We'll see what shenanigans they're playing. I mean, we gotta be on our A game all the way. But thank you, Mahalo. You're absolutely right. Thank you. Kevin, Dr. Steve, any idea who might be the actual person people pulling the puppet strings? So that's what, right? We want to know what the heck's going on there. We know it wasn't Joe, and it isn't Chlamydia running anything. I know Obama might be local, but who handles him? The actual overloads just need sacrificial lambs and plausible deniability. Thanks, welcome back. Thanks, Kevin. Yeah, again, like I said earlier, it's anyone's guess. I don't know. And I don't know if anyone really does know. In the end, maybe Ted Cruz would. I mean, I think maybe you've got to be inside government to know. But it's a good question. I think in the end, it's the intelligence agencies, it's the unelected bureaucrats, the deep state, it's the Pentagon. They're all just doing their thing. Rock Dog, Dr. Steve, do you see the video circulating the police in Minnesota going through a neighborhood, shooting pepper balls at people outside during the lockdowns? Then Waltz, awesome, justifying not sending the National Guard for the Minneapolis mayor by sending their untrained 19-year-old cooks. Yeah, I mean, Waltz was a disaster. I mean, Waltz was the best gift we could possibly give. He's going to be the gift that keeps on giving all throughout this campaign. Now, keep in mind, the one problem with that is people don't vote based on the VP. She believed she was losing Minnesota. Her people thought she was losing Minnesota, which she was, and they thought Waltz would help her keep Minnesota. We'll see. I don't know. Trump's been doing very, very well in Minnesota, but yeah, Waltz is a disaster. Waltz is an absolute crazy disaster. Kevin, how in the world does the most unpopular voters are from popularity below Biden to 40 to popular to 40%? How is she at for job approval? 40%. Yeah, I mean she was hitting the 30s and so forth. So the 40, I don't know. Again, I think that's including numbers that are getting inflated from the response bias. But her numbers are still incredibly low. You don't get elected with a 40% approval rate. Simply don't. Generally, again, unless you can pull off this election turnout miracle that Trump does every single election, 2016, 2020, and then he's already been doing it in the primaries for 2024. And people walk through glass just to vote for this guy. And we'll see that. It'll be awesome. It'll be incredible. It'll be unlike anything we've seen, I think, at this point. Dave, what are the largest separations between president candidates in history? Seems like recent candidates are not separated by more than a handful of points. What's up with that? We just had the worst president in history, and we're all talking a few points difference. Has it always been like this in the United States? No, it hasn't. We've had blowout elections. Richard Nixon, 1972, was the biggest blowout election. If I recall, that was double digits. He won 50 states. Same with Reagan, 84. 80 was pretty massive. 88 was pretty massive. But yeah, I mean, we've had close ones. You know, the Kennedy Nixon race in 60 that came down to just 100,000 votes. That looked like there was some shenanigans there. But no, we are unfortunately teetering on literal civil war like status. Blue states hate red states. Blue counties hate red counties. And yes, it's vice versa. Although, you know, again, if we have video after video, liberals wearing liberal paraphernalia, you know, I love Kamala, whatever, going to a Trump rally, and people have fun with them. Patriots have fun with them. Patriots invite them in to come on. All right, well, you know, have a hot dog. Or, you know, just don't cause any trouble, kind of. But you wear a MAGA hat to a Kamala rally, they'll freak out. They'll beat you up, you know? I mean, it's just the animosity is an all-time high. I've read articles. We've not had animus like this towards each other since the 1860s. And a very large portion of our country in metropolitan, coastal, elite cities and in blue states have been conditioned over the last 3 decades, probably more, to just hate our country, to hate it at its very core. And they literally are Kevorkians, and they just want to take us out and replace us with a post-American nation. It's a sad fact, but that's what it is. Now, in the end, I don't think they're successful. Even if they were to be successful for a time, America, because it's on the side of the good faith, family, and freedom America, always transfigures. It always resurrects. But that's why, again, we have to be grounded in our faith. We have to be grounded in our God, who is a God of transformation, who could take a Roman cross that was the symbol of death and pain and torture and cruelty and turn it into a symbol of the tree of life and redemption and paradise. That's what he does. And notice he doesn't do it by getting rid of the cross and replacing it with the tree of life. He turns these things into symbols of renewal. He turns the rot into renewal. And like we talked about on the cruise, that was one of our big themes. That was actually the theme of the entire talks, We need to focus on the renewal, not the rot. Because the renewal's always there. Always. I gave them a whole sociological theory from Pitirim Sorokin, Sorokin, if you want to look it up. Pitirim Sorokin, the Russian-American sociologist, founded the sociology department of Harvard University back in the 1930s. And he has a whole theory of civilization based on actual evidential work. I mean, literally hundreds of civilizations over thousands of years. But he noted particularly Christian civilization always renews itself. It always rises again. So all the rot that we see, and it can be overwhelming, but all that rot we see is ultimately compost. And what does compost do? It provides the occasion for the blossoming of renewal. So that's what you focus on. You focus on the renewal, not the rot. But yes, unfortunately, right now, today, we are an incredibly divided people. There's just no way around it. And we have, to a certain extent, we have conservative Inc., as they're called. You know, we have the establishment conservatives to blame because they allowed our school system to teach our children to hate our country. They allowed our universities to turn into Marxist playgrounds. They allowed the boardrooms to get taken over by woke Inc. They didn't care about culture. They only cared about low tax rates and taking on the Soviets. So sad. Rock Dog, Dr. Steve, do you think the whole Biden dropout and chlamydia Harris selection has shown more people that Biden has never been in charge? She's more responsible for the decisions made over the last 4 years. So it's interesting there, Rock Dog, is with the unfortunate anniversary of the Afghanistan, pullout debacle, is there's been videos of her admitting, saying point blank, yes, I was instrumental in that decision. So it'll be very interesting to see if the Trump campaign can very cleverly more and more just morph her into Biden. If they morph her into Biden, she's shot. Because again, it was his senility that was his Achilles heel. But ultimately, it was his policies that were his undoing. And if the more she gets identified with those policies, she's a goner. And that's it. Gang, have a wonderful and blessed weekend. And I will see you all on Monday. It's great to be back. Great to work for you. And I'll be doing that each and every day. God bless, gang.
We could start off with, the assassination attempt, which was an incredible thing. And I have to say that, your actions after that assassination attempt were inspiring. You, instead of shying away from things, instead of ducking down, you were pumping your fist in the air and saying, fight, fight, fight. And I think that's, the President of the United States represents America. And I think that is America. That is strength under fire. And so that's, a big, part of the reason why I was excited to endorse you as the President of the United States for having another term here is that was just incredibly inspiring. But what was it like for you?
Not pleasant. I have to be honest. I said there was blood. I had more blood. I didn't know I had that much blood. The doctors later told me that the ear is the place that is a very bloody place if you're going to get hit. But in this case, it was probably the best alternative you could even think about because it went at the right angle, and it was a hard hit. It was very, I guess you would say surreal, but it wasn't surreal. I was telling somebody you have instances like this or like a lot less than this where you feel it's a surreal situation. And I never felt that way. I knew immediately that it was a bullet. I knew immediately that it was at the ear. Yeah. And because it hit very hard, but hit the ear. And I also heard people shout, bullets, bullets, get down, because I moved down pretty nicely, pretty quickly. And we had bullets flying right over my head after I went down. So I'm glad I went down. The bigger miracle was that I was looking in the exact direction of the shooter, and so it hit me at an angle that was far less destructive than any other angle. So that was the miracle. That was for those people that don't believe in God. I think we got to all start thinking about that. You have to, you know, I'm a believer now. I'm more of a believer, I think, and a lot of people have said that to me. A lot of great people have said that to me, actually. But it was amazing that I happened to be turned just at that perfect angle, and all because I put down a chart on immigration that showed that the numbers were so great. I love that chart even more
maybe
now.
it's a sign. Maybe that's a sign. You know?
It's an immigration sign.
You highlighted a serious issue, and at that moment, the bullet missed your, you know, hit your ear, but you know, missed your head. I mean,
well, the amazing thing is that the sign, I said, bring down that sign on immigration, and it was literally about an eighth of a second where it would be good, and after that it was going to be a disaster, no matter which way you were facing. But it just had that perfect angle, which was exactly at this shooter. Very sad situation. Such a sad situation. As you know, we lost somebody that was great, Corey, who, a firefighter, a great gentleman, a great trumper. He was just a fantastic family and a fantastic man. And a friend of mine came up, Elon, and said, I'd like to give the family some kind of help. And I said, that's great. He said, do you mind? I said, I don't mind at all. And he wrote out a check for $1 million, gave it to the wife. And, you know, she said, this is really nice, but I'd rather have my husband back, which is a nice thing for somebody to say, to be honest. She's great. The family is great. And we raised a lot of money for them and for two other gentlemen who are unbelievable people also. They were hit really badly. They thought they were not going to make it, and they did. The doctors in the Butler area, I tell you, they were incredible. They saved the two, and they were really hit tough, both of them, equally. And we thought, my first question was, because I heard bullets flying over me, and I said, how many people were killed? Because we had a massive crowd there, a tremendous thousands and thousands of people, and there was no land. I mean, it was all people. So I said, how many people have been killed? Because I knew there were other shots being fired. And they said, we don't know yet, but some people have been badly hurt. And I have to give the Secret Service sniper, they call him, or sharpshooter, but sniper, because he didn't know there was a problem. He's an extraordinary shot, obviously, and he didn't know there was a problem. And he was able to pick it all out within 5 seconds. And he used one bullet from very far away, I guess probably about 400 yards. The shooter was 130, but he was on the opposite side of the field and the podium. And he saw the smoke and the flame from the gun, immediately recognized it, and immediately took a shot. And it was one perfect shot from very far away. And if he didn't do that, Elon, he would have. I mean, if he would have, a lot more people could have been badly hurt and killed. So I have to take my hat off to him, because that's also a surreal. You know, he's been with them for 23 years, and he's never had anything like this. And all of a sudden he has to act, and it's a very tough thing to act and to be shooting somebody. But he saw the gun, saw the smoke, saw the flame from the gun, very far away. Obviously has very good eyes. He's got very good vision, which I assume you have to have in that particular work. But he took aim very quickly, and they say it was approximately 5 seconds from long range, one bullet. If that didn't happen, because the shooter had a lot of bullets, he had a lot of cartridges up there with him. So
well,
could have been very.
I mean that's clearly you know, he was very competent in taking that shot to stop the attempted assassination. But I mean, there does seem to be some pretty significant failings elsewhere in the system. Like, there's just no way that, like, how on earth does a shooter get on a roof 130 yards away? That seems crazy. I think most people people are wondering how on earth could such a thing happen.
Well, you know, I view it as two ways. There should have been nobody on the roof. There were people,
Yeah.
because there were so many tens of thousands of people there. There were people that were seeing him, and there was one woman with a red shirt and
Right.
Trump all over it,
I saw the video.
and she's screaming, "That guy's got a gun!" You know, you saw it probably. There's a
No, I
guy
saw
up
the
there
videos.
with a gun.
I mean, it's like I guess, I mean, for my part, and I think probably many members of the public are wondering, how the heck are, basically people wondering by it, pointing out there's a guy on the roof with a gun.
Yeah.
And they're seeing it, but somehow it's not being addressed. That does seem crazy.
Well, they're going to learn from this. The communication between the local police, who sort of had an idea, and then ultimately a man lifted himself up to the roof, could barely do it because he was pulling himself up, and he saw the man with the gun. The man with the gun pointed the gun at him. He thought he was probably going to get shot, but he was like pulling himself up, and because of that, he couldn't get to his gun. And he fell down, actually very badly hurt his leg, his ankle. I hear very badly, but he fell down. And he did, from what I understand, he did say there's a guy up there with a gun. And the shooting started very quickly after that. I think it forced the shooter to go maybe quicker. He was supposed to be a very good shot.
Yeah.
My sons, Don and Eric, they can't believe what happened, but they said from 130 yards, a bad shot would hit that target almost every time. They said it's like in golf, sinking a 2-foot putt.
Yeah, it's not a tough shot.
It's not a long shot. The Secret Service person had the long shot. He had triple the distance actually. So it was a terrible thing. It's hard. I have to say this about the Secret Service. When I went down, and I went down based on, I think, they're screaming, but other people also, because people saw this happen. You had so many people. One of the miracles was that nobody ran. I mean, if a gun goes off, the crowd control people showed us this. When guns go off, and it does happen in stadiums at a soccer match or some kind of a match, everybody flees. They call it a stampede, like cattle. But everybody, and a lot of people get killed with those stampedes. We had more people than you'd have at, some of these matches or these games, and nobody left. You had a small group behind us in the grandstand, and that was full. And you look at it as it was taking place, and normally they'd be running. They didn't leave. They saw that I was hurt. They saw a lot of blood, and they saw that I went down. And it's almost like they wanted to be with me. Well, out front, you had thousands, tens of thousands of people. As far as the eye could see, you had people in Butler, as far as the eye could see. And a lot of press, too. There were, many cameras on watching this. It's what makes it so different, because normally things happen that aren't good, but you never have a picture of it. Here we have all these cameras shooting it. So, sort of amazing. But one of the interesting things was that you didn't have anybody flee. You didn't have anybody stampede.
Sure.
Nobody. And there were some people behind me. They stood up and they're looking like, I mean, I'll tell you, you want to have them in a foxhole with you. I want to meet some of those people because it's so different from what you heard. But so I was down. But the Secret Service guys, there were bullets flying right over my head. You could hear them go whizzing, and these guys came jumping on top of me, and a young lady, Kate. They moved so fast, and let me tell you, that took tremendous courage. Now, there was a lack of coordination. There was, obviously everybody understands that that building should have been covered. And
I mean,
I
think that, like, I mean, looking at the aerial views, that building would be like the number one spot for a sniper. I mean, it's like if you were to pick, like, what is the favorite, so if the goal is to assassinate, what's your favorite spot? That building. The roof of that building would be number one.
That would have been the spot.
It's like you can ask for a better location. It's like number one.
That would have been the spot. You know what people think is when the local policeman, who, by the way, he really, he did what he was supposed to do. He couldn't hold on any longer. And then when he got his head just peeking above, this guy standing there with a gun at his head, and when he fell down again, hurt his ankle very badly. But he was making the calls. But what happened is the firing took place very soon. So what they think is that this guy ran to his site, which he had all planned out with the gun. He ran to the site and he started shooting fast, and maybe that's why he sort of missed. I mean, you know, he
but
he
as you
got
said,
me,
you
but it
would
could
have
have
hit.
been could have been a much bigger problem.
But he totally would have hit if you hadn't turned your head. So, like, you know, there was it was a very near thing.
It was a miracle. If I hadn't turned my head,
yeah,
I would not be talking to you right now. As much as I like you,
exactly.
I would not.
Yeah,
I would not be talking.
I mean, he's talking to me from another realm, perhaps.
Yeah, that's right. We'd be talking from a different place. But it was a very terrible experience. The Butler Hospital, they did such a great job. The doctors were so good. Everybody was so good. There was a mistake. If somebody knew, because people were hearing, you know, there was just a bad feeling that there was somebody was around. You know that story now. It's been And if somebody could have said, because they've oftentimes said, you know, like there'd be a lightning storm or something. Because I've done, I think over 300. I think I did a lot more than that, but we did a lot. And oftentimes they'll say, "Sir, could you wait 10 minutes, please? Sir, could you wait 20 minutes? There's a storm overhead or lightning or something," right? And that happens often. Yeah. And this would have been a perfect time for that to have happened, but it didn't get coordinated. That was the problem.
Well, it was I think your actions in the heat of fire, and you know, like what I find admirable there was that you can't fake bravery under such circumstances. The courage is instinctual, or it is not. It's not a rehearsed action. And so I just want to say that I think a lot of people admire your courage under fire there. And so
thank you very much. I appreciate it. I didn't think of it. I just wanted to get up, and I wanted to stand up. I wanted to let people know, you know, I felt I was good when they were on top of me, covering me, actually, very much covering me, and very bravely. But I wanted to get up. I said, I want to get up. And they wanted, you know, they have everything there. They wanted stretcher. I didn't like the stretcher. And I knew I was hit in the ear, but I knew I wasn't hit anywhere else. They felt I was hit someplace else because it was such a lot of blood. And they were sure that I was hit someplace else. And they were saying, "Sir, you were hit more than the ear." I said, "Nope, I was hit in the ear. I want to get up. Let me get up." And so I got up, and the crowd didn't know what to think. I mean, this was so many people, and you could see they were confused. They didn't know what to think. And I wanted to let them know I was okay. It was very important for me to let them know that. And they went wild. You've seen the after. They didn't go wild when I got up because they didn't know, was I alive? You really couldn't tell. When I stood up before the you know, the fist in the air, they didn't know if I was alive. Nobody did. And when I put the fist up, they were just relieved and happy and thrilled, and the place went crazy. It was pretty amazing. It was a terrible thing, but it was
incredibly moving. Yeah. Well, and I mean, speaking of the sort of slide that got you to turn that saved your life, really, was the illegal immigration slide. Maybe this is worth talking about that.
It was
that slide saved your life.
No, the illegal immigration saved my life. You're right, but I had to be at that exact angle.
I mean, that's a great one. saved by illegal immigration.
You know, the incredible thing though, when you talk about the odds, you had to be exactly at that angle. But the incredible thing is that the chart, I used it less than 20% of the time. It was just a moment.
Yeah.
It's always on my left, never my right. And it's always at the end of the speech. So here we have it. It's on the right, not the left. It's at the beginning, not the end. And even the people that put it up, they were unprepared. And they did a great job. They got it up immediately, fortunately. But I looked to the right, and the bullet came whizzing by, hitting my ear. So it was amazing. But when you think of the odds of that, and you know that normally you wouldn't use it. Normally I wouldn't have the thing, and then it would have been a very different story. It's very much. I I say an act of God. It's a miracle that it happened, and I'm honored by it. I'm honored by it.
Well, what were you about to say about illegal immigration before you were rudely interrupted?
Well, I was going to say how good the numbers were. By the way, we're going back to Butler, and we're going to go back in October. We're all set up, and the people are fantastic in Butler. It's a great area. Great. These are incredible people. Like the three that, in the case of Corey, killed, and the other two, the families are. I got to know them a little bit, and the families are great. But we're going back to Butler, and I think I'll probably start by saying, as I was saying, prior to being so horribly interrupted.
Yeah.
But
so rudely interrupted by an assassination attempt.
But no, but the chart.
Some people have no manners.
Elon, the chart was just a chart that, in my last week, we had the best illegal immigration numbers, meaning stopping. Week we had the best illegal immigration numbers, meaning stopping. It was at the lowest. You've seen the chart. It's become quite a famous chart. But that was the lowest point ever recorded. It was a really, I was very proud of those numbers. And then you see what happened with these people, Kamala and Joe. You see what happened. They just let it go. I had remain in Mexico policies. I had all these different policies that was so good. Guys like Tom Holman and Brandon Judd from Border Patrol. These are all people that they've been on television. They said it's the best numbers we've ever had. We had so many different checks, catch and release in Mexico, not the United. We had catch and release in the United States. We had it in Mexico. We had so many things. We had things where if many people come in there, they have contagious diseases. We had everything passed. If you have a contagious disease, I'm sorry, but we cannot allow you into the country. So we were setting literally records, and all I was doing is showing that, and I use it sometimes.
Sure.
And in this case, I'm glad I used it. I can tell you that. But they were fantastic numbers. But I'm going to sleep with that chart always. I'll be sleeping with that chart. That chart was very important for a lot of reasons.
Well, I mean, would it be accurate to say that you're supportive of legal immigration, but we obviously need to shut down illegal immigration and especially unvetted illegal immigration, because that's not the same as saying that everyone who's an illegal immigrant is bad. In fact, I think most people who are illegal immigrants are actually good, but you can't tell the difference unless there's a solid vetting of who comes across the border. Does that accurately represent your position?
I say it very simply. They have to come in legally. They have to be checked.
Yeah.
Because look, Kamala was the border czar. Now she's denying it. Everything that I do, she's saying she was strong on the border. We're going to be strong. Well, she doesn't have to say it. She could close it up right now. They could do things right now. It's horrible. No tax on tips, and all of a sudden she's making a speech and there will be no tax on tips. I said that months ago. And by the way, they had just the opposite. They had not only tax on tips, but they hired 88,000 IRS agents, and many of them were assigned to go get waitresses and caddies and all of this on tips. They have a policy. They had a policy that they were really going to go after you and were really harassing people horribly. And then all of a sudden, for politics, she says, she comes out with what I said, which I think is terrible. And I think it's also hitting them very hard. These people are fake. Now they're also saying they did a good job on the border. We had the worst numbers in the history of the world, not of our country. There's never been a country in history that has had a catastrophe like this. We've had, I believe, and I think you believe this too, you hear 12 million, 13. I believe it's over 20 million people came into our country, many coming from jails, from prisons, from mental institutions, or a bigger version of that is insane asylums, and many are terrorists. And I'll tell you what, they're coming not just from South America, they're coming from Africa, they're coming from stupidly and horribly bombing Israel October 7th. They're coming from all over the world. And you look at, it's so sad, October 7th, because it should have never happened.
Yeah.
It's so sad when you look at Ukraine. It should have never happened. We have a defective government. These are defective people. and they're not people that should be running it. But where you see it the best is the border, because you have millions of people coming in a month, and then she gets up and she tries to pretend like she's going to do something. She had 3.5 years, and by the way, they have another 5 months that they can do something, but they won't do anything. It's all talk. She's incompetent, and he's incompetent. And frankly, I think that she's more incompetent than he is, and that's saying something because he's not too good.
Yeah, no, I think it is essential to have a secure border. I mean, you're really not a country unless you have a secure border, and
secure elections.
You know, yeah, absolutely secure elections, and so it's just essential to have a real border, or we can't function as a country, and our service, our central services are being overwhelmed in a lot of cities. But as we were talking about earlier, I think having a legal immigration process that is smooth and efficient and done well, and speaking as someone who is a legal immigrant, I think that like one way to think of it is, who do you want on your team? Who do you want on Team America? And I think we want to just say, okay, we want to let in people who are going to, be great contributors to our society and to our economy, and and who do you want on the team? And it's not to say that, like in my opinion, actually, I'd say like probably most of the illegal immigrants actually are actually good, hardworking people. That's my opinion. But some are not, and you just have this sort of adverse selection process where, if somebody's, if somebody's like has a career in theft or robbery, I don't understand what's taken them so long to get here, because we're in such a target-rich environment. I mean, why aren't more people who have a career in, bad things coming here sooner? Because it's a piece of cake to go rob, houses in LA or New York, compared to other parts of the world. And in a lot of places in America, if you try to stop the person who's robbing you, you'll be arrested. So
it's right. I mean, what's happening with crime, and our police are so good, but they're not allowed to do their job. But I have to tell you, Elon, I hate to say it because it's such a downer to say it. I hate to say it. I hate it. But you have a lot of people that just shouldn't be. I think it's a much bigger number than you think. They're allowing, again, they're allowing people from their jails. And if you were running one of these countries where they're coming from, you would have had all of them. As an example, Venezuela, their crime is down 72%. They're taking their drug dealers. They're taking, frankly, their prisoners. They're emptying out their prisons. They're taking their criminals, their murderers, their rapists, and they're delivering them into.
But that's what Castro did.
Yeah, well, he did on a much smaller scale.
Yeah.
It was a much smaller scale. But this is a massive scale because this is being done worldwide. But here's what's happening: crime all over the world is down. And wait till you see the numbers that we have. This is migrant crime. This is crime that's going to be. And I saw it today in New York, where somebody was knifed, where they raped the girlfriend of a man that stood there watching in New York in one of the shelters, and started pulling out the knives, and bad things happened today. But this is happening every day. These are rough people. These are people that are in jail for murder and all sorts of things. And they're releasing them into our country, and they're telling them, if you come back, we're going to kill you. We're going to give you the death penalty or kill you. So they don't want to come back. But these are rough people.
Yeah.
These are criminals that make our criminals look like nice people. And it's horrible what they're doing. And she's in charge of it because, now she's trying to say she had nothing to do with it. And she's such a liar because she was called the border czar the first day, and it was on the headlines of every newspaper. She's the border czar. And she never even went there. She went to one location which had nothing to do with where the problem is. She went in and out, I guess, because she was getting a lot of pressure, but had nothing to do with the problem is. But she was the border czar, and people can't allow them to get away with their disinformation campaign. Now she's trying to say that she wasn't really involved, and the whole thing is horrible. She was totally in charge. she could have shut the border down without him. He didn't know what he was doing anyway, so he wouldn't have even known what happened. You could shut the border down. He wouldn't even know the difference. But the fact is that she was border czar. But if you don't have to call her that, the fact is you could just call her. She was in charge of the border, and the border was the worst ever.
It's simply not working.
No, it's horrible.
Whether it's a question of intention or competence, either way, we don't have a secure border, and we have people streaming over like it looks like a World War Z zombie apocalypse at times. And sometimes you got to sort of wonder, like, is it real or not? So because you see things, you're like, is it real? So I went to the border at Eagle Pass, and I saw for myself in Texas, and I was like, okay, it's real. I'm like seeing this in real time. I actually posted the video like just live. I just flew there one day and just to see, hey, is this made up or real? And I'm just seeing people stream across the border, and I have to say, at least the people that I saw did not look friendly.
These are
people can look at my video and say, hey, these people look friendly. I don't look super friendly. So
these are people that Elon would not be the same man if he had to walk across the street and look these people in the eye. These are rough people. These are really rough people coming across. And I know rough people. And these are people that we don't want in our country. And, the caravans are coming in, and they're putting, and who's doing this are the heads of the countries. And you would be doing it, and so would I. And everyone would say, oh, what a terrible thing to say. The fact is, it's brilliant for them because they're taking all of their bad people, really bad people. And I hate to say this, the reason the numbers are much bigger than you would think is they're also taking their non-productive people. Now, these aren't people that will kill you. We have enough of them. But these are people that are non-productive. They are just not productive. I mean, for whatever reason, they're not workers or they don't want to work or whatever. And these countries are getting rid of non-productive people in the caravans in many cases. And they're also getting rid of their murderers and their drug dealers and the people that are really brutal people. And they're coming into our country at levels that have never been seen before. And I saw an ad just before I got on the air. I'm walking over here, and I saw an ad by Kamala saying how she is going to provide border security. Where has she been for 3.5 years? For 3.5 years, we have 20 million people for it. It's a terrible.
Yeah, I think this, frankly, I think this is a fundamental existential issue for the United States. And if we have another 4 more years of open borders, and it's going to be even worse with another 4 more years, it's going to be even worse than it's been for the past 3.5 years. I'm not sure we've got a country.
You don't have a country left. Elon, if they get in, you will have 50 to 60 million people from all over the world, not South America only. We think of South America, we think of Honduras and El Salvador, Guatemala, and Mexico, the 4. But it's not that. It's everywhere. They're coming in from everywhere. And I had to stay in Mexico.
I think this is a super important point. Like, people, it's like, basically, when I went down there, I was like, well, where are people from? It's like almost no one was from Mexico.
No, Mexico less.
It's just the border. It's just the border with Mexico. But the people coming in, it's Earth, the rest of Earth, and America is only about 4 or 5% of the population of Earth. It would only take a few percent of the rest of Earth to overwhelm everything.
We're already overwhelmed, Elon. We're overwhelmed. You had to see the news tonight about New York, and I love that place. And what they're doing to it is horrible. What they're doing to it, and all the courts do is they try and focus on Trump. Okay, let's focus on Trump, who did nothing wrong. I complain about a rigged election. Elon, what's happened is unbelievable. You have from Africa. From the Congo, they're coming from the Congo, and 22 people came in from the Congo recently, and they're murderers, and they drop them. They drop them. They take them out of jails, which is very expensive, to maintain the jails. Although they don't do too much maintaining, I can tell you. But they take them out of jails, prisons. They take them out, and they bring them to the United States. They deposit them in the United States and say, "Don't ever come back, or you're going to be executed." And they don't want to come back. But they won't come back.
Sure.
But they're coming from Africa. They're coming from Asia. They're coming from the Middle East. They're coming from South America.
Well,
they're coming from everywhere.
Earth,
and there are a lot of really bad ones.
It's just an everywhere on Earth. thing, and it's just not possible for the United States to absorb, everyone from Earth, or even a few percent of the rest of Earth. It's just not possible. So,
well, Elon, we're going to have to finish this up. We're going to have the largest deportation in history of this country, and we have no choice. Otherwise, we're going to have a country. What they've done to our country. Think of it, with in Venezuela and in some of these other countries, crime is down 50, 60, 70, 80%. And you would be the same. You would have.
Yeah.
I'll tell you what. Venezuela has not gotten rid of all of them. They've gotten rid of about 70% of their really bad people. Their jails are about 50% put into the United States. The same with other countries.
Sure.
Some are at 30%, some are at 50%. They're all different. But the bottom line is they're all going to be at 100%. Why wouldn't you put 100% of it? And they're doing it right now while this third-rate phony candidate. Don't forget, I beat Biden. He failed in the debate miserably. And, some people said, oh, gee, it's too bad. It's too bad he did so badly, or I did well in the debate. The first night they said, wow. One of the people at CNN said that was the greatest debate performance I've ever witnessed. And then 2 days later, they didn't talk about that. They just said he was bad. But that's okay. That's the way I get treated, and I don't mind that at all. What I can tell you is this. We cannot have a Democrat. We cannot have her. She's incompetent. She's as bad as Biden in a different... Look, she hasn't done an interview since this whole scam started. And say what you want. This was a coup. This was a coup of a president of the United States. He didn't want to leave, and they said, we can do it the nice way, or we can do it the hard way.
Yeah, they just took him out back behind the shed and basically shot him.
What they did with this guy, and I'm no fan of his, and he was a horrible president, the worst president in history. And one of the reasons he was so bad, first of all, the Israeli attack would have never happened. Russia would never have attacked Ukraine, and we'd have no inflation. And we wouldn't have had the Afghanistan mess, if you think of it. And we wouldn't have had Afghanistan. But we think of it. You take a few of those events away, and we have a different world. We would also have inflation was caused by oil.
Yeah. No. I think you make an excellent point here, which is that when other countries can, that are are thinking about invading or doing bad things, when they're thinking about that, they're thinking about, okay, what's the American president going to do? And do they fear the American president, or is it someone they do not respect and do not fear? And I think they would rightfully be. I mean, look at the footage with the assassination. They're like, okay, President Trump is like, don't mess with me. I mean, that's like. Whereas I think people are not going to be, and they obviously have not been at all intimidated by Biden, and they certainly will not be intimidated by Kamala. And you have to really think of that in the context of global security. That if the American president is someone that, like, evil dictators are scared of, that makes a huge difference to the security of the world.
So I had a good relationship with Putin, despite the Russia hoax that lasted for over 2 years. Just a hoax created by Hillary Clinton and Adam Shifty Schiff, some just bad people, just sick people, frankly. I mean, Schiff is a sick person. He's going to end up probably being a senator. It's hard to believe. The whole thing is hard to believe. But, they put our country in danger with that stuff, too. They actually, when they make up stories, then you have to fight your way out of it for a long time. But I know Putin very well. I got along with him very well. He respected me, and it's just one of those things. And we would talk a lot about Ukraine. It was the apple of his eye. But I said, don't ever do it. Don't ever do it. I shut down Nord Stream 2. That was the big oil pipeline, the biggest pipeline in the world going all over Europe. I shut it down. Biden came, and then they say, I loved Russia. I was a friend of Putin, and I loved Russia. No. He actually said to me one time, he said, if you're my friend, I'd hate to see you as an enemy. I shut down his pipeline, the biggest pipeline. They were looking at that to fund. And this pathetic president gets in there. And the first thing he did, one of the early things he did is he shut down Keystone XL pipeline, which is our pipeline that would have employed 48,000 people, pipeline workers, shuts it down. That was, a massive job that Obama refused to allow. I allowed it in my first week because it was jobs and it moved oil. And by the way, in a much more environmentally friendly way. It's underground. It's not a truck that catches on fire or a train that catches on fire. But think of it. He shut down the XL pipeline, the Keystone XL pipeline.
Yeah.
He shuts that down, and he approves the Russian pipeline.
Yeah, it doesn't make any
Right?
sense. It's like it's inconsistent. Certainly, but I mean, I think it's just worth emphasizing, to listeners the immense importance of whether the United States president is intimidating or not intimidating, and how much that matters to global security, because there's some real tough characters out there, and if they don't think the American president is tough, they will do what they want to do.
I know every one of
and
them.
that puts it puts the
Yeah.
whole world in danger.
Elon, I know every one
It's
of
a
them,
big
and I
deal.
know them well. I know Putin. I know President Xi. I know Kim Jong-un of North Korea. I know every one of them. And let me tell you, people will say, oh, this is terrible. He said, I'm not saying anything good or bad. They're at the top of their game. They're tough. They're smart. They're vicious. And they're going to protect their country, whether they love their country. They probably do. It's just a different form of love, but they're going to protect their country. But these are tough people at the top of their game. And when they see a Kamala or when they see Biden, Sleepy Joe, they can't even believe it. They can't believe this happened. All the stuff that you're seeing now, all the horror that you look at Israel, they're all waiting for an attack from Iran. Iran would not be attacking, believe me. When I was there, and I say it with respect because I think we would have been good with Iran. I don't want to do anything bad to Iran, but they knew not to mess around. Iran was broke because I told China, if you buy from Iran oil, it's all about the oil. That's where the money is. But if you buy oil from Iran, you're not going to do any business with the United States. And I meant it. And they said, we'll pass. They didn't buy oil. Other countries, likewise.
Sure.
You want to buy, you're not doing business with the United States. And they were at a point where they had no money for Hamas. They had no money for Hezbollah. They had no money for any of these instruments of terror. And it was amazing. In fact, there were articles when I was leaving, which is hard to believe, actually, especially when you look at what's happened to our country. Our country is so bad right now. It's such a different place. We were respected. Think of it. 4 years ago, we were so respected to a point where when I said don't buy oil, they didn't buy oil. But they had no money, and Israel would have never been attacked. Zero chance. And again, I said to Vladimir Putin, I said, don't do it. You can't do it, Vladimir. You do it, it's going to be a bad day. You cannot do it. And I told him things that what I do, and he said, no way. And I said, way. And it's the last time we ever had the conversation. He would never have done. I got along well with him. I hope to get along well with him again. Getting along well with them is a good thing, not a bad thing. I got along well with Kim Jong-un. When I met with President Obama just before entering, it's a sort of a ritual. And I sat down with him and we talked. It was supposed to be for a very short period of time. It turned out to be a long period of time. I said, what's the biggest problem? He said, North Korea. I had that problem worked out very quickly. It was nasty at the beginning with Rocket Man and, all the different things.
Yeah.
But all of a sudden I got a call.
Those were some epic tweets, by the way.
Yeah, they were
actually
epic everything. He said that he has a red button on his desk. I said, I have a red button on my desk too, but my red button is much bigger and my red button works. And then I called him Little Rocket Man of Little Rocket Man. Anyway, here's the bottom line. All of a sudden I got a call from him and they said they want to meet. They want to meet me. And we met, as you remember, we met in Singapore. We met also in Vietnam. And I got along with him great. We were in no danger. But President Obama thought we were going to end up in a war, a nuclear war with him. And let me tell you, he's got a lot of nuclear stuff, too.
Exactly.
He's got plenty of nuclear. He can do plenty of damage.
Yes, I mean, it's because, people like Kim Jong-un, they respond to strength, not weakness.
Well,
and
he and I had a good relationship. Remember I met him and we walked onto his land. Nobody ever walked onto his land before. I walked onto. I wouldn't say. Let's bring up Secret Service again. I wouldn't say they were thrilled when I did that. I walked onto his land, and it was an amazing period. But we were not in danger with him because of me. I always say that we have enemies on the outside and we have enemies on the inside. We have some really bad people in our government and people that are and controlling of the people. I mean, I'd mention names, but I really don't want to give them the credit. But we have some really bad, and I say they're more dangerous than Russia and China. If you have a smart president, a president that gets it, we are not in danger from those countries because they need us and they need our help. I mean, we forced Obama, if you think about it, Obama and Biden and Bush to a certain extent, in all fairness, forced Russia and China together. And if you're a history student, the first thing you learn is you cannot let Russia and China align. But then they also got, if you take a look, Iran, and they have North Korea. That's, they call it the axis of evil. In the old days, you had the axis of evil. Here we have a modern day axis of evil. These are powerful countries, very heavy nuclear, which is the biggest threat.
Yeah.
The biggest threat is not global warming, where the ocean's going to rise 1/8 of an inch over the next 400 years. And you'll have more oceanfront property, right? The biggest threat is not that. The biggest threat is nuclear warming, because we have 5 countries now that have significant nuclear power, and we have to not allow anything to happen with stupid people like Biden. Biden did something with Russia. There was no chance of him ever going in. And when I left, and then after I left, they started forming big armies on the border with Ukraine, right? And I looked at that, and I thought he was doing that because Putin's a good negotiator. I thought he was doing that to negotiate. But then Biden started saying such stupid things. For instance, he said that it can be a NATO country. Now, Russia, for as long as there's been NATO, has said we're never going to agree to that. And we go right up front and say that. And we did things and said things through this president with a low IQ, very low IQ. He had a low IQ 30 years ago, by the way, but now he might not even have a IQ at all. There's nothing on the board that goes this low. He said things that were so stupid that war had zero chance of happening if I were there. Zero chance. He was saying everything the opposite. Everything the opposite. And it's so sad because many more people have been killed in Ukraine than you read about. You don't read about how bloody it is and how disastrous.
Sure.
Hey, look, just in the 2 armies, you lost 500,000 people. And, Ukraine's having a hard time. Ukraine, I don't know if you saw the article recently, and it's true. You don't hear the true story. But if you think about it, Russia's gone, Russia defeated Germany with us, and they defeated Napoleon. They've been around a long time. They're a big fighting force.
Yeah. Sure.
And it's very unfair. And Ukraine now doesn't have enough men. They're now using young men and very old men to fight. And we're in a very bad position. And I'm not going to blame exclusively, but I can tell you I could have stopped that. And a smart president could have stopped that. It wouldn't have happened. But we had a man that actually made it more prevalent. It was so bad. The words that he was using, the stupid threats coming from a stupid face that he was using. I said, this guy's going to cause us a war. He's going to cause us. And let me tell you, it can lead to World War III. That can lead to World War III. The Middle East can lead to. We have numerous places that could end up in a World War III right now for no reason whatsoever.
I think you're right. I think people underrate the risk of World War III, and it's just when you're looking at the risk of global thermonuclear warfare, it's game over for humanity, and it's something that people have, I think, after the end of the Cold War, people have become complacent about, but they actually have forgotten that there are currently a lot of nuclear missiles that have targeting parameters for the United States from 100%. Other countries.
And one of the things we're going to do is we're going to build an Iron Dome over us. Israel has it. We're going to have the best Iron Dome in the world. We need it, and we're going to make it all in the United States. But we're going to have protection, because it just takes one maniac to start something. We're going to have protection, and we're going to have. Why shouldn't we have an Iron Dome? Israel has one. Some other places have one that nobody even knows about, frankly. But Israel has it. We're going to have an Iron Dome. But with all of that being said, to me that's so important, the most important. But with all of that being said, the election's coming up, and the people want to hear about the economy and the fact that they can't buy groceries because they don't have enough money to buy groceries. The inflation has killed them. Food prices are up 50, 60, even 100% in some cases. And this stupid administration allowed this to happen. And it's a shame. And that's the thing that people most care about, in my opinion. They care about the border a lot. And we discussed the border at great length. It's nice to have a forum like this where I can discuss something at length. And by the way, you think Biden could do this interview? Do you think that Kamala could do this interview? They would take a pass on you.
No, they could not.
So they don't need Elon. They don't need Elon screaming out questions. It's pretty sad when you think that somebody that does this for a living can't answer a question or is afraid to do an interview. And in her case, with a very friendly interview, she's got all friendly interviewers. It's pretty sad.
Absolutely.
But the big thing now is the economy, Elon.
Yeah.
And as much as I mean, I view nuclear as the single most important thing, but a lot of people don't. A lot of people don't understand that. But it doesn't have to. If I understand it, that's all you need. Because if I was president, you're not going to have that kind of a problem. But the thing that they really is making them angry is what Kamala and Biden have allowed to happen to the economy. It's a disaster with inflation. The inflation, it doesn't matter what you make. The inflation has eaten you alive. If you're a worker or if you're just a middle income person, you can't afford. 4 years ago, 5 years ago, people were saving a lot of money. Today, they're using all their money and borrowing money just to live. It's a horrible thing that's happening. And we'll end that quickly.
Well, I think a lot of people just don't understand where inflation comes from. Inflation comes from government overspending because the checks never bounce when it's written by the government. So if the government spends far more than it brings in, that increases the money supply. And if the money supply increases faster than the rate of goods and services, that's inflation. So really, we need to have we need to reduce our government spending, and we need to re-examine. I think we need like a government efficiency commission to say like, hey, where are we spending money that's sensible? Where is it not sensible? Right. And we need to live within our means. We're currently adding, I think, $1 trillion to the deficit roughly every 100 days.
That's right.
And the interest payments on the national debt have now exceed the defense budget. It's on the order of $1 trillion.
It's interest,
and it keeps growing.
I rebuilt our military, largely rebuilt our military. Did a great job on it, which was so important. We had jets, we had fighters that were, and bombers that were 70 years old. And we did a great job in that. Then we gave 85 billion of it back to Afghanistan, if you can believe it. We gave them 85 billion. They're one of the largest sellers of military equipment in the world. They're selling what we gave them. That was one of the most embarrassing days in the history of our country. But if you think about, let's go back to the economy. We have to bring energy prices down. Energy started at the price of gasoline. Now your cars don't require too much gasoline, so you have a good, and you do make a great product. I have to say, I have to be honest with you. That doesn't mean everybody should have an electric car, but these are minor details. But your product is incredible. But the gasoline, Elon, is the cost of energy. Not only gasoline, it's the cost of heating your house and cooling your house. That has to come down. It's gone up 100%, 150, and 200%, and that has to come down. When that comes down, and we're going to drill, baby, drill. They stopped drilling, and then they went back to drilling because they went back to the Trump policy. But if they won the day after they get into office, this country will go out of business because they're going to go to an energy policy that's not sustainable. Wind and different things. You're not going to have anything. Yeah. And I know you're a big fan of the AI, and I have to say that AI, and this is shocking to me, but AI requires twice the energy that the country already produces for everything. So we're going to have to build a lot of energy if our country will be competitive with China, because that's our primary competitor for this on the AI. You're going to need a lot of electricity. You're going to need tremendous electricity, like almost double what we produce now for the whole country, if you can believe it.
Sure. Well, just going, back to this, like this basic thing, which that people try to make it sound complicated, but it's not. But inflation is caused by government overspending. Right. Would you agree that we need to take a look at government spending and and have perhaps a government efficiency commission that just tries to make the spending sensible and so the country lives within its means, just like a person
The
does.
waste is incredible, and nobody negotiates prices. You used to have a lot of people making jets, and you end up with two companies, and they'll probably try and merge at some point. I mean, I wiped through it. Like Air Force, just a thing like Air Force One. One of the first documents they asked me to sign, a general said, "Sir, would you please sign this document?" And what is it? Air Force One. That's with Boeing, which is basically two planes, two 747s. And the price was $5.7 billion for two planes. Now, now they're highly sophisticated.
That's insane.
They're even nicer than your plane, okay? But much more sophisticated. They're very, I won't say what's on it, but they got a lot of stuff on it. Anyway, but it's 5.7. Sure.
That's a crazy
it's
number.
It's a crazy number, but I said, I'm not going to pay 5.7. I'm not going to do it. I said, who made the deal? Obama and his people. I said, well, then I know the deal's no good. I'm not going to do it. And over a course of about 4 weeks, by my saying I'm not going to do it, I got the price reduced by $1.6 billion for the exact same plane, other than we had a nicer paint job, if you want to know the truth. But for the exact same plane, I saved one. And I said to Boeing, man, you guys must make a lot of money if you can reduce the price by that. But now what I do hear is that they're going back to the Biden administration and wanting big cost overruns, because they see these dopey suckers in there, and they'll end up getting some of the money back. But I shaved it by $1.6 billion for the exact same plane. And you can now take that and multiply that out times thousands of other items.
Multiply it by a
the
zillion,
numbers are astronomical. I agree with you.
Well, I mean, I think it would be great to just have a government efficiency commission that takes a look at these things and just ensures that the taxpayer money, the taxpayers' hard-earned money, is spent in a good way. And I'd be happy to help out on such a commission.
I'd love
if it were formed.
Well, you're the greatest cutter. I mean, I look at what you do. You walk in and you just say, "You want to quit?" They go on strike. I won't mention the name of the company, but they go on strike, and you say, "That's okay. You're all gone. You're all gone." So every one of you is gone, and you are the greatest. You would be very good. Oh, you would love it. But if you look at Argentina.
Well, I'd be happy to help
by the way,
out.
congratulations.
Yeah.
I just looked at the number of people that are listening to you and I chat. We'll call it a chat. But congratulations. This is very good. I mean, it's great. And you're an interesting character. The new head of a place called Argentina, and he's a big,
Malay's awesome.
he's great. And he's a big MAGA fan, that he ran on MAGA. And he took it to an extreme too. He ran on MAGA, and I hear he's doing really a terrific job. It's called Make Argentina Great Again. It worked out perfectly. He came in, he bought a lot of hats, he brought everything, but he's doing a big job. He really cut. And I'm hearing they're starting to do pretty well. Inflation's getting down. They had like 2,000%.
Exactly.
They had inflation like not normal inflation. They had the real deal. But we're going to have that pretty soon. I think we have the worst inflation we've had in 100 years. They say it's 48 years. I don't believe it. I think we have the worst. They don't include a lot of the items that should be included.
Yeah. Well, it's just from government overspending and not spending taxpayer money effectively, and having just like so many departments you can't even name them all. And what Milei is doing is he's cutting government spending. He's simplifying things. He's putting in regulations that make sense. And Argentina overnight is experiencing a giant improvement in prosperity. But it's also a lesson for the United States, which is that Argentina used to be one of the most prosperous countries in the world. In the 30s, 40s, and because of bad government policy, it ruined the country. And if you take Venezuela, for example, Venezuela should be incredibly prosperous. They have phenomenal reserves of everything, oil, everything, and it should be prosperous. But if the government's wrong, it impoverishes the people. And so I think we should not be complacent in the United States in thinking that and taking our prosperity for granted, because if with bad government policy, we can run the country into the ground. And that's that's just something people should bear in mind. Don't take prosperity for granted.
Well, think of education. So we're ranked at the bottom of every list of the top 40. We're ranked number 40, number 38. Norway, Switzerland, Sweden, different countries are ranked good. Actually, China's pretty close to the top. They're a top 6 or 7. But we're ranked at the bottom, almost at the bottom, 38, 39, 40. In other words, horrible. And yet we spend more per pupil than any other country in the world. So we spend more. And what I'm going to do, one of the first acts, and this is where I need an Elon Musk. I need somebody that has a lot of strength and courage and smarts. I want to close up Department of Education, move education back to the states, where states like Iowa, where states like Idaho, not every state will do great because states that basically aren't doing good now. You look at Gavin Newsom, the governor of California. He's terrible. He does a terrible job. So he's not going to do great with education. But of the 50, I would bet that 35 would do great, and 15 of them, or 20 of them, will be as good as Norway. Norway is considered great. You can name them. I mean, they're so good. Some of these countries are so good. But if you go into some of these really well-run states, we have states that don't know what debt is. We have states that have low taxes, no debt, everybody working. They're really well-run. Sure. And maybe they have certain advantages in terms of location, in terms of, the land or the sun and the water and the whole thing. There are a lot of advantages that some people have. But if you moved education back to the 50, you'll have some that won't do well. But they'll actually be forced to do better because it'll be a pretty bad situation. But if you think about it, you'll have some of these states. I'll bet you'd have 30, 35 states. It'll be much better. And you know what it'll cost? Less than half what it is in Washington. And these people don't care about the students in these, faraway states. And it'd be unbelievable.
Yeah. I think you're making a good point in that if the states have to if each state has to compete against other states, then people will naturally move to states where it's better.
Well, like California, as we said, it's a badly run state. I could go through. I got so many friends that are in those states, even if they're Democrats. I hate to mention certain states, but Illinois is badly run with Pritzker. He's a real loser. But some of these places are just badly run. But it's almost going to force them to run better, and they won't do it good initially. But you're not going to do worse than you're doing right now. And I would say that the cost, you would cut your cost by 50 or 60%. And you'd have a little monitor. You want to make sure they're teaching English as an example. Give us a little English, right?
Sure.
Right.
Yeah. No, but I mean, too much. I mean, some of these governors are doing so badly. I mean, they got so many people moving out of their state. They should get U-Haul Salesman of the Year award because they're driving so much U-Haul.
It's actually amazing.
It's just people move it out.
Isn't it amazing to you as a businessman that they can even survive? Like Illinois. So many people are leaving, and you wonder, how do they survive? I mean, how do they survive? I saw where you left California, and you moved to Texas. Texas does a great job. But, I mean, I just wonder, how do these states survive when big businesses, a big oil company just left California, as you know, and they moved to Texas. How do these big states survive when they lose so many businesses? And their taxes are already really high. The taxes are among the highest taxes. You almost wonder, how do they continue on? And in many cases, the governors don't do a good job in their crime-ridden places. You wonder, how do they continue to just go on? It's not a good situation.
I think the only thing that's going to force some of these states to change is if they risk bankruptcy and they're not getting bailed out by the federal government.
Right. Well,
That's the only thing that's going to get them to change.
You remember the area in California where they had that, where I guess somebody had sticky fingers and they stole a lot of money. And they went into a form of chapter. And it was very nasty for a period of time. But now it's probably the most popular place in all of California. So at some point, something like that may have to happen. But the problem is you can't penalize people that loan money to the state when you have incompetent people like a Pritzker. Look, the family didn't want him in the family business. and then he ends up being governor of Illinois. So what is he going to be? Is he going to be a great governor? And you have people. I could name every one of them. I got to know every one of these, and some are very good, and some are just horrible.
Well, I think that the larger point here, too, as you're saying, like a lot of people are concerned about the economy, a lot of people are concerned about inflation, and inflation is effectively a tax on people that save money, and for people that are working day to day, it's just a form of taxation, and if we can solve the government spending problem, we'll solve the inflation problem, which means people will have a better standard of living, and that's a really big deal.
Well, the people that got hurt worse are the people that did it the way they were taught to do it all through, their younger life and their young life and their whole life. The people that saved money and then they got no interest on their money and inflation destroyed them. And frankly, they were almost better off if they didn't do anything like that. I mean, those people have been absolutely decimated, and we're going to bring those people back and help those people. We've got to get the prices down. When I look at bacon costing 4 or 5 times more than it did a few years ago, when you look at some of the food products in grocery stores, people go, they can't believe it. They used to be able to buy a whole cart, and today, a lot of people just don't have the money. They go in and they can't buy anything. They look at it's sticker shock. They call it sticker shock, right?
I think it really just comes, like I said, I think it just comes down to really, I guess, two things, which is that if you solve government overspending, you solve inflation, which improves living standards of the average person, and then if you deregulate, like have sensible regulations, so because a lot of the regulations are nonsensical and cause the cost to be extreme for no reason, but unless you've got effective deregulation, like Reagan did a great job on deregulation in the 80s, but it's been 40 years since we had anyone really. I mean, during your administration, we made some progress, but I think there's opportunity to make, I think, radical progress with sensible regulation. And if
Elon,
those two things, those are the big deals.
We set a record. We did more deregulation and more restrictions on all of the different businesses than any other president. Remember, I had the rule for every one we put in, you have to get rid of 10 or 12. And we did radical cuts on all of that. And a lot of that's being put back by this administration. And we did radical cuts on things that weren't necessary. But we were all set. We had the best economy ever maybe in the world. And then what happened is COVID came in, and we had to focus on that, and nobody knew what it was. And I always say I got good marks on economy, good marks on military. We knocked out ISIS. We did so many different things. We rebuilt. But, I never got the credit that we really deserved on what we did with COVID. We never got the credit. But had that not happened, the gift from China, from Wuhan, came in from Wuhan, the Wuhan labs, and I always said it, and it turned out to be right. But had that not happened, we were set to start reducing debt. We were going to reduce taxes further. I gave the largest tax cuts, and we were going to reduce taxes still further for middle-income people, not only businesses. But we did it for businesses because they're the ones that's why we had the great job numbers. But we were set to really start reducing debt. And, we're sitting on the biggest pile of liquid gold anywhere in the world, bigger than Saudi Arabia, bigger than Russia. And we were going to drill, and we were going to make so much money. We were going to supply Europe with oil. I had stopped the Russian pipeline, and we were going to supply them with oil and gas. We were going to make a fortune. And then the COVID came in, and we really had to divert. Then what happened is when they came in, we kept a lot of businesses alive. If I didn't do what we did, we would have had a 1929 type depression. But the problem is when Biden came in, he got trillions of dollars and just started spending it stupidly. You didn't need it anymore. We got over that bad period where everybody was dying and it was just not a good period. Interestingly, during his administration, many more people died during his administration of COVID than during my administration, and we really got the brunt of it. But people don't realize more people died during his administration than ours. But it diverted us from doing what I wanted to do. But we had the greatest for almost 3 years. We had the great, and that probably better than anybody, so many of your friends said to me, the best years we've ever had in business were during the Trump years, and also said that African American, Hispanic American were so incredible. They were having the best. Asian American women, men, young people without a diploma, young people that graduated from the best colleges, from MIT, from the Wharton School, from all of the great colleges, Harvard. They were doing better, and people without a diploma were doing better, and everybody was happy. And then COVID came, and we had the problem is they spent trillions and trillions of dollars. They wasted. They shouldn't have taken any money, and we wouldn't be having inflation right now, which is killing our country.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I should probably say something about maybe my views on climate change and oil and gas, because I think it's probably different from what most people would assume. Because my views are actually pretty, I think, moderate in this regard, which is that I don't think we should vilify the oil and gas industry and the people that have worked very hard in those industries to provide the necessary energy to support the economy. And if we were to stop using oil and gas right now, we would all be starving, and the economy would collapse. So it's I don't think it's right to sort of vilify the oil and gas industry, and the world has a certain demand for oil and gas, and it's probably better if the United States provides that than some other countries. Sure. And it would help with prosperity in the U.S. And at the same time, obviously, my view is like we do over time want to move to a sustainable energy economy, because eventually you do run out of. I mean, you run out of oil and gas. It's not there. It's not infinite. And there is some risk. I think the risk is not as high as a lot of people say it is with respect to global warming. But I think if you just keep increasing the parts per million in the atmosphere long enough, eventually it actually simply gets uncomfortable to breathe. People don't realize this. If you go past 1,000 parts per million of CO2, you start getting headaches and nausea. And so we're now in the sort of 400 range. We're adding, I think, about roughly 2 parts per million per year. So I mean, it still gives us. So what it means is like we still have quite a bit of time, but so there's not like we don't need to rush, and we don't need to stop farmers from farming or prevent people from having steaks or basic stuff like that. Like you can leave the farmers alone.
I agree. How crazy is that? Where I mean, you have farmers that are not allowed to farm anymore and have to get rid of their cattle, and the whole world is a little crazy. But it's largely taken its lead from us. I do say though, I've heard in terms of the fossil fuel, because even to create your electric car and create the electricity needed for the electric car, fossil fuel is what really creates that at the generating plants. And, so you sort of can't get away from it at this moment. I mean, someday you might be able to, but I do hear we have anywhere from 100 to 500 years left. Much of it hasn't even been found yet.
Yeah.
But there are tremendous, like Anwar. I got Anwar in Alaska approved. Ronald Reagan couldn't do it. Nobody could do it. Everybody tried. Nobody could do it. I got it approved. The first thing that Biden did was unimprove it, to get rid of it. He ended it. His secretary went in and she ended it. And what a disgrace. That's Anwar. That's bigger, or they think it could be bigger than Saudi Arabia in Alaska. Could be bigger than Saudi Arabia. But they went in and they terminated it. And I'll get it going very quickly, because not only is it big for Alaska, I mean, you talk about economic development, that for the United States, I mean, that is, they say bigger than Saudi Arabia or the same size, and pure, really good stuff. And, they end it. So I think we have, perhaps hundreds of years left. Nobody really knows. But during that time, something will come around that will be very good.
Yeah. Well, I mean, my estimate would be, a little more aggressive than that. But it's not the sort of like we're all going to die in 5 years stuff. That's obviously BS. But I mean, my view is like if you just look at sort of the parts per million that increments every year, you get sort of 2 or 3 parts per million every year of CO2. I mean, I think some of that it's problematic if it accelerates. If you start going from 2 or 3 to say 5, And then there may be some situations where you get just a step change increase in the CO2. And I think we don't want to get too close to 1,000 ppm, because like that's actually makes it uncomfortable to breathe. Like just existing in 1,000 ppm CO2 is uncomfortable. That's like that's considered like an industrial hazard,
right?
Just so it's that's actually start getting headaches and stuff. So it's even without global warming, it's not comfortable to live. So you don't want to get too close to that. But I mean, I think we've got. I think we want to just move over and if I don't know 50 to 100 years from now we're I don't know mostly sustainable. I think that'll probably be okay. So it's not like the house is on fire immediately, but I think it is something we need to move towards. And on balance, it's probably better to move there faster than slower. But like I said, without vilifying the oil and gas industry, and without causing hardship in the short term, I think this can be done. Without people can still have a stake, and they can still drive gasoline cars, and it's okay. It's like it's not. I don't think we should vilify people for it, but I think we should just generally lean in the direction of sustainability. I actually think solar is going to be a majority of Earth's energy generation in the future, and it's certainly trending that way. And so you get the solar power, combine that with batteries, so because obviously the sun doesn't shine at night, and then you use that to charge the electric cars, and you have a long-term sustainable solution. And that's what Tesla's trying to move things towards, and I think we've made a lot of progress in that regard. But when you look at our cars, we don't believe that environmentalism, that caring about the environment should mean that you have to suffer. So we make sure that our cars are beautiful, that they drive well, that they're fast, they're sexy. I mean, they're cool. In fact, literally, I made this sexy joke: Model S, Model 3, Model X, and Y spells out sexy. It's probably the most expensive joke out there. But I don't know, I like cheesy humor, So, but I'm a big fan of like, let's have an inspiring future, and let's work towards a better future, and we do so without demonizing
right
people.
I'm okay. It's very interesting. You use the word global warming, and today they use the word climate change because you have some places that go up, and so they were getting themselves in a little trouble with the word global warming, because not every place is warming. Some places are going the opposite direction. But I'm sort of waiting for you to come up with solar panels on the roofs of your cars and on the trunks of the cars, and it just seems like something that at some point you will come up with. I'm sure you'll be the first, but it would seem that a solar panel on the roofs, on flat surfaces, on certain surfaces might be good.
Yeah.
At least in certain areas of the country where you have the world,
sure,
where you have the sun. But I would think, and I have no idea because that's not my world, but I would think that this would be something that would be interesting. But the one thing that I don't understand is that people talk about global warming or they talk about climate change, but they never talk about nuclear warming. And to me,
Sure.
that's an immediate problem, because you have, as I said, 5 countries where you have major nuclear, and probably some others are getting there, and that's very dangerous. That's where you need a strong American president, because you don't want to have this proliferation. But you have 5 countries and getting more. China is much less than us right now, but they're going to catch us sooner than people think. They're way lower. Russia and us are number 1, and I mean, we're sort of tied. And China is far behind, but they're developing at a level that you're not surprised to hear, very fast. They'll end up catching up, maybe even surpassing. But to me, the biggest problem is not climate change. It's not, and everything's a problem, but it's degrees. To me, the big problem is the nuclear power. The power of nuclear is so great. And when I talk about I'll prevent World War III, I will. But the truth is that you have to, because this is no longer army tanks going back and forth and shooting at each other. This is a level of destruction and power that nobody's ever seen before.
Yeah, and actually, there's the bad side of nuclear, which is a nuclear war, very bad side. But there's also, I think, nuclear electricity generation
Absolutely.
is underrated.
You're right.
And it's actually, people have this fear of nuclear electricity generation, but it's actually one of the safest forms of electricity generation. It's just a huge misunderstanding. And if you look at the injuries and deaths, caused by, say, I mean, I'm not going to try to pick on coal mining, but just any kind of mining operation. And there's a certain number of injuries and deaths per year. And you compare that to nuclear. Nuclear is actually way better. So it's underrated as an electricity source, and I think it's something that's worth reconsidering. But there's so much regulation that people can't get it done. So that
maybe they'll have to change the name. The name is it's a rough name. There are some areas
it's rough
when you see what happened in
bad branding.
Right,
the
we'll have to
branding
rebrand it. We'll have to give it a good name. We'll name it after you or something. No, it has a branding problem. When you see what happened,
it does have a branding problem.
When you see what happened in Japan, where they say you won't be able to go on the land for about 3,000 years. Did you ever see that? And in Russia, where they had the problem, where they, there's a lot of bad things happened, and they have a problem. And they say that in 2,000 years, people will start to occupy the land again. You realize it's pretty bad.
No, that's not true.
But you're right about it. It's amazing.
It's actually not that bad. So like after Fukushima happened in Japan, like people were asking me in California, are we worried about like a nuclear cloud coming from Japan? I'm like, no, that's crazy. It's actually not even dangerous in Fukushima. I actually flew there and ate locally grown vegetables on TV to prove it. And I donated a solar water treatment, a solar powered system for a water treatment plant. And
but you haven't been feeling so well lately, and I'm worried about it.
No, but I mean,
I'm only kidding.
It's fine, It's like Hiroshima and Nagasaki were bombed, but now they're like full cities again. So it's really not something that
That's right.
So it's not as scary as people think, basically. But let's see. I mean, are there some other topics we should touch on? Like lawfare. I think we need to be concerned about
what they've done to this country.
Obviously.
Yeah. Well, we just won the big case in Florida. This was a Biden administration did something that's never been done in this country, and that's go after their political opponent, me, with this nonsense and just nonsense. And the big case in Florida we won, but they always pick a judge and a jury, and they use local DAs, they use the local attorney generals, like Fani, Fani, spelled Fani, Fani. And it's all a big hoax, and it's all run from there. Like in Manhattan, one of the top people from the Justice Department went in, ran Manhattan, ran the state. The Letitia James deal was run by a person from the Department of Justice, Biden. They've never done this before, and they set up a very bad precedent. It's called lawfare, warfare. It's a terrible thing. Never happened in our country. It does happen in banana republics and third world countries, but it's never happened. And the incredible thing is it actually drove my numbers up because people see, fortunately I have a platform like you, or, in all fairness, like a conversation like this, where I can talk about it and people understand. I mean, you fight for election integrity and you end up getting indicted because you're fighting for election integrity. And when the day comes that you can't fight for election integrity, you don't have a country anymore. So what happens is they went after their political opponent, me. Now Biden's, close to vegetable stage, in my opinion. Okay. I looked at him today on the beach and I said, why would anybody allow him? The guy could barely walk. Why would anybody allow him? Does he have a political advisor that thinks this looks good? He thinks this looks good because it looks so bad, and it's ridiculous. I mean, and he's been doing that for a long time. He can't lift the chair. The chair weighs about 3 ounces. It's meant for children and old people to lift, and he can't lift it. The whole thing is crazy.
Well, he's clearly. He's clearly like we just don't have a president. Right
you
now.
don't have a president, and she's going to be worse than him because she is a San Francisco liberal who destroyed San Francisco. And then as Attorney General, she destroyed California. You talk about location, and we're talking about the sun and the water and all. There's nothing better than California. She has destroyed that. She was the original DA. She was the original in San Francisco. She was the original attorney general in California. What she has done to California is, well, you know better than I do. You just left California for a lot of those reasons. And what she's done with crime, with cashless bail, where you kill somebody. I mean, we have states there you kill somebody and they let you out right away. I mean, you don't have to even put up, and then they never find the people unless they kill again, and then they let them out again. Our country is becoming a very dangerous place. And she is a radical left San Francisco liberal. And now she's trying to protect. Now she's looking like she wants to be more Trump than Trump, if that's possible. I don't think it's possible, but she wants to be more Trump than Trump.
Yeah.
I want a wall.
I think that's,
she wants to release all the prisoners that are in detention. And some of these guys are really bad.
Right.
That just came out today. She doesn't want to build the wall, even though the walls work. Walls and wheels. You know, in your business, everything you do is obsolete, almost, well, not the tunnels, but everything is obsolete. Even your rocket ships, they're like a month later, they're obsolete. You find a better way to. The only thing that's not obsolete is a wall and a wheel. And the wall, I built hundreds of miles of wall, and that's why we had such good numbers. I was going to add 200 miles. We bought it. We could have flipped it up in 3 weeks, and they sold it for 5 cents on the dollar. That meant, I said, wow, that means that they actually do want to have open borders. She wants to have open borders, and now she's going like she's tough on the border. It's such a lie.
Yeah, this is simply not true. This is simply not true.
And everybody knows it's not true. It's a disgrace that she can say it.
No, I mean, obviously, what's happening sort of overnight is they're rewriting history and making Kamala sound like a moderate when in fact she is far left, like far left.
Worse than Bernie Sanders. She is considered more liberal by far than Bernie Sanders. She's a radical left lunatic, and if she's going to be our president, very quickly you're not going to have a country anymore. And she'll go back to all of the things that she believes in. She believes in defunding the police. She believes in no fracking, zero. Now all of a sudden she's saying, no, I really want to see fracking. If they got in, the day she got in, she'll end fracking. And by the way, if people didn't think that, the lunatics that really believe in that, they won't vote for her. Like the Palestinians and Israel. She is so anti-Israel, and she's bad for both. Biden actually did something that was impossible. Both sides hate him, both sides. That was a hard thing to do, unification.
Yeah, no. I mean, Netanyahu came to give a talk to a joint Senate and House sitting, and I was there, and Kamala stood him up. What does that say?
I think it's highly disrespectful. And I say, if you're a Jewish person or if you believe in Israel, if you're a person that, is a very pro-Israel, if you vote for her, it's worse than Biden. And Biden was bad. But if you vote for her, you ought to have your head examined. And you see tonight, I mean, as we're doing this, I'm seeing reports coming that they expect an attack tonight or tomorrow from hundreds and maybe thousands of rockets. Their Iron Dome, as they call it, as we all call it, but their shield that they build, that can be swamped. We'll use the term that's appropriate, swamped. But they swamp it by shooting enough missiles. You know this better than anybody. By shooting enough missiles, they can't defend themselves. They just obliterate the whole place. And that's what some people think they're looking to do. And we have no leadership. There's no respect for the United States of America with these people. And I'm telling you, she'll be worse than him because she's a believer in being radical left, and he wasn't.
I think you're right. I mean, it's important for the public that may be listening to this to look at Kamala's track record, before the last month, and say, is that a track record you agree with? And I think if you're an independent moderate, you definitely would not agree with it, because it is her behavior has been far left, and we're seeing just an overnight propaganda attempt to rewrite history and make it sound like Kamala's moderate when she in fact is not moderate.
Well, her running mate approved, signed into legislation, tampons in boys' bathrooms. Okay, now that's all I have to hear. Tampons in boys' bathrooms, and that means she believes in that too. I mean, she picked this guy because he was the closest to her. A lot of people thought she'd pick sort of the opposite, but she picked an anti-Israel radical left person. But she is far worse, they say, than Bernie Sanders. If we have her as a president, if we have a Democrat at this moment as a president, I don't think our country can survive.
I think it's a massive. I think we're in massive trouble, frankly, with the Kamala administration, and that's my honest opinion. And I think really it's essential that you win for the good of the country for this election. And I mean that's understating my opinion. Now you know you may have seen this, but I got a letter from the EU Commission, like saying, to not have disinformation on during this discussion that we're having, and there's a lot of attempts to do censorship and to force censorship even on Americans from other countries, and what do you think about that?
Well, I know the European Union very well. They take great advantage of the United States in trade, as you know. We, through a different forum, NATO, we protect them. And yet, if you build a car in the United States, you can't sell it in Europe. You just can't sell it. It's impossible. The same thing with our farmers. Our farmers find it very difficult to do business. We have a deficit with them of $250 billion, which people don't know. It sounds so nice, the European Union, but let me tell you, they're not as tough as China, but they're bad. And I let them know it. And that's probably why they notified you. No, they don't treat our country well. We defend them, with Ukraine. So we're in for 250 billion, and they're in for about 71 billion, and they have the same size. If you add up the European nations that in terms of an economy, it's about the same size. When you say as us, and they're in, and they're in much greater risk. They're right there. We have an ocean separating us from. In this case, the enemy would be Russia. It used to be for the Soviet Union, but let's assume they're close enough. And what happens is they're in for 70-something million. I think even less than that, billion. And we're in for about 250 billion, and it could be a lot higher than that. And I say, why aren't you going to equalize? Why aren't they paying what we're paying? And they're in much more, it's much more important for them because of the fact that, they're right near there. I mean, they're all sort of in that location. We're not. But they should, and I did it with NATO. There were only 7 countries that were paid up in NATO out of 28 at the time. And the United States the United States was subsidizing NATO, tremendously subsidizing NATO. And I said, I went in and I said, you got to pay up. If you don't pay up, we're not going to defend you any longer. I took a lot of heat, but you know what happened? Billions and billions of dollars came flowing in. And
I think a lot of the public isn't aware of the fact that the United States pays a disproportionate share of the NATO expenses.
And then we get taken advantage of on trade. So think about it.
Yeah, well, I mean, the point of NATO is defending Europe, and it's it's like, then okay, well, why is the United States paying disproportionately more to defend Europe than Europe? That doesn't make sense. That's unfair, and that is an appropriate thing to address.
Well, when you talk about cost cutting and savings and everything else, I mean, honestly, look, there's nobody that feels worse about the Ukraine situation than I do, because I know it would have never happened. I know Zelensky. He was very honorable to me, because when they went with the Russia hoax and they said I had a phone call with him, he said it was a perfect phone call. It was a great phone call. He could have grandstanded and, said, oh, he was very threatening. He said, no, it was a very nice phone call. I called him up to congratulate him on his win, and you end up getting impeached because these people are lunatics. I was talking about the difference from the people within and the enemies on the outside. In many cases, the people from within are more dangerous for our country than the Russias and the Chinas. If you have a smart president, you're not going to have a problem with them. You're going to do things.
Yeah.
Now they've taken advantage of us
absolutely.
incredibly, but you're going to do things with the right person.
Yeah. Well, I think it's obvious that you're a believer and an advocate of free speech, because during your first term as president, you were attacked relentlessly every day, often very unfairly with false attacks. and you didn't try to shut down the media. You didn't try to inhibit their freedom of speech, and I think that says a lot.
Well, the good thing is that you and I have, and some people, very few, we can get the word out. Although sometimes it's hard because they don't want to print it, like we're having a great conversation right now. Kamala wouldn't have this conversation. She can't because she's not smart. She's not a smart person, by the way. She can't have this conversation. And Biden, we don't even have to talk about it. I mean, he couldn't have this conversation. He would have given up on the first half of a question. He would have walked out. He would have said, "Where am I? Where am I going?" So anyway, but no, he wouldn't have this.
That's true.
Not a lot of people would have this conversation, but we cover a lot of territory. But the beauty is that we can have a conversation, and I'm able to get it out without because I get treated unfairly.
This is a really big point. You can actually have a conversation with you.
Yeah, it's nice, isn't it?
And you can't have a conversation with Biden or Kamala. It's like it's not possible.
That's
this is like talking to an NPC.
No.
So it's just impossible.
Well, but think of it. We need a man or person who's unbelievably sharp in order to stop all the nuclear danger and all the dangers that I'm talking about. And I got along with all these. I got along with Kim Jong-un. We had dinner. We had everything. And he really liked me, and I got along with him really well. By the way, he's the absolute boss over there. A lot of people said, "Oh, do you think he really?" Let me tell you, I saw things that you don't want to know about. He is the boss. But we had a good relationship, and he doesn't like Biden. He considers him a stupid man. He said he's a stupid man. Well, at least he speaks his mind. But in this country, you're not sort of allowed to say it. But I guess you are. You should be allowed to say it if it's true. But we need smart people, and we need people that have an ability to lead. And she doesn't have that ability. Can you imagine? Now, Chairman Xi very well. Can you imagine her and him negotiating or even standing together? It is, the whole concept is ridiculous. She is terrible. She's terrible. But she's getting a free ride. I saw a picture of her on Time Magazine today. She looks like the most beautiful actress ever to live. It was a drawing. And actually, she looked very much like our great First Lady, Melania. She didn't look like Camilla. That's right. But of course, she's a beautiful woman. So we'll leave it at that, right?
Yeah. Well, maybe I think part of what people in America want to, people in America want to feel excited and inspired about the future. They want to feel like the future is going to be better than the past, and that America is going to do things that are greater than we've done in the past, reach new heights that make you proud to be an American, and excited about the future.
They want the American dream back. They want the American dream back. More important than anything else. It's like you don't have that today because the people, they've been just sucked. They see incompetent people running our. The Biden thing is very interesting. People just found him to be incompetent, and when I debated him, I was like, "Is this for real?" It was.
Yeah, it was just absurd. But I think there are some grand projects that we could do. I mean, I think we could build a base on the moon. We could send American astronauts to Mars. We could build high-speed connections that are more advanced than anything else in the world between our cities, so people have fast transport. It's possible to solve traffic with tunnels. We've already made great progress in Vegas doing that, and and just do things that are exciting and inspiring and make the future feel like it's better than the past.
Well, I saw what you did in Vegas, and I'll tell you, it was amazing. I got to see. I took a big glimpse at it, and it's incredible. It's incredible, and you could do that all over. It's deep.
Yeah.
You don't even need much structure, assuming you're in the right area.
No, it's straightforward.
It's amazing.
So I think we could do some things that like China's got incredible high-speed rail between its cities, but I think it's actually possible with tunnels if with deregulation, with an ability to actually, where it's legal to actually do the tunnels. Then you could have high-speed tunnels that are actually better than anything else in the world for high-speed transport between cities, and that would be something that Americans can say, "Wow, okay, we've got something that's cooler than anyone else in the world." That's the kind of thing that makes you proud to be an American.
And much safer than surface trains. where there is a danger there, with people, with crazy
Yeah.
people. It's much safer, much better. And, it's sad because I've seen some of the greatest brains. I find it fascinating. And I've seen the systems and how they work, and the bullet trains, they call them, I guess. And they go unbelievably fast, unbelievably comfortable, with no problems. And we don't have anything like that in this country, not even close. And it doesn't make sense that we don't. Doesn't make sense.
Yeah, and I think also like there's, I'm kind of hopping on the excess regulation, but I think something that that I think people can generally understand is that what happens with laws and regulations is that there's more and more of them every year, and unless there's a process to clean them up, eventually everything becomes
You're right.
illegal, and that actually it slows down the development of new technologies. I mean, if you take the sort of like I think there's room for some reform at the FDA for improving the speed with which we approve drugs that could help save lives and improve people's lives. And
I worked very hard on that. We got that down
yeah.
to the lowest number ever, and we got therapeutics approved in the FDA that people can't even believe the speed. But I took them on. I don't think they like me too much, but I got things approved in the FDA at numbers that they wouldn't believe. And it's a very bureaucratic group. Actually, it's a fine group of people in many cases. I got to know a lot of them, but I was pushing them really hard for Regeneron, for so many different things that were really pretty amazing. But the FDA takes too long. It's 12 years to get a product approved. I got it down to 4, and I got some things done very quickly. But it's really something that is going to have to be worked on because it takes too long. Just takes too long.
Yeah, it just takes too long, and it's you end up in the same with the approval, but it's just it takes years instead of something that I think could potentially take months, and that improves people's lives.
Yeah.
I think I just wanted to hop on this point that like there has to be an active process for reducing rules and regulations, because otherwise they just keep building up every year, and you get like hardening of the arteries, and eventually everything's illegal or takes forever, and then we just ossify as a society. We can't make any progress, and it's a really big deal.
Elon, just getting back to the FDA for 1 second, I got something done called Right to Try. This is where you can go in, and if you're terminally ill, you can use a space age, medicine or whatever it may be. We have the best doctors, the best labs in the world. We really do. But people would go to other countries because you couldn't use the product, even if they thought it worked, because it's going through the FDA. I got it approved where you can, you basically, look, nobody wanted, the doctors didn't want it because of the liability. The country didn't want it, our country, because they didn't want to get sued. These are people terminally ill. The insurance companies didn't want it, and the pharmaceutical companies, nobody wanted it. I got everybody into a room, and we came up with an agreement that you won't get sued. And also, they didn't want it on their record. If somebody's terminally ill and they die after taking a drug, they didn't want that on their record. So we set a separate list if somebody was, so it wouldn't count as a negative. Okay. And as you know, we got it done. We have saved Right to Try. They've been trying to get this done for 58 years, and it sounds simple, but it wasn't, because the insurance companies, nobody wanted it, but we got it done. Somebody signs, you sign a document that you're not going to sue the insurance companies, the country, you're not going to sue anybody. And we got it done, and we're saving tens of thousands of lives. Right to Try. Hopefully you never need it, but if you do, you don't have to travel to Asia. People, if they had money, they go to Asia, they go to Europe. If they don't have money, they go home and die. That's what happened. They'd go home and die.
Yeah. Well, I mean, and actually, to give Europe some props here, it's like if a drug is approved in Europe, which has a crazy amount of regulations, it should obviously be approved in the U.S.
Yeah.
I mean, they got more regulations than we do. So why would a drug be approved in Europe and not in the U.S.? That's crazy.
Well, we did it. We did something that really, they've been trying to do it for 50 years, and they just couldn't get it done, and I got it done. And it's really something. But you're right. Some people go to Europe because a drug isn't approved here, but it's approved in Europe, and it's a drug that, generally speaking, would work. It's pretty crazy.
Absolutely.
So you're right.
And I think so, as long as people are properly informed of the pros and cons, and like these are the risks, this is the risk, and like you make your own decision. that makes sense.
Well, I think just,
So
in sort of closing up, and by the way, I'm looking at the numbers. You got a lot of people listening. I hope you don't get
yeah,
nervous because you got a lot of people listening to you right now, like 60 million or something. What is that number? It's crazy. It's amazing how you can see that right away. How many? What is the number? Wow. What is it?
well,
Wow.
I think in
Wow,
terms of people that,
that's bigger than you said. You said 25 and you're much more than double that number, 25 million. I think you're going to be 60 or 70. And I guess over a period of time, hey, I congratulate you. Do I get paid for this or not?
well, I think actually in terms of the number of people that will hear this conversation over the next few days to
Right.
weeks, it's going to be hundreds.
That's
of
what they
millions.
say. Yeah, that's good. Well, look, it's an
Yeah.
honor. I just asked this: are you better off now, or were you better off when I was president? Nobody's better off now. People, we put out polls on that, and nobody's better off now. Inflation has killed it, and they also feel very unsafe. You look at what's going on with a lot of different things. You look at the riots we had at the colleges over. I mean, it's ridiculous, but
Right.
all of the riots, they just feel unsafe. And now they really feel unsafe because you have a new form of crime. It's called migrant crime. I call it Biden migrant crime. Maybe I'll call it Kamala migrant crime. But
I mean, with all these things, I always try to get to the ground truth by just asking people. And my mom lives in New York, and I was like, Mom, have any of your friends, been attacked or assaulted? And she said, yeah, 3 of her friends in 3 separate
Crazy.
incidents were assaulted just in recent months, just walking around the streets of New York. And I said, well, what happened to the people that assaulted them? Oh, nothing. They got away. Like, and they just know
they always get away.
nothing's going. And they don't even bother reporting it because they know that they're not going to, people are not going to get prosecuted. They just let, violent criminals out in New York.
The only one that gets
zero bail.
prosecuted is Donald Trump. They prosecute Trump.
Yeah, I mean it's just obviously messed up.
Oh, it's terrible.
If violent criminals are being getting off scot free, and meanwhile the New York spending massive resources prosecuting you, and it's like what's this, and I think the sort of sensible public looks at this and says, what the heck's going on here? This is obviously abuse of the legal system. The legal system is supposed to be protecting the public from violent criminals, and it should be obviously allowing the public to make their own decision about who should be president, as opposed to some legal case.
Once they start this precedent, because this can go on with the next one. I mean, this is a very bad precedent what they're doing in terms of going after their political opponent, and that's all it is. It's going after their political opponent, and then you get a judge who's a strong Democrat, and I'm being nice when I say that. In many cases, crooked as hell. But you get a judge, and you go into an area where a Republican gets 3 or 4% of the vote, and you'll have a jury pool with people that hate Republicans or hate. It could also be the other way, though,
of course,
because it could start the other way in areas where they hate Democrats, and you get into a Pandora's box. It's a very dangerous thing for this country, and a very dangerous thing even for the state. New York City is losing. New York City and state lose a lot of business over what they did to me, because these people say, we don't want that to happen to us. That's no justice system. You have an unfair system of justice, and it's costing New York State a tremendous amount of money. People are leaving and companies are leaving, and they won't come back. So, all of that stuff is important. But the economy now is the big thing, and we can turn that economy up so fast, and people are going to be back again. We're going to get rid of inflation.
I think there's a lot of opportunity.
Right.
Absolutely.
So, and I just want to congratulate you. You've done an amazing job. You have definitely got a fertile mind. We can talk. You and I can talk about rockets.
Well, it's kind of you to say. Thank you.
Tunnels. We can talk about tunnels and rockets and electric cars. So many things. And now you're into the AI, and that's going to be another beauty, I'll say. So it's an amazing thing you've done, Elon. It's an amazing thing, and I congratulate you.
I mean, thank you. And I just say here, here's to an exciting, inspiring future that people can look forward to and be optimistic and excited about what happens next. And that's the kind of future that I think you will bring as president, and that's why I endorse you.
Well, I appreciate that. That endorsement meant a lot to me. Not all endorsements mean that much, to be honest. Your endorsement meant a lot. And, we have a phrase, make America great again. It's pretty simple, but it really says that we want to make America great again. And we can do it. We can do it now. But if we were going to suffer another 4 years like we suffered for the last 4 years, I'm not sure the country can ever come back. That's how bad it is. It's so bad. We have to do a lot of things.
I think that's a very real risk.
Yeah, it's a big risk.
It's a very real risk.
Yeah.
And it's, I'd just like to note to people listening, like I've not been very political before, and if you look at my record, I've actually been. I'm not like some they try to paint me as like a far right guy, which is absurd because I'm like making electric vehicles and solar and batteries, helping with the environment, and I actually I supported Obama. I stood in line for 6 hours to shake Obama's hand when he was running for president, and so it's not like I'm like some sort of dyed-in-the-wool long-term Republican. I call myself historically a moderate Democrat, but now I feel like we're really at a critical juncture for the country, and I think a lot of people thought the Biden administration would be a moderate administration, but it's not, and obviously we're just going to see an even further left administration with Kamala. That's my honest opinion. I mean, her dad is literally. She was brought up as an actual. Her dad is a Marxist economist. You can Google it. I mean, it's not we're not making this up. That's how she was brought up. So, and we want to have a future that is prosperous. And I think we're just at this critical juncture, and I think this is a case of the America is kind of at a fork in the road, and
true.
And I think it will take the path to, like you are the path to prosperity, and I think Kamala is the opposite. And that's my honest opinion. I'm gonna get attacked like crazy, and I've also experienced quite a bit of lawfare myself, but I'm just trying to tell people my honest opinion, and I haven't been really active in politics before, and I'm just trying to point out that my track record historically has been moderate, if not moderate, slightly left, and so this is to people out there who are in the moderate camp to say I think you should support Donald Trump for president, and I think it's actually a very important junction in the road, and we're in deep trouble if it goes the other way.
Well, I want to thank you, and I actually always did think of you as somewhat left. I must say that. So it's
Yeah.
even more of an honor to have your endorsement. I know how strong you feel about it. But, when you think of her, San Francisco 15 years ago, I had a great friend, Bob Tish. He said it's the greatest city in America. And now it's almost not livable there. And California likewise. And she was involved in the destruction of San Francisco and the destruction of California. And she will be involved in the destruction of our country if people are so unwise as to elect her. And I hope that doesn't happen. And I hope the elections are going to be run honestly. And we're going to turn this country around. We're going to do things and we can do it fairly quickly. And we have to get rid of the criminals that have been, given to us by other countries as they laugh. They laugh at us. They think we're stupid to accept these people. These are radical, stone cold killers in many cases and terrorists. And they're in our country by the hundreds of thousands.
Yeah.
And we have to take them out.
Yeah, I mean, if I could summarize it, perhaps, I think these are issues that I think most people in America would agree with, which is that we want safe and clean cities, we want secure borders, we want sensible government spending, we want to restore both the perception and reality of respect in the judicial system, just stop the lawfare, and I think that's like, and how are those even right-wing positions? I think those are that's just common sense, and that's I mean, would you agree with that?
100%. I don't understand, the whole, they call it progressive. They don't like the word liberal anymore, but call it liberal or progressive. I don't understand how somebody could say that it's okay for them to empty prisons into our country. And again, I told you, their crime rates all over the world are going way down, which makes sense. In fact, the next time what we'll do is if something happens with this election, which would be a horror show, we'll meet the next time in Venezuela because it'll be a far safer place to meet than our country. Okay, so we'll go. You and I will go, and we'll have a meeting and dinner in Venezuela because that's what's happening. Their crime rate's coming down, and our crime rate's going through the roof. And it's so simple. And you haven't seen anything yet because these people have come into our country and they're just getting acclimated. And they don't know about being politically correct law enforcement or lack of law enforcement. And our police, I have to just end with this. We have great police. We have great law enforcement, but they're not allowed to do their job. They have to be able to do their job without being destroyed.
Well, absolutely. And it's obviously demoralizing if you're a police officer risking your life to arrest violent criminals who could kill you and do kill you sometimes, and then you arrest the violent criminal, and then the DA doesn't prosecute and just let the guy out. Yeah. Well, then why should a police officer risk their life to arrest a violent felon?
Well, even worse, Elon,
if nothing's going to happen.
Even worse, they prosecute the police officer. They go after it and they prosecute the police officer and they take away his pension. They take away his job. He loses his family. He loses his house.
Well, I thought it was very telling, like incredibly telling, that when there was that case where sort of a gang of thugs beat up police officers. I think it was in Times Square in New York, and then nothing happened to those guys. They were let out, zero bail. And I think a bunch of them were given free tickets to California. Well, what is? I mean, that is a gross indignity against the United States, and that's how. I mean, this is insane. Like, have we lost all pride? How can such a thing be allowed to occur?
I've never seen anything. We see where they get shot. It's a very dangerous profession, but it's something they're very proud of, and they want to be able to do their job. But I've seen them get shot. I've seen a lot of things. But I've never seen where these guys are standing in the middle of a big street, everybody watching them, and they're literally boxing, like punching, stand-up fighting a police officer. There were two of them, and you had about six of these guys, and they're punching the hell out of them. And in their own country, they would be dead if they did that. They'd be shot. They would be shot instantly. And, they come from these countries, and it's taking them a while to realize that we don't do that in this country. But in their own country, if they stood on a street and had a fight with a police officer, they would be shot. There's no political correctness. And it's such a sad, it's such a sad thing to see. And that's the reason you have crime, by the way, because we don't do anything about it.
Yeah, we just cannot have a situation where our police officers are beaten up on camera by a gang of illegal immigrants, and then nothing happens to the guys that beat up the cops. I mean, and they're let out. This is unacceptable.
Well, we're going to change it, and we're going to get them out of the country. When I first got involved, they said you couldn't get them back to these countries. You couldn't take them back. In the case of Guatemala, Honduras, El Salvador, some others, you couldn't get them back. And I said, really? Oh, you can't get them back? Because under Obama, he couldn't get them back. They'd fly him in, and they'd put planes on the runways in these countries so you couldn't land a plane. They'd bring them back. And the generals told me, sir, we can't bring them back. The countries won't accept MS-13 gang members. They won't accept them. And I said, really, how much do we pay these various countries in terms of economic aid, which is also somewhat ridiculous? And the answer was $750 million. I said, good. Tell them they're in default. They're delinquent. We're not paying them anymore because they won't accept it. And you know what happened? They all called me, every one of them. They said, we would be honored to take them back, sir. We would be honored. It was so easy. But it's one of those things. And we got them back. We took in so many, MS-13 is probably the worst gangs in the world. They're the most vicious, violent. We took them out of here by the thousands and got them out of here. And their countries took them back. And because I said, you're not getting any more economic aid. And once I said that, they were nice. They wouldn't take them back for Obama. They wouldn't take them back for anybody. And now we have a problem because we have this guy, and they don't take them back anymore with Biden because they don't respect him.
It's just gotta be done. We just can't have whether they're citizens or not citizens. We can't have, because they won't prosecute citizens either, not just illegals. So you can't have violent, repeat violent offenders that are not that don't get incarcerated.
That's right.
Because they will obviously, by definition, continue to hurt people. And I think where part of this comes from is that there's and I do sort of consider myself liberal in some ways. I mean, it's just that you want to have empathy for people. Obviously, you want to have empathy for people. I totally agree with that. You want to have empathy, but you also have to have empathy for the victims of the criminals. And if you just have empathy for the criminals, it's actually shallow empathy. It's not real. You're not thinking. You have one layer deep empathy. You got to say, like, what if you don't incarcerate this person? Who are they going to hurt? They might kill someone. They might rape someone. If you don't incarcerate them, you have to have empathy for the victims. And there's a lack of empathy for the victims of the criminals, and too much empathy for the criminals. It doesn't make sense. That's why you want to have deep empathy for society as a whole, not shallow empathy for criminals.
Right. And we have to give our police officers the dignity and the respect that they deserve. And we have to let them do their job. They can do a great job, but we have to let them do their job. And if we don't do that, it's going to all disappear. There's never been a society like this where you're allowed to do anything you want and nothing happens. And I'm talking about violent crime. And it's going to get more violent because these are really, really violent people. And we're going to get them out of our country, and we're going to get them back to because they were sent here by the presidents and by the various people that run those countries. And I know every one of those guys. And they're smart people, and they're streetwise people. And they really think that the USA is stupid. They think we're run by stupid people, and they happen to be right. But when I was there, we had no problem. We got them out. We took out thousands of MS-13 gang members. We brought them back. And now, again, it's the same old story. We don't do it. And they actually gave them a big increase in aid. They raised it up to billions of dollars, and they get nothing for it. So, I hope everybody's going to vote for Trump, and we're going to get this country straight. Yeah. And I didn't need this. I'm like you. I didn't need this. I had a very nice life. I didn't need to go through court systems and go through all the other stuff and run at the same time. I have to run. I have to go through fake trials with, in some cases, corrupt judges, totally corrupt judges. I didn't need it. I had a nice life. I have great locations. I have beautiful oceans that I have places. But I felt it was important. And if I had to do it over again, you probably think I'm crazy for.
Yes, gang, this is the side of the Cackles Kamala campaign the lying legacy media refuses to show you. But I assure you it's just another typical day in leftist loony land with pro-Palestinian progressives storming a Cackles Kamala event. And frankly, it all goes downhill from there. We're going to see how the blitzkrieg of deceit from the legacy media that they've been propagating 24/7 these last 3.5 weeks has been nothing less than an abject failure. It's amounted to little more than a dud, gang. Trump is surging past the polling. We got a number of election indicators, a number of election predictors where Trump is absolutely crushing it. We got the stats, and you're going to be absolutely pumped after you hear this.
Gang, as you know, we look out for each other on this channel. Your safety and your security are our #1 priority. So if you haven't secured the deed to your home as of yet, you need to click on that link below right now and protect yourself and your loved ones. I was absolutely shocked when I found out how easy it is to access the deed to my house, and not just access it, but actually change it. The deed to your home is the only document that proves you own it. But the problem is that all our deeds are now online, and criminals are free to find your deed, forge your signature, refile as the new homeowner, take out tons of loans using your home's equity, and then they stick you with all the debt. But that's where our good friends over at Home Title Lock come in. Gang, they're simply amazing. Home Title Lock gives you the peace of mind that the deed to your home is absolutely and completely protected 24/7. Click on that link below right now. Use promo code TurleyTalks. And all you got to do is enter your address for your no-obligation home title scan to see if you've already been a victim of deed theft. It's a $100 value, absolutely, totally free with my promo code TurleyTalks. Gang, don't wait for the worst to happen only to regret you didn't do something about it when you could have. Do what I've done. Do what countless patriots have done. Click on that link below right now and secure your home today. I believe it was Winston Churchill who once said, "Nothing in life is so exhilarating as to be shot at without result." Nothing in life is so exhilarating as to be shot at without result. And I think that is precisely what we're seeing play out in the current state of the race. No, not just J13. God bless. Thank God for his protection over Donald Trump that day. It's not just J13. It's what we have seen ever since the implosion of the Biden regime and the fabricated rise of Kamala. What we've witnessed over the last 3 weeks or so is really nothing less than a coordinated coup attempt by the Democrat establishment media. That's a nice little, I think that I'm going to coin that term. Maybe it's already out there. The Democrat establishment media. They've been successful in their first offensive, which was getting rid of Biden. That was, say, the sub-coup. It was relatively easy. I mean, he being nothing more than a shell of a man, protected only by his Lady Macbeth wife and his crackhead son. All the while, members of his staff, like the diversity hire White House spokesperson, they're all just playing around the White House, giving off end of empire vibes. Dancing while their Titanic is sinking. That part of the coup was easy. The Democrat establishment media, which is a coalition, a partnership between Democrat operatives and legacy media outlets, the Democrat establishment media then turned to phase 2 of their coup, and that was to convince you through a 24/7 all-out propaganda blitz that the single most despised, unpopular vice president is actually the second coming. She, as it turns out, as Time magazine claimed, she was made for this moment. Literally. She was made, she was fabricated for this moment. And so for the last 3 weeks, we've seen nothing less than a total blitzkrieg offensive by the Democrat establishment media, literally fawning over a woman who they secretly, behind the scenes, privately, I should say, behind the scenes, they despise. They can't stand Kamala Harris, but they'll do it to stay in power. They are literally fake fawning over a woman who has almost a hard enough time putting two coherent sentences together as her boss. And as part of that propaganda offensive, that blitzkrieg, they've been splashing blatantly misleading at best, blatantly fraudulent at worst polls that are deliberately trying to convince the masses that Kamala has become the single most popular human being on the planet. And yet,
After all of that, nonstop, 24/7 propaganda, after all that fabricated fanfare, week after week after week, all the polls showing Kamala surging to new polling heights never seen before. After all of that, as it turns out, and as the most recent polling is showing, it was all, in the end, one big dud. Rasmussen, Trump, 49, Harris, 45. The latest from Democracy Institute. Trump, 48. Harris, 44. This is my favorite. RMG polling with leaners. RMG polling with leaners. It's Trump. Leaners are those who say, oh, I haven't decided. And you say, look, if you had to make a choice now, who would you make? Who would you choose? All right, so that's leaners. It's Trump 49, Harris 47. And that's huge because RMG, Rich Barris just tweeted this out today. RMG, just days ago, was cited repeatedly by Democrats and the media to justify that there was a Harris surge happening. I kid you not. This same polling outlet that just dropped this poll was the one that the Harris campaign was using to tell everyone that she was surging past Trump into the lead. Now, they've got Trump in the lead. And then, of course, Fox. Fox's polling, which notoriously leans left, nevertheless, now has Trump in the lead 50-49. But we can actually look at some of the internals of the Fox poll to find out that something's not quite right there. Because take a look at Trump's numbers with independents, according to Fox. Look at that. He leads independents. He leads cackles with independents by 8. How does Trump lead among virtually all Democrats and then independents by 8, but he's only up by 1? And it gets even better. According to Fox, he's posting 26% support among black voters. It's the highest he's ever had. 26%. Nearly 1 in 3 blacks are supporting Trump, according to Fox. It's unprecedented for any Republican candidate in the modern political era. And he's getting the majority Latino vote. 52%. And yet, after they go through their weighting shenanigans, the Fox poll is only giving Trump a 1-point national lead. If you believe that, after stats like that, after Trump 26% black vote, 52% Latino vote, 8 points ahead among independents. If you believe that, I got some oceanfront property in Arkansas I want to sell you. But it matters a little because according to Fox, this time in 2020, Biden was up 8 over Trump. Say that again. This time in 2020, Biden was up 8, nearly 10 points over Trump. And in 2016, Crooked Hillary was up 7 over Trump. Now, today, Trump's leading. I reiterate, there is nothing more exhilarating than to be shot at without result. Now, I think the key here to understand and make sense of what all of this means, this cackles offensive failure by the lamestream media, this dud in their deliberate attempt at election interference on the part of the Democrat national media and fabricating all of this astroturf excitement surrounding the single most unpopular vice president in the history of American polling. The key to understanding what's happening and why I think they are growing increasingly frustrated is that Trump amassed such a sizable lead over Biden over the past several months. A lead that surged even more with the fallout from the debate disaster, really what was one of the worst political disasters in modern politics. I mean, think about it. Biden's 50-year political career literally imploded right before our very eyes that night. We predicted that, by the way. Don't forget, this channel predicted that. We predicted that implosion. I've always said Biden's Achilles heel is his senility. Everything else can be reversed. His policies at the border could be reversed. The economy could be reversed, or disastrous foreign policy could be reversed. Violent crime epidemic could be reversed. Everything could be reversed except Biden's senility. That was the one thing that could not change. It could not possibly be reversed, and that's why it was his Achilles heel. And it was that which would ultimately lead to his inevitable demise. And by the way, the Achilles heel explains precisely why Kamala is doing everything she can to do what? What is Kamala doing right now? All of that, what I just said, explains precisely Kamala's playbook in terms of her new policies. What is she saying she's going to do? She's going to what? She's going to reverse the Biden administration's policies. Or at least she's trying to convince you that she's going to do that. That she's going to reverse the policies at the border. She's going to implement border security now. That's in her commercials here, all the commercials in the Pennsylvania area. I'm in the Philly area. And I mean, all the commercials. Kamala Harris will finally close the border. I kid you. It's this. I'm literally sitting there in front of the TV going, lock me up. I've got to be the one that's insane. The woman who single-handedly was responsible for the disaster at the southern border. Have you ever visited the southern border? No, I haven't, but I haven't visited Europe either. What are you trying to tell me? That woman is now trying to position herself as a border security hawk. Everything else can be reversed, right? But all that's doing, ironically, sorry, I'm a little bit on a tangent here, but I think this is important. All that Kamala's copycatting is actually doing, ironically, is further vindicating Trump. It's validating Trump. Because why go with the imitation? Why not just go with the real thing? Why go with something that's artificial? Remember Rush Limbaugh? The great Rush Limbaugh always used to say that about these measly Republicans who wanted to parrot Democrat policies. Remember that? Right? These pathetic, wishy-washy, middle of the road, milquetoast Republicans always wanted to sound Democrat light. Democrat light. And Rush would tell them that's a losing strategy because all that does is validate the very party you're trying to invalidate. All that does is vindicate the party you're trying to defeat. Why go with an imitation when you can go with the real thing? So if you think you need to secure the border, why not bring back the guy who was building the wall? Or if you want economic prosperity, why not bring back the guy that gave us the single biggest economic boom we had ever seen, lowering manufacturing and employment to its lowest levels in history, which was pretty good for Wisconsin and Michigan and Pennsylvania. You want to fight violent crime? Why not go with the law and order candidate? Why go with the candidate that was raising money to bail out Antifa folk from prison? I mean, in the end, by stealing his platform, all Cackles does is she only further bolsters and validates his platform. But the key here is that Trump amassed a big enough lead over Biden that he's effectively absorbing this onslaught of propaganda that's deliberately tried to deceive you into believing that 10 to 15% of the voting population that was going with Trump until Biden dropped out has now suddenly swung over and is going with Kamala. And more people are seeing that that's all a lie. That was just concocted by response bias polls that no honest pollster would ever release and no honest news outlet would ever report. But what we're finding is that Trump's lead that he's amassed over the course of the last year does indeed appear to be, frankly, rock solid.
We're playing hide and seek with Planet 9. This week on Planetary Radio. I'm Sarah Al-Ahmed of the Planetary Society, with more of the human adventure across our solar system and beyond. There may be a ninth planet in our solar system lurking out beyond Neptune. Our guests this week are Caltech's Mike Brown and Konstantin Batygin. They'll join us to talk about the latest evidence for Planet 9 and why they believe their hunt may soon be over. Then, Bruce Betts, our chief scientist, joins us for What's Up and a new Olympic-themed random space fact. I'm also really happy to share that the Planetary Society just passed over 100,000 subscribers on YouTube. Our new YouTube Silver Creator Award will soon have a place of honor in our recording studio. Thank you so much to everyone that watches our channel. You can also find Planetary Radio each week on YouTube and on YouTube Music. Every subscriber helps us reach even more space fans around the world. If you love Planetary Radio and want to stay informed about the latest space discoveries, make sure that you hit that subscribe button on your favorite podcasting platform. By subscribing, you'll never miss an episode filled with new and awe-inspiring ways to know the cosmos and our place within it. Most of the planets in our solar system have been known since ancient times. They shone so brightly in the night sky that you really couldn't miss them, and they moved in ways that the other stars didn't. Humans would later learn that this was because the planets orbited our sun, while the turning of the Earth caused the apparent motion of the stars on the sky. The word planet actually traces back to the Greek term asters planetae, which means wandering stars. In modern times, we know
Hey gang, it's me, Dr. Steve, and I am in beautiful Corsica in France. Josh, do you want to give them a little bit of a taste of where we are here? This is absolutely beautiful. And it's like Catalonia, it's the site of some pretty impressive nationalist activity here. The politics in Europe is fascinating because, again, we talk a lot about what's called re-territorialization, where more and more populations are bringing, they're taking politics back from the globalist, standardized, disembedded level, and they're bringing it back to the local. But not all populations are doing that the exact same way. And so one of the ways that you're seeing that work itself out, that re-territorialization, is separatist movements. And here in Corsica, you have a major independence movement going on. It's been very, very powerful since the 1970s in particular. Corsica has always been a little bit of an oddball in France. It used to belong to the Republic of Genoa, but just the year before Napoleon was born, Genoa gave it over to France. So if I recall, Napoleon Bonaparte, coming from an Italian family, many smeared him in France for not being truly French, for example. So there's always been a bit of a tension between Corsican identity and the larger French nation state. Well, that tension has reached some pretty epic proportions of late with Corsican separatism. And so you have hardcore separatists on one end. You do have unionists on the other who are very French nationalists, and they would be more prone to, say, a Macron or a Marine Le Pen. But in between, you have what are called automatists. And the automatists are those who are looking for autonomy, They want a sense of independence, but they want to remain with France. So you have the separatists who want independence and breaking away from France. You have the unionists who don't want independence. And then you have the automatists who are sort of in between, the via media. And what they're doing is they're arguing, hey, we can basically govern ourselves, but we're going to stay as part of the French Federation. Well, they just got a huge victory some weeks back when the Macron government did in fact agree to put precisely a clause like that in the French Constitution. Now, it's going to require the approval of the French Assembly, and the strong unionists and the nationalist populists like Marine Le Pen and National Rally, they're not particularly very happy with this. But regardless, what we are seeing is we're seeing some success on this part, perhaps at least with Macron recognizing the inevitable that, hey, autonomy is better than separatism. So we'll have to see how that plays out. In the meantime, like we talked about with Catalonia and Catalonian separatism actually reinvigorating Spanish nationalism, we're seeing the same thing in France. This Corsica separatism is helping to generate a massive surge in overall nationalism, where Marine Le Pen and National Rally are the beneficiaries.
Gang, as you know, we look out for each other on this channel. Your safety and your security are our #1 priority. So if you haven't secured the deed to your home as of yet, you need to click on that link below right now and protect yourself and your loved ones. I was absolutely shocked when I found out how easy it is to access the deed to my house, and not just access it, but actually change it. The deed to your home is the only document that proves you own it. But the problem is that all our deeds are now online, and criminals are free to find your deed, forge your signature, refile as the new homeowner, take out tons of loans using your home's equity, and then they stick you with all the debt. But that's where our good friends over at Home Title Lock come in. Gang, they're simply amazing. Home Title Lock gives you the peace of mind that the deed to your home is absolutely and completely protected 24/7. Click on that link below right now. Use promo code TurleyTalks. And all you got to do is enter your address for your no-obligation home title scan to see if you've already been a victim of deed theft. It's a $100 value, absolutely, totally free with my promo code TurleyTalks. Gang, don't wait for the worst to happen only to regret you didn't do something about it when you could have. Do what I've done. Do what countless patriots have done. Click on that link below right now and secure your home today.
So there are a couple of dynamics that are happening here. One dynamic, of course, is the separatism that's animating nationalism. But another dynamic is, unfortunately, terrorism. And terrorism has been a problem, a major problem in France. You want to keep going, Josh? I think we're all right. We don't want Josh to trip. Josh is valiantly, ooh, Josh, get a shot of that. Look at that. See, that's what you get when you walk around the streets of Corsica. These beautiful shots of aesthetic wonder. Just not even, you don't even have to turn a corner. Just walking down a sidewalk and you look over to your left and so forth. Yeah, we were just in Nice, which is actually named after the Greek Nike or Nike, which means victory. And in Nice, they had, unfortunately, 2 very serious terrorist attacks about, oh my, when was it? Was it a decade ago or so? There was the truck attack that killed 80 or so people. It might have been earlier, 5 years ago or so. And then you had some stabbings at a cathedral just a couple of years ago. And what that's done, together with the separatism, is it's literally just awakened a massive nationalist wave all throughout France. And National Rally is riding that wave in 2 primary ways. One way is called the rayonnement strategy, rayonnement, which actually means radiance. That strategy involves National Rally trying to get a lot of mayors and local politicians elected. And the idea is that once you have a National Rally mayor in charge and doing great things, that will radiate his effect all throughout the region. That's rayonnement. That's the first thing. They're putting a lot of focus on local elections all throughout France, and they're winning big. It's not just the national elections that's doing it, it's the local elections. The second thing that the nationalist populists are doing is they are pushing Macron further and further to the right, particularly in the areas of immigration. So Macron has been reinforcing the burqa ban. He's been closing down radical mosques. He's been deporting radical imams. And so the combination of Raymond and pushing Macron to the right is normalizing nationalist populist politics all throughout France. So that's one of the reasons why 1 in 3 French voted for National Rally in their last European Parliament elections, and why they came very, very close to winning a majority. Of course, fell short because of some shenanigans going on, but they came very close to winning an almost majority in the last national election. That certainly did infinitely better than they did ever in their history since the 1970s. So it's really fascinating here. Just like in Spain, we're seeing two very powerful, very virulent nationalist populist movements happening, one at the national level and one at localized level. Either way, nationalism is the wave of the future in France.
In the episode you're about to watch, we had some major technical issues. You'll notice glitches and lags, and there's a chunk near the middle where we cut out a 9-minute portion because it was very difficult to discern what all three parties were saying. Thank you so much for bearing with us through these technical issues.
This is Just Asking Questions, a show for inquiring minds on reason.
Is the future of the GOP more libertarian, more nationalist, or somehow both? Just asking questions. I'm Zach Weissmuller, senior producer, joined by my co-host Liz Wolfe, Reason Associate Editor and author of the daily Reason Roundup. And joining us today is Vivek Ramaswamy, entrepreneur, author, and former presidential candidate. He's been making a hard pitch for what he's called the Libertarian Nationalist Alliance for the past several months. I ran into him at the Libertarian National Convention, where he was trying to convince libertarians to vote Republican this year. Saw lots of him at the Republican National Convention, where he was trying to convince MAGA to be more libertarian. And Reason's Stephanie Slade saw him make his case for so-called national libertarianism at NatCon, the National Conservative Conference, also attended by Vice Presidential candidate J.D. Vance, who has a slightly different vision for the conservative movement. We're going to talk a little bit about the differences in those visions in detail today. But Vivek, thanks for coming on the show.
Yeah, it's good to see you guys. And one of the things I love about conversations like this one is we can, assume an audience that has some basic knowledge of the contours so we can dig past the surface a little bit, which I appreciate and enjoy doing.
Yeah.
Absolutely. So first, to start us off, I wanted to roll a clip of your speech at the RNC, and then roll right after that a clip of J.D. Vance's speech.
Sure.
Obviously picked as Trump's vice presidential candidate. John, would you go ahead and play those?
What does it mean to be a Republican in the year 2024? What does it mean to be an American in the year 2024? It means we believe in the ideals of 1776. It means we believe in merit, that you get ahead in this country, not on the color of your skin, but on the content of your character and your contributions. It means we believe in the rule of law. And I say this as the kid of legal immigrants to this country. That means your first act of entering this country cannot break the law. That is why we will seal the southern border on day one. Thank you. It means the people who we elect to run the government ought to be the ones who actually run the government, not unelected bureaucrats in the deep state. These are not black ideas or white ideas. They are not even Democrat ideas or Republican ideas. They are American ideas that we fought a revolution to secure.
One of the things that you hear people say sometimes is that America is an idea. And to be clear, America was indeed founded on brilliant ideas like the rule of law and religious liberty, things written into the fabric of our Constitution and our nation. But America is not just an idea. It is a group of people with a shared history and a common future. It is, in short, a nation. Now, it is part of that tradition, of course, that we welcome newcomers. But when we allow newcomers into our American family, we allow them on our terms. That's the way we preserve the continuity of this project from 250 years past to hopefully 250 years in the future.
Do you think there's tension between the ideas expressed by you and then by J.D. Vance?
Yes, I'll draw a couple of distinctions. I think on the personal side, it's actually particularly interesting because JD and I actually are good friends long before we even knew of each other's politics. We grew up, it turns out, about 15 minutes from each other, the place I was in kindergarten versus where he grew up. We knew each other only in law school, but we were two lone Cincinnatians in law school at Yale. And the first thing I'll say is one of the best things about him as a vice president is he is somebody who's in this, I believe and I know, for the right reasons. He is somebody who truly cares about saving this country. Do we have some differences in our worldview, even for the future of the America First movement? Yeah, of course we do. In fact, that's made our own personal relationship stronger. One of the things that's actually strengthened our relationship is we each push each other a little bit on slightly differing visions of what the future of not only the Republican Party, but even the America First movement should be. Now, I gave this speech in NatCon, and I do think that this dialogue is important. We reject the historical neoliberal consensus for the same reasons. I think that it was too blithe with respect to believing that we would somehow use capitalism as a vector to spread democracy to places like China, that we were going to somehow export Big Macs and Happy Meals, and that would spread democracy in China. It hasn't worked out that way. To the contrary, we're now dependent on a foreign country that's our adversary for even our own military. Things like that don't make sense. I think we've been too blithe with respect to our approach on immigration. America's not just an economic zone, but it's important to select expressly for immigrants who know something about the United States of America. So you could call that a civic nationalist worldview. That's the one that I share. That's very different, however, from a different view, one that's coherent that I respect but disagree with, that the policies of immigration or trade policy should be made with the objective of expressly protecting American manufacturers or workers from the effects of competition. I believe merit is our heritage. Excellence is our heritage as Americans. I do believe that people, I think it's some have said, made the claim that people won't fight for abstract ideals. I actually think that people would fight for abstract ideals. In fact, Americans are known for that. That's what our American Revolution was about. We fought for the founding of this nation based on those ideals. And so I believe the loss of this country and simply blithe neoliberal economics has lost that sense of civic identity, which is what I want to revive. But I think that there's a different basis for maybe rejecting that neoliberal fantasy of the past, which is more of a blood and soil revisionist American identity. And I do reject that. And I do think the more we're able to have that type of healthy, thoughtful dialogue on the right, and even on what I think of as the positive nationalist right, the stronger we're going to be as a country. And so we could go miles deeper into all of those points, but at a surface level, I think there are two competing worldviews for what the future of America First looks like. Yes.
But if their view wins out, specifically on things like tariffs and on immigration policy, what will you do about it, or what will that say about what the America First movement stands for? I mean, to me, that looks like the ascendant set of beliefs.
And so I would respectfully push back, only because I have a basis to have some authority here in traveling the country over the last year, talking to the Republican primary base. And here's my frank assessment of where we are. I think there are certain core principles that we definitively agree on. Okay, I think we definitively agree that the people we elect to run the government should be the ones running the government, not the unelected bureaucrats, as I said in the speech. We definitively agree, and here's a big one, that the first and sole moral duty of U.S. officials should be to U.S. citizens. That is, just as a father figure owes his family his primary duty, the President of the United States or the elected leaders of the United States owe their primary duty to the citizens of the United States. And to be clear, this country has been governed in ways that have been inconsistent with that. That's resulted in a loss of civic, think about our foreign policy, think about other areas, where part of the reason I believe many Americans have lost their sense of allegiance to our nation is that our own national leaders have lost their allegiance to our own citizens. So those are deep areas of agreement. But one of the things that I see when I travel the country is, on one hand, you may have other thoughtful, well-spoken leaders that would come into a room of America First patriots and say something like, we need to make more things in the United States of America. We need to make sure that our manufacturers are protected from the effects of other countries dumping their goods in. And we need to make sure Americans earn a proper wage and protect them from immigrants who are undercutting our jobs. And to your point, Liz, I'll admit, you could be in a room where you would get a lot of applause to that from a grassroots audience. But here's maybe the part that you may not have been privy to that I have a deep connection to here is, if I'm showing up in that same room, right, and it's just on a blank slate, same people, same room, and say, you know what? We don't want to replace a left-wing nanny state with a right-wing nanny state. We want to dismantle the nanny state. We don't want to entrust regulatory agencies. Hey, just by show of hands, and I've done this countless times, just by show of hands in this room, who believes we should reform the regulatory state and send the CFPB or the FTC or the three-letter agencies in Washington, D.C. to protect American workers and interests, or do we want to go in and actually dismantle those three-letter agencies? Shut it down, or chance that I get in response to that?
In this section, we cut a portion where Vivek was talking about how the America First movement is fractured in some ways and still in its nascency, trying to sort out questions internally. During this chunk, we played a clip of J.D. Vance, and Vivek then answered that, but it was very hard to tell what exactly his answer was, so we chose to excise a portion of that. And then we jump back in, and him and I are going back and forth a little bit. I hear what you're saying, but I'm wondering whether you're being too soft on your allies, being too soft on Trump and Vance. When I look at the America First movement, I see some things, like some of the things you're citing, Trump's flip-flopping on the TikTok ban, where it is heartening. But I see also a movement that seems very animated by a sense of vengeance, a sense that the left has for so long seized our cultural and governmental institutions, and an idea that once conservatives are back in power, that their enemies ought to be punished. How do you react to that? Do you see the same thing that I'm seeing?
Well, look, I think that there is a lot of anger, and I share that anger. If you think about the abuses of
I'm
power
angry
over
about
the
it
last
too,
several years.
but I don't want to
The
punish
question is-
political opponents over it.
So the open question, though, Liz, is I think that the question, how do we channel that anger to something productive, right? And I think that we miss the opportunity to change this country and to actually bring the right base of people along if we just dismiss the anger. So I'm not one of these people that just says, okay, don't be angry, move on. No, I actually, just as I would advise a kid or something, right? You're experiencing an emotion, don't reject it, right? Acknowledge it, right? Acknowledge it fully, feel it. But then separate that from the question of how you channel that to make sure that, do you want to fight fire with fire, or do you find that maybe water is more effective? It's a question of effectiveness. There are moments that demand fighting fire with fire. I think in Donald Trump's first term, certainly for much of that, they didn't leave him with much of an option other than that. You've got an impeachment inquiry that was based on fraudulent pretenses. You have a lot of systematic government media coordination, and not the people say he ran the government. Well, talking about the deep state in the media industrial complex that created a lot of abuses of the federal police state, both while he was in and out of office. But the real question is, do we want to fight fire with fire when water can be far more effective? And you listen to a lot of things Donald Trump does say on a given day that doesn't get reported in the media. And I'll be very frank, I'm vocal about believing that this is the right direction, and he knows this from me as well, is that success is our vengeance, is part of what he says now as well. Success is unifying. Excellence is unifying. We don't want to go after left-wing opponents using the police state. We want a police state that does not, we want a minimal police state, first of all, and one that merely enforces the laws as they exist on the books. I think we have way too many broad statutes in this country. Part of the problem is you got a weaponization of government. You can only weaponize laws if the laws are written so broadly so as to be weaponized in the first place. Administrative agencies should not have the deference to be able to use laws to be able to go after political opponents for things that those laws were never conceived to do in the first place. So that's where I do think we need to be focused. I think that where I would be critical of many Republicans, Liz, is, expanding, say, FISA 702. I think that and it wasn't a reauthorization, by the way, it was an expansion. I don't think you can at once say that you're against the weaponization of government while also voting for expanding the tools that government uses as a weapon, right? Those are two inconsistent things to say at the same time. But part of our job is people do need to be led, right? And part of what a leader does, I believe, is not just tell people what they want to hear, but tell people what they need to hear. And actually, much of our base is hungry for that. That little clip of you that you put up from social media of me speaking about we don't want to replace a left-wing nanny state with a right-wing nanny state, that was actually one of the state delegations that I was speaking to at the RNC, where I was projecting that we are going to have temptation. We're going to face this temptation. Which route do we want to take? And I'll come back to what I told you is forget what you see in the people who are deemed to be the leaders on TV of our movement. When you talk about the actual base of voters in the America First movement, I think there's a very, at minimum, open mind, and in my estimation, actually a favorable lean to the hard minimalist vision of government that I bring to the table and that conservatives brought to the table for decades. I also want to say a word about history here, which is kind of interesting here. If you trace the movement of this, it's quite popular amongst the America First right, and I'm part of this, to rail against the neocons, right? The neoconservative vision of the past. Pause to remember what the neocon vision or the original neoconservative vision was. I think what many of us mean is pointless foreign interventionism that doesn't advance American interests, things like the Iraq War, the Afghanistan War, where we've spent billions of dollars, trillions of dollars that haven't advanced American interests, that added to our national debt, that sacrificed American lives. That's what people think when they're railing against neocons. But actually, it's worth remembering the neoconservative term, even the proponents who called themselves in their own terms neoconservative, rejected the older conservative vision of really dismantling the nanny state. The older conservative vision was about taking Lyndon B. Johnson's Great Society and throwing it in the trash bin, where I believe it belongs. And the neoconservative faction you were talking the 90s, the 2000s, accepted that there was some level of governmental presence that was here to stay, and they weren't going to be antipathic to the same degree. So in some ways, the irony is that much of this now pro-patronage, national patronage camp or national protectionist camp in the America First movement, while railing against neocons on the foreign policy, are actually in some ways just a successor of that neocon direction, whereas the national libertarian direction that I favor, or we call it national liberty, or the civic nationalist direction that I favor as an alternative, is actually about restoring the original conservative alternative to the neocons and rejecting neoconservatism on all of its terms.
I'm glad that you brought up recent political history because I wanted to discuss the historical lessons of this attempt that you're making right now to have a national libertarian alliance. There was something attempted like that in the 90s called paleo-libertarianism. It was, Pat Buchanan, Alliance. I was reading some of the reflections on that from Lou Rockwell, who was one of the architects of that. Murray Rothbard was also involved in it. He said it seemed like a good deal at the time, a prominent TV personality fighting the political war against warfare and welfare. Sounds kind of familiar. The paleo-conservatives were sound on local and states' rights, but weren't too thrilled with the products of commercial society intended towards erroneous views on economics. Indeed, many of them cared nothing for systematic. The libertarians would take care of economics, the conservatives would take care of history and culture. But in speech after speech, Pat Buchanan began to bring his opposition to free trade and his advocacy of protectionism to the forefront. He endorsed protectionism for a greater range of sectors than were already in place. In other words, he proposed expanding taxation regulation. He celebrated unemployment relief, and for him, America First, that grand agenda of organized labor. And I will note that the head of the Teamsters just gave a speech at the RNC. And then the kind of conclusion here is that thankfully the campaign ended, but bolstered by his new credibility, Pat began to wield enormous influence on the right. This took one main form, turning people who should have known better against free markets, capitalism, and free trade anti-libertarian. So I'll say, Vivek, that encapsulates a lot of my fears as to where this project could head. Is it going to be different this time?
Yeah, so look, I mean, I don't think this is a resuscitation of that. I think what I'm talking about, admittedly, here is something new, right? Something that does not exist, but needs to exist. And I think whatever is necessary is always possible. I think there are some, it's worth knowing the historical context, though. I'm not an economic nationalist. I think that that's the wrong way to go, not because I believe that the libertarian principles I espouse on principle are more important than the interests of American workers and manufacturers, but because I think the best way to serve American workers and manufacturers is actually by dismantling the regulatory state that has shackled them for so long. I think that we need leadership in the conservative movement that is brave and courageous enough to take Lyndon B. Johnson's Great Society and actually say, our top goal is to dismantle it. Go back to the project that Woodrow Wilson began, that metastasized with FDR's New Deal, that metastasized even further with LBJ's Great Society, to say that we're going to take that century-old project and relegate it to the dustbins of history where it belongs. Have we had that? No, I don't think we've had that. Not even through Pat Buchanan, certainly not through today, because I think there has been the magnetic tendency towards protectionism and economic nationalism that I do think is in conflict because it involves a statist force to be able to overcome what we initially thought motivated us, which was the effects of overexpansive statism. So what I'm talking about is something new altogether. I do think that the national part of national libertarian or the national liberty movement is important to me. And there, I think what I believe is missing in the pure libertarian, or at least modern version of pure libertarian view, is a prioritization on the importance of national identity, of civic pride in the country. I don't think dual citizenship should be a thing in the United States of America. I think that citizenship is about duty, that you pledge allegiance to one country, period. That's what it means to be a citizen of a nation. I don't believe in open borders. I believe that a nation without borders, in a very practical sense, is not a nation. So I believe in these levers of national identity. I don't think it makes sense for the United States' military. And today, the number one supplier of equipment, indirectly or directly, to the Navy, Air Force, and Army, 40% of the semiconductors that power equipment come from China. It doesn't make any sense, because if you're going to have a military, God forbid, I don't want a scenario of conflict, but it doesn't make any sense that if part of what you're doing is deterring conflict through strength, for you to rely on that adversary. So those are examples of what put the national into national libertarian. I personally believe we require a civics test, right, of every immigrant to become a legal citizen of this country and a loyalty oath. Well, if we require it of legal immigrants, I think we should require it of my own children, and every one of our children when they turn 18 should be held to those same standards, because it's worth having a citizenry that actually knows something about a nation and has civic commitments. So for me, that's the national in national libertarian. But I think that's something new. It hasn't existed, but I think that's what the moment demands. But it's, in some sense, it's not new because it goes back to our founding. This is what I think our founding fathers were. They were libertarian in their policy outlook, but nationalist in their commitment to this new nation that was defined on civic ideals. And there's something lurking beneath the surface here that I think is worth calling to the fore. It's not only competing visions with respect to the regulatory state that exists. I think there's a deeper rift on our vision of American identity itself, right? What does it mean to be an American? I think that is an open question worth debating in the open. I'm not a blood and soil guy. I don't think the blood and soil view makes sense, actually, because then you have to pick a certain point in time saying, well, if you go too far back, that doesn't count. If you're too recent, it doesn't count either, but it's just sort of some sort of midpoint in between. No, it's just incoherent on its own terms. I think America is a nation founded on the ideals enshrined in the Declaration of Independence and the U.S. Constitution. Will people fight for those ideals? Yes, we did. In 1776, we did it again in 1860. That's who we are as Americans, we're uniquely the country that is bound together by that common set of ideals. And if you adopt the blood and soil view as an alternative, that denies the possibility of American exceptionalism. Because every nation, in fact, other nations have much stronger claims on blood and soil bases for their heritage. Japan or Italy, or you could go straight down the list of other countries that have a much stronger genetic lineage, blood and soil basis for their own heritage and national identity. America's is far weaker as a younger country. The thing that makes American exceptionalism possible is that we're not just a bunch of two-legged higher mammals walking a geographic space that we end up calling a country. The thing that makes America unique, and I do believe in American exceptionalism, is that we are bound by ideals, and our ability to believe in ideals is actually what distinguishes human beings from all other animals, is that we can believe in ideals greater than ourselves, and America as a nation is founded on that very premise. And yes, our greatest imperfections, have we fallen short of those ideals? Of course. Ad nauseum, the left will hit us with that. That's almost our best evidence that we have ideals at all. Our worst hypocrisies are our best evidence that we had ideals in the first place, because if we're fallen human beings rather than gods, and we do aspire to ideals, then that means we're going to fall short of them. But we're founded on the pursuit of those ideals. So yes, I have a civic nationalist view that's very different than the economic nationalist view, which adopts a different vision of American identity. And I think that's the deeper normative question underlying this entire debate, that I'm grateful for thoughtful friends, right, on the right, who at least are willing to be intellectual proponents of an alternative view. I respect that, because then we can at least engage and have this conversation rather than kind of sweeping it under the rug where it's really been percolating otherwise.
Well, is it really worth respecting? I think back to Ann Coulter's interview with you, which I thought was really interesting, or perhaps it was on your
Yeah,
podcast, though, right? It was
she
your
was less
interview with
thoughtful
her.
about it, I would admit. Yeah.
Well, yeah, yeah. I absolutely I agree with that. But it was interesting because at least the vision of Americanness that you're outlining, there was a really telling exchange between you and her. WASP identity as very core to Americanness and how Jews and Catholics and pretty much anybody with non-white skin, aside from Jews and Catholics, have not historically been considered Americans, and that their allegiance, who is their allegiance really to? And you counter very beautifully, I think, at one point that, okay, well, but you have a lot of seventh generation descendants from the WASPs who live in, Bushwick, I'm paraphrasing here, but who live in Bushwick
Yeah.
and hate America and don't vote for anything that Ann Coulter would recognize as patriotism. They balk at the American
Right.
flag. In fact, maybe they burn the American flag in their sort of pro-Hamas college campus protests, right? And yet you have immigrants, recent newcomers to this country, people who've been here for 5 years, or the children of immigrants who have a much stronger idea of and pride in their Americanness, a sense that this, it's by the grace of God that they were able to come here, and it's no accident, and it's not something to ever take for granted. And so you have one group of people taking it entirely for granted, and those are the people that Ann Coulter and many in the America First movement describe as the true Americans. And then you have a whole other group of people, many of whom came here legally, who are saying, no, I don't take this for granted. Being American is, profoundly significant to me, and I want to continue this, to keep this dream alive. How do you reconcile the fact that there's that culture view, which is, highly incoherent on the America First side?
Well, look, I think that I said this to Ann directly, to her face, not, face to face, but like
Yeah.
this, right?
It was a great exchange. I thought it was
believe
really good.
she was actually just being reactive to by espousing a view she otherwise wouldn't have espoused if the current circumstances hadn't been what they are. And I think that's true for many people, even on the right, who adopt that type of, you could call it nativist or whatever you want, outlook. I don't think they would adopt that view if we actually had proper policies to protect against illegal immigration over the last few years. I think their attitudes towards what the legal immigration regime should look like would be very different.
But she was saying these types of things 5 years ago.
I can't speak for Ann, and I'm not here to defend her. I just have a different worldview than her, but I believe in talking to people who differ in their opinions from mine, which is why I ended up having that conversation with her. But what I do believe is, I'll state for my part, I'm not going to speak for anybody else. For my part, I reject the blood and soil vision of American identity as the main source of American identity. I think American identity is grounded in civic ideals. That's what Thomas Jefferson would say if he were alive today, and he's not. So I feel a responsibility to say it instead, because maybe nobody else is right now in the same way. And that's a good litmus test to say that, what would Thomas Jefferson say about X? And I think that for a lot of people in our own movement, we got to be careful not to say things that actually are completely flout and fly in the face of the U.S. Constitution with respect to, you could think about identity based on religion. You could think about identity based on, blood and soil, genetic lineage. That's not who we are as Americans. Who we are as Americans was enshrined in two founding documents, the best operating manual known to human history, that's the U.S. Constitution, and the best mission statement that was in the Declaration of Independence. And the idea, can human beings rally to create a nation or national identity around that? Yes, that's exactly what the American Revolution was fought for. And I think that I don't want to make the same mistake as the left, denying that idealism, right? Denying the possibility of that civic identity. Much of the woke left for years has rejected the possibility of that idealism. And I don't want to see that same avatar on the right saying that, oh, no, that's too abstract. That's too highfalutin idealism. It's got to be grounded in something else real. I don't think the right answer to the left-wing nanny state is the right-wing nanny state. I don't think the right answer to identity politics is more identity politics. And so I think we have to look ourselves in the mirror and ask ourselves who we really are. I think it's one of the risks in this upcoming election, even in the 100 days we have left. If we just get in the habit of defining our own views as a reactionary response to the other side, I think we're done. In fact, I think there's real risk that, even in a practical sense, we could face electoral challenges in November. On the other hand, if we offer an actual coherent vision of who we are and what we stand for, grounded in first principles, this should be a landslide election and victory. And one thing I will say is the Donald Trump I've gotten to know, and I think that one of the things that makes him the unambiguous, he won the Republican primary by such wide margins. I think it might be the widest margins that somebody's won a party nomination in history. There's a lot of reasons for that. But one of the reasons is I think that he does meld together a lot of these intuitions. But I would hate for your audience to miss the fact, because I've seen it firsthand, how many of those include hardcore libertarian intuitions baked in there, right? Are you going to agree with 100% of what he says? No. But I think that defecting from the Republican consensus on something like the TikTok ban, or taking an interest in the risks of a central bank digital currency and taking that on, or committing to dismantle an entire government bureaucracy, that many on the right with the Department of Education will say, oh, no, we need to subsidize 2-year college programs or vocational education. No, that's the wrong answer. The right answer is shut the darn thing down in the first place, which is something Trump is committed to do. That, I think, is the big risk where, I've gone to NatCon, I go to hardcore nationalist audiences and preach what is a pro-national liberty direction. Well, I'm talking, as I understand it, at least to mostly a libertarian-leaning audience here. Let me sort of, I don't believe in just telling audiences what they want to hear. I believe in saying what needs to be said to a particular audience. Is that, speaking in some ways as one myself, I was known as a libertarian rapper in college, cast my first vote for a libertarian. I spoke at the Libertarian Convention this year. I think one of the mistakes in the modern libertarian movement is also asking the question of what do you actually want to achieve, right? Do we want to be intellectuals in some sort of corner with writing books and hosting podcasts and in an echo chamber offering commentary?
Shots
and I
fired. No, just kidding.
Well, I host a podcast too, so I'm kind of including myself, and I've written books too, right? I got my 4th book in 3 years coming out later this year. But I'm thinking about this in a self-reflective sense. Like that's a worthy mission, but you're not pretending to change.
You're
in
not
a
the
meaningful
man in
sense
the
the way
arena, right?
country's
You're
run.
off in some intellectual sphere.
Right. Or do you actually care about actualizing some portion of the changes you see in the world in a lasting way? And if it's the latter, then unambiguously, I think the right answer remains to vote for Donald Trump this year, right? I mean, right now it looks like it's Kamala Harris as your alternative, who has an ideological vision that's a very different one. Take your pick, because it's going to be one of those two people. If it's not Kamala, it's going to be someone else they put up instead of Kamala. But that's, I think, the pragmatism that doesn't deny your idealism. I'm not one of these people that believes that you show up at the 50-yard line, hold hands, sing Kumbaya, and pretend like you agree on things you don't. But I'm one of the people who does believe that the way we're going to unite this country is at once, first, standing uncompromisingly for the ideals of our founding, but number 2 is actualize as many of them as we can, and then we roll this debate forward. The debate we're having here is not ripe in the next 100 days. It's just not. And I say this as somebody who is deeply interested in the topics we've just discussed in the last half hour. It's not ripe right now. That's not the number one question on the list or on the minds of most voters in the country, is what this future daylight is in the direction of the America First movement. It's very important to me. I'm glad you guys care enough to engage with it now too. That's not ripe right now. And so I can both care about this for the next 8 years, for the next 10 years, 12 years, while also recognizing that over the next 4 months, we've got work to do. And part of that work is maybe we're not going to cut 75% of federal bureaucrats. That's what I ran on. But I think we have a historic chance to cut a good number of them, along with the federal regulations that have been unconstitutionally held by the Supreme Court. And our single best chance of doing that is putting Donald Trump in the office, which is my case and ask for libertarians to consider voting for him.
Vivek, we could go for much longer, going deep into all of these issues, trade and immigration. Hopefully we will be able to continue that conversation with you another time, but I know you've got to run now. So I want to leave you with the last question of the show, which is in the spirit of the show. What is a question that you think more people should be asking?
In the spirit of this conversation, I'll give you. There's a lot of answers I could give you. What does it mean to be an American? I think that's an open question. That the more we talk about that, the more likely we are to succeed as a country. And if we're being really honest, I think a lot of people on the left and the right have some haziness in their answer to that question. What does it mean to be an American? What does it mean to be a citizen of this nation? I'll give you one answer to consider. What it means to be an American in the year 2024 is that we still believe in the ideals of 1776. Not some lineage, not some king, not some monarch, not only some land, not some sort of religion, not anything. It's that we believe in the ideals enshrined in the Declaration of Independence. That's my answer, what it means to be an American. But if you have a different answer, great, let's talk about it. That's the question to ask.
Vivek Ramaswamy, thank you for coming on the show.
Thank you. Thank you for having me.
Thanks for listening to Just Asking Questions. These conversations appear on Reason's YouTube channel and the Just Asking Questions podcast feed every Thursday. Subscribe wherever you get your podcasts, and please rate and review the show.
My apologies for the late start. We unfortunately had a massive distributed denial of service attack against our servers, and saturated all of our data lines. Like basically hundreds of gigabits of data were saturated. We think we've overcome most of that, and so it's now time to proceed. But as this massive attack illustrates, there's a lot of opposition to people just hearing what President Trump has to say, and but I'm honored to have this conversation. I want to emphasize it's a conversation, and it's really intended to just get a feel for what Donald Trump is just like in a conversation. It's hard to catch a vibe about someone if you just don't hear them talk in a normal way. And when there's an adversarial interview, like no one's themselves in an adversarial interview. And this is really aimed at kind of open-minded, independent voters who just trying to make up their mind. So you can understand like what is what is it just like to have a conversation. So honored to Donald, great to speak. We had a great conversation yesterday. As you mentioned yesterday, if we could just record that conversation and post it, it would have been excellent. And I hope we can have something like that today.
Well, I think we will. I'm pretty sure we will. And congratulations, because I see you broke every record in the book with so many millions of people, and it's an honor. We view that as an honor. And then you do want silencing of certain voices. Usually those are voices that have something to say that are constructive, oftentimes constructive. And so we have to consider it an honor. But congratulations on breaking every record in the book tonight. That's great.
Well, thank you. Maybe we could start off with, the assassination attempt, which was an incredible thing. And I have to say that, your actions after that assassination attempt were inspiring. You, instead of shying away from things, instead of ducking down, you were pumping your fist in the air and saying, fight, fight, fight. And I think that's, the President of the United States represents America. And I think that is America. That is strength under fire. And so that's, a big, part of the reason why I was excited to endorse you as the President of the United States for having another term here is that was just incredibly inspiring. But what was it like for you?
And, it was a hard hit. It was very, I guess you would say surreal, but it wasn't surreal. I was telling somebody you have instances like this or like a lot less than this where you feel it's a surreal situation. And I never felt that way. I knew immediately that it was a bullet. I knew immediately that it was at the ear.
Yeah.
And because it hit very hard, but hit the ear. And I also heard people shout, bullets, bullets, get down, because I moved down pretty nicely, pretty quickly. And we had bullets flying right over my head after I went down. So I'm glad I went down. The bigger miracle was that I was looking in the exact direction of the shooter. And so it hit me at an angle that was far less destructive than any other angle. So that was the miracle. That was, for those people that don't believe in God, I think we got to all start thinking about that. You have to, I'm a believer now. I'm more of a believer, I think, and a lot of people have said that to me. A lot of great people have said that to me, actually. but it was amazing that I happened to be turned just at that perfect angle, and all because I put down a chart on immigration that showed that the numbers were so great. I love that chart even more
maybe
now.
it's a
than I
sign.
love
Maybe that's a sign, you know.
It's an immigration sign.
You highlighted a serious issue,
Yeah.
and at that moment,
That's right.
the bullet missed your, hit your ear, but missed your head. I mean,
Well, the amazing thing is that the sign, I said, bring down that sign on immigration, and it was literally about an eighth of a second where it would be good, and after that it was going to be a disaster, no matter which way you were facing. But it just had that perfect angle, which was exactly at this shooter. Very sad situation. Such a sad situation. As you know, we lost somebody that was great, Corey, who a firefighter, a great gentleman, a great trumper. He was just a fantastic family and a fantastic man. And a friend of mine came up, Elon, and said, I'd like to give the family some kind of help. And I said, all right, that's great. He said, do you mind? I said, I don't mind at all. And he wrote out a check for $1 million, gave it to the wife. And, she said, this is really nice, but I'd rather have my husband back, which is a nice thing for somebody to say, to be honest. She's great. The family is great. And we raised a lot of money for them and for two other gentlemen are unbelievable people also. They were hit really badly. They thought they were not going to make it, and they did. The doctors in the Butler area, I tell you, they were incredible. They saved the two, and they were really hit tough, both of them, equally. And we thought, my first question was because I heard bullets flying over me, and I said, how many people were killed? Because we had a massive crowd there, a tremendous thousands and thousands of people, and there was no land. I mean, it was all people. So I said, how many people have been killed? Because I knew there were other shots being fired. And they said, we don't know yet, but some people have been badly hurt. And I have to give the Secret Service sniper, they call him, or sharpshooter, but sniper, because he didn't know there was a problem. He's an extraordinary shot, obviously, and he didn't know there was a problem. And he was able to pick it all out within 5 seconds. And he used one bullet from very far away, I guess probably about 400 yards. The shooter was 130, but he was on the opposite side of the field and the podium. And he saw the smoke and the flame from the gun, immediately recognized it, and immediately took a shot. And it was one perfect shot from very far away. And if he didn't do that, Elon, he would have. I mean, if he would have, a lot more people could have been badly hurt and killed. So I have to take my hat off to him, because that's also a surreal. You know, he's been with them for 23 years, and he's never had anything like this. And all of a sudden he has to act, and it's a very tough thing to act and to be shooting somebody. But he saw the gun, saw the smoke, saw the flame from the gun, very far away. Obviously has very good eyes. He's got very good vision, which I assume you have to have in that particular work. But he took aim very quickly, and they say it was approximately 5 seconds from long range, one bullet. If that didn't happen, because the shooter had a lot of bullets, he had a lot of cartridges up there with him. So
well,
could have been very...
I mean that's clearly he was very competent in taking that shot to stop the attempted assassination. But I mean, there does seem to be some pretty significant failings elsewhere in the system. Like, there's just no way that, like, how on earth does a shooter get on a roof 130 yards away? That seems crazy. I think most people people are wondering how on earth could such a thing happen.
Well, you know, I view it as two ways. There should have been nobody on the roof. There were people, because there were so many tens of thousands of people there. There were people that were seeing him. And there was one woman with a red shirt and Trump all over it. And she's screaming, that guy's got a gun. You know, you saw it probably. There's a guy up there with a gun.
I mean, it's like, I guess, I mean, for my part, and I think probably many members of the public are wondering, how the heck are, basically people wandering by, pointing out there's a guy on the roof with a gun.
Yeah.
And they're seeing it, but somehow it's not being addressed. That does seem crazy.
Well, they're going to learn from this. The communication between the local police, who sort of had an idea, and then ultimately a man lifted himself up to the roof, could barely do it because he was pulling himself up, and he saw the man with the gun. The man with the gun pointed the gun at him. He thought he was probably going to get shot, but he was like pulling himself up, and because of that, he couldn't get to his gun. And he fell down, actually very badly hurt his leg, his ankle. I hear very badly, but he fell down. And he did, from what I understand, he did say there's a guy up there with a gun. And the shooting started very quickly after that. I think it forced the shooter to go maybe quicker. He was supposed to be a very good shot.
Yeah.
My sons, Don and Eric, they can't believe what happened, but they said from 130 yards, a bad shot would hit that target almost every time. They said it's like in golf, sinking a 2-foot putt.
Yeah, it's not a tough shot.
It's not a long shot. The Secret Service person had the long shot. He had triple the distance actually. So it was a terrible thing. It's hard. I have to say this about the Secret Service. When I went down, and I went down based on, I think, they're screaming, but other people also, because people saw this happen. You had so many people. One of the miracles was that nobody ran. I mean, if a gun goes off, the crowd control people showed us this. When guns go off, and it does happen in stadiums at a soccer match or some kind of a match, everybody flees. They call it a stampede, like cattle. But everybody, and a lot of people get killed with those stampedes. We had more people than you'd have at, some of these matches or these games, and nobody left. You had a small group behind us in the grandstand, and that was full. And you look at it as it was taking place, and normally they'd be running. They didn't leave. They saw that I was hurt. They saw a lot of blood, and they saw that I went down. And it's almost like they wanted to be with me. Well, out front, you had thousands, tens of thousands of people. As far as the eye could see, you had people in Butler, as far as the eye could see, and a lot of press too. There were many cameras on watching this. It's what makes it so different, because normally things happen that aren't good, but you never have a picture of it. Here we have all these cameras shooting it, so sort of amazing. But one of the interesting things was that you didn't have anybody flee. You didn't have anybody stampede. Nobody. And there were some people behind me. They stood up and they're looking like, I mean, I'll tell you, you want to have them in a foxhole with you. I want to meet some of those people because it's so different from what you heard. But so I was down. But the Secret Service guys, there were bullets flying right over my head. You could hear them go whizzing, and these guys came jumping on top of me, and a young lady, Kate. They moved so fast, and let me tell you, that took tremendous courage. Now, there was a lack of coordination. There was, obviously everybody understands that somebody, that building should have been covered. And
I mean,
that
I think that's like, I mean, looking at the aerial views, that building would be like the #1 spot for a sniper. I mean, it's like if you were to pick, like, what is the favorite, so if the goal is to assassinate, what's your favorite spot? That building. The roof of that building would be #1.
That would have been the spot.
It's like you couldn't ask for a better location. It's like
no, that would have been the spot. What people think is when the local policeman, who, by the way, he really he did what he was supposed to do. He couldn't hold on any longer. And then when he got his head just peeking above, this guy standing there with a gun at his head, and when he fell down, again, hurt his ankle very badly, but he was making the calls. But what happened is the firing took place very soon. So what they think is that this guy ran to his site, which he had all planned out with the gun. He ran to the site and he started shooting fast. And maybe that's why he sort of missed. I mean, he got me, but it could have been a much bigger problem.
But he totally would have hit if you hadn't turned your head. So, like, there was it was a very near thing.
It was
So,
a miracle. If I hadn't turned my head,
yeah,
I would not be talking to you right now. As much as I like you,
exactly.
I would not.
Yeah,
I would not be talking.
I mean, be talking to me from another realm, perhaps.
Yeah, that's right. We'd be talking from a different place. But it was a, you know, it was a very terrible experience. The Butler Hospital, they did such a great job. The doctors were so good. Everybody was so good. There was a mistake. If somebody knew, because people were hearing, that, you know, there was just a bad feeling that there was somebody was around. You know that story now. It's been And if somebody could have said, because they've oftentimes said, you know, like there'd be a lightning storm or something. Because I've done, I think over 300. I think I did a lot more than that, but we did a lot. And oftentimes they'll say, "Sir, could you wait 10 minutes, please? Sir, could you wait 20 minutes? There's a storm overhead or lightning or something," right? And that happens often. And this would have been a perfect time for that to have happened, but it didn't. It didn't get coordinated. That was the problem.
Well, it was your. I think your actions in the heat of fire, and you know, like what I find admirable there was that you can't fake bravery under such circumstances. The courage is instinctual, or it is not. It's not a rehearsed action. And so I just want to say that I think a lot of people admire your courage under fire there. And so
thank you very much. I appreciate it. I didn't think of it. I just wanted to get up, and I wanted to stand up. I wanted to let people know. You know, I felt I was good when they were on top of me, covering me, actually, very much covering me, and very bravely. But I wanted to get up. I said, I want to get up, and they wanted. You know, they have everything there. They wanted stretcher. I didn't like the stretcher, and I knew I was hit in the ear, but I knew I wasn't hit anywhere else. They felt I was hit someplace else because it was such a lot of blood, and they were sure that I was hit someplace else. And they were saying, "Sir, you were hit more than the ear." I said, "Nope, I was hit in the ear. I want to get up. Let me get up." And so I got up, and the crowd didn't know what to think. I mean, this was so many people, and you could see they were confused. They didn't know what to think. And I wanted to let them know I was okay. It was very important for me to let them know that. And they went wild. You've seen the after. They didn't go wild when I got up because they didn't know, was I alive? You really couldn't tell. When I stood